supply chain disruptions, et cetera.
It is. It's just extraordinary, and it kind of goes back to kind of what I think a lot of bulls have been saying is the Fed is your friend here. Do not fight the Fed here. So we'll have more coming up on that. This is Bloomberg.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Americans have turned more bearish in their assessments of the economy. Only about a third of the people polled by the Associated Press rate the national economy as good. The other two-thirds say it is poor. Nearly half of the respondents think things will get worse over the next year. Views have soured as the prices of gasoline and other essentials have increased, and supply chain issues make it hard to buy everything from cars to appliances. Uber Eats is offering a new service called Babies and Kids. Parents who run out of diapers or need a thermometer on short notice can get quick deliveries. Uber is partnering with Bye Bye Baby, Bed Bath & Beyond, and other national brands to offer the service. And Moderna says the Food and Drug Administration will take some extra time to decide whether to approve its COVID-19 vaccine for 12 to 17-year-olds. The trading day is underway on Wall Street, and stocks are modestly higher. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
The market news you need.
Rates are low, earnings are pretty good.
Along with the insights you didn't know you needed.
When I'm walking my dog, when I'm taking Steve around the block.
Steve is the name of your dog?
Yeah, Steve.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
My dream scenario is that Paul sells his house, then the bubble bursts, and then I can find one.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern.
Never met Steve?
I have not met Steve.
He's been on TV a lot.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
How do you kind of view the volatility in the marketplace here?
Everyone's focused on the vaccine rollout.
Companies across industries really trying to shore up their balance sheets.
These equity indexes just keep going up.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
The strong dollar policy, I think, is a lot of its rhetoric. Because of all the dislocations, there's always relative value trades that you could be doing.
The only issue is how hot can home prices go? It's the uncertainty, I think, that is really spooking everyone.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. Coming up, President Biden, he's over in Scotland. We're going to take some comments. He'll have them sometime this hour, we're told, from Glasgow, and we will bring that to you live. Plus, my story of the day, Wall Street is amassing a crypto army. and paying up for recruits. Catherine Doherty, she's a high-yield, distressed debt, and bankruptcy reporter for Bloomberg News. She's got that story, and I can't wait to hear the news. But first, let's go to, I believe, John Tucker, Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
That's a great guess, Paul. Let's start you off with this breaking news, some eco data. The October ISM factory gauge falling to 60.8 versus 61.1. So the estimate, this is a little better than estimates. Just the same, stocks, the major averages, have now turned mixed after Friday's record close. In the S&P 500, energy, financials, material stocks, they were leading the charge. The Dow briefly hitting 36,000. It has since retreated from that this morning. Well, the earnings better than expected. And as we hear from Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital Markets, stocks do deserve to be at record levels.
I think as we've gone through reporting season, the one major takeaway we need to keep in mind is that underlying appetite or demand is still very, very healthy. Supply chains have created some problems in meeting that demand. But I think all that talk of a growth scare that we endured a month and a half ago or so, frankly, turned out to be premature, and equities have marched higher through it.
Franklin Resources best performing individual stock in the S&P 500. Coca-Cola agreeing to buy the remaining stake that it doesn't own at Body Armor, $5.6 billion in cash. So the soft drink giant is getting full control of the sports drink brand. They're trying to take on the market leader, of course, Gatorade. And Federal Reserve officials meeting this week as consumers and companies fret that the economy is facing the most widespread supply crunch since the oil crisis of 1973. The Dow up 72 points at 35,889. S&P 500 has turned lower after being higher all morning long. Now down about 4 points. Yeah, the Nasdaq Composite Index 18 points lower. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. This is a red letter day for Bloomberg Markets. Matt Miller in the house, world headquarters, 731 Lexington Avenue. Matt.
I'm excited. It's so good to be back in New York. I had a fantastic weekend here. Halloween is like the best in New York. New York does it better than any city. All the kids dressed up. Only a couple Squid Game costumes, which I told their parents right away, so that's inappropriate.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's not.
So I got hit a couple times yesterday. But it's so good to be back here. And the city looks so much better than it did in June and July.
Yep.
It almost seems like it's back to normal. I know there's still a couple of empty, storefronts, but it just is vibrant.
Yep. I noticed today coming in, New Jersey Transit packed. I don't know if it's a November 1 thing. People coming back to work November 1. Subway's more crowded. Again, it just from last week. So hopefully we're getting back slowly. Let's get a sense of what's going on in the market here. We got red and green on the screen here this morning. Not going to make too much about it. But let's bring in Kriti Gupta, a Bloomberg Markets reporter. She's got the latest for us.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we started off in the green. 70% of the S&P 500 was trading higher, and then we took a little bit of a nosedive, and a lot of this looks like it came from some of that manufacturing data that we just heard about, but a lot of this is still higher up. I mean, there's a little bit of a paradox almost in the market where you have energy, the leading sector right now, with Brent hitting $85 a handle. And right alongside them, you have the major EV players, your Ford, your GM, your Tesla, and of course, all those lithium and battery makers. So to see them both leading the charge really tells you the two topics of the market, of the economy, this idea that you have inflation and commodities continuing to rise, but you also have this transition to green energy. And right now, that's exactly what the stock market is screaming at us.
Well, the biggest gainer on, I guess we've changed Facebook to Meta already on the Bloomberg terminal.
MVRS?
No, I click on it. It says FB still, but the actual name says Meta.
They did that.
Official name, yeah.
Those are people down in Princeton. They are on top of that stuff.
But the ticker, MVRS, trades for the first time December 1st.
That's right.
First, okay.
So we got a month still. But the interesting thing is Facebook is the biggest mover to the upside in terms of adding points to the index. On the downside, you have them all lined up. Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, NVIDIA, Netflix, they're all big losers today. Facebook's the only winner.
And that's why you can see the market just tanking right now. And it really is thanks to that big tech. They move you higher, they move you lower. I think to me, the biggest mover story that's catching my eye is Deere. Third from the top, third contributor to the S&P 500. You already saw the Dow, I believe, hit 36,000 earlier this morning. So what's important to me about Deere here is that this is a labor inflation story. We've been talking about commodities, we've been talking about supply chain issues, we're talking about a labor shortage. We haven't been talking about people negotiating their contracts higher. And Deere is a story after the first strike, I believe, since 1986. They're actually getting some pretty strong terms here from Deere, who can't afford to really have this drag on even further. The terms, $8,500 signing bonus. You have a 10% wage hike in the first year, not to mention consequent years of, I think, 5% and 3%. And on top of that,
isn't it 5% after 3 years and then another 5% after 5 years?
I don't know about the details on that, but I know the first year is 10% of a wage hike.
I heard it described as enormous. I feel like it's healthy. I don't know if it's enormous because you've got so much inflation.
Yeah, but I've been seeing, you see the long-term chart over the last 30, 40 years, the decline in union membership has contributed to kind of the flattening of the lack of wage inflation in the economy. You keep saying, I remember saying prior to the pandemic, even when we were at full employment, you had like 2 or 3% wage increase. I'm like, is that it? Is that the best this economy can do? But the economists would point out, go take a look at the last 30, 40 years of decline in union membership, the lack of bargaining power. It feels like, boy, it has changed now. I mean, it's not just McDonald's and Walmart where you can get where you can get $15 minimum wage here. Now you're getting Deere, big union contracts, but Deere stock is up.
Yeah, I think so. Those are the two, I think, most important takeaways from the story. Number one, this is a big win for labor in general, not just workers at Deere, and good for them, but you could start seeing these kind of things.
I think you're right.
More and more. And number two, the stock is up, as Critty was saying, 5% after Deere gives its employees $8,500 a piece, 10% now, 5% in 3 years, 5% in 5 years. I mean, investors just want to see it done. They don't want to see any kind of strikes right now. They don't want to see any work stoppage, because every day that line is closed, Deere is losing. They have much more demand than they have supply, and they just need to keep it open.
Yeah, and it's not just Deere. I mean, to Deere's today's story, if you saw in the earnings stories last week, McDonald's, their wage prices were rising. I think it was 10% year to date for wage costs. Compare that to commodity pressures, it was only 4%. So huge from McDonald's. Even UPS, they actually pay, this is a fun fact for you guys, UPS actually pays really, really well. And if you compare it to some of the other shippers, USPS, FedEx, they're actually outperforming even Amazon from their shipping services, because they don't have to deal with those labor issues, because they pay so well, because they're able to retain talent. So even as they start to really shift some of their margins and what they choose and choose not to ship, they're actually insulated because they pay so well. So it's interesting to start to see the labor market actively show up and how some of these stocks are trading.
I just don't know where these people that have left the workforce, where are they? And did they retire in their 50s? How do you retire in your 50s when you're going to live to 85? Are you living off the benefits of the expanded benefits you had over the several months? I just don't know where they are, and I don't know when they're going to come back, if they're going to come back.
The other question that I have is, if we're not in full employment, if this isn't what full employment looks like, what does it look like?
Yeah.
We got a labor shortage. You got companies fighting over employees by giving higher wages to everyone that needs it or that wants it and is vocal about it. And demand is outstripping supply. If this isn't full employment, what does it look like?
Yep. Absolutely. I don't know. Kriti Gupta, thank you so much for joining us. Kriti Gupta, markets reporter. She will join us in the next hour. We'll talk about some of the small cap stocks. So right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C., World and National News with Amy Mars.
All right. Thank you, Paul. We are standing by to hear from President Biden in Glasgow, Scotland, attending the COP26 Climate Summit. As officials were wrapping up the G20 meeting in Rome, he talked about how the U.S. is trying to solve global problems.
And the United States has to stay ahead of the curve. That's why I introduced the infrastructure bill. That's why I also introduced the Build Back Better initiative.
Now, voters are going to be deciding 2 governor's races and 24 ballot measures tomorrow. New Jersey's Democratic Governor Phil Murphy facing a challenge by Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And in Virginia, polls show former Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe and Republican candidate Glenn Youngkin running dead even. All eyes are on Virginia, which is seen as a bellwether for the midterm elections. A CDC panel is set to meet tomorrow to take up the issue of Pfizer's COVID-19 shots for kids. The FDA has already signed off on the vaccine for children between the ages of 5 and 11 years old. About 28 million children stand to become eligible once those shots are approved. Again, they're meeting tomorrow. The FDA also delaying its study of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine for teenagers. That word from Moderna, which issued a news release saying the FDA has indicated it will take at least until January to complete its review of Moderna's approval request for kids ages 12 to 17. And the coronavirus we know now has killed more than 5 million people all over the world. Johns Hopkins University data confirming that figure, although medical experts say because of underreporting, the real number is much higher. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Your business land.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let's bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
I think it's just vapor. Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous. 5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers. When Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller bring you the day's market news.
How do you think investors should view Bitcoin?
You can count on some frivolity.
We've never taken them to Disney, so just failure on so many different fronts.
Bloomberg Markets. Extensive, essential, and endlessly entertaining.
I'm not a pet person. I'm a financial analyst.
By the way, someone writes in and says, I didn't realize Paul hated American values.
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes innovation happen. It also makes entrepreneurs like Anya O'Dwyer. Founder of Innovate, a tech-driven civil engineering and construction management firm, Anya says NJIT is defining the future.
NJIT is extremely important as a hub of disciplines all in one space with all of these brilliant minds. NJIT's role is huge when it comes to defining the future and how, from an interdisciplinary point of view, they have it all there, whether it's the innovation hub, the maker space. NJIT is already creating that collaboration between the disciplines, and you have civil engineers speaking to programmers, speaking to electrical engineers, and together they're creating advancements that we wouldn't have been able to do without those three minds coming together and solving a problem as one rather than solving it in isolation.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
If you're a high net worth individual with international investments or a business owner with operations overseas, it is essential to have a tax advisor who knows how to protect your assets on a global scale. Owning and investing in foreign corporations comes with certain tax responsibilities. Burden Accountants and Advisors works with clients to ensure that they understand the intricacies of the global market, maximize the tax opportunities available, and reduce the challenges presented by international tax laws.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. After Friday's record close, major averages right now they've turned mixed. The Institute for Supply Management's gauge of factory activity that fell to 60.8 from 61.1. So we have persistent supply chain challenges continuing to weigh on manufacturers here in the U.S. The Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, dismissing recent moves in the bond market that have signaled economic concern. She's expressing confidence in the recovery, telling Bloomberg, I think we're going to see a good, solid recovery. And here's the earnings scorecard. More than 80% of S&P 500 companies reporting third quarter results have beaten Wall Street estimates. Right now, we're at the height of earnings season. S&P 500 down 2 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 75. That's up 0.2% at 35,897. Briefly this morning, touching 36,000, retreating from that. NASDAQ Composite Index 11 points higher at 15,510. And the 10-year at 158. That's up 3 basis points. The 2-year at 0.51%, up 1 basis point. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
JT, thank you very much. John Tucker there at the Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, let's get to the big crypto story that seemingly everybody has been reading today and talking about at the water cooler. Wall Street is amassing a crypto army and paying up for recruits. Zizia Song wrote this with Kat Doherty, and we have Kat here in the Interactive Broker studio with us. So, Kat, I think it's really interesting because I've been covering Bitcoin since it first breached $1,000, and I did a kind of a fun 2-week piece where I only spent Bitcoin. I didn't spend any U.S. dollars.
And that was a while ago when that wasn't a thing, right?
No, nobody else was Well, there were some, like there was a grocery store in Greenpoint, and there was a bar down in Murray Hill, and I wore plaid blazers, and it was fun, but it wasn't that serious. And of course, all the real Wall Street guys kind of poo-pooed the story. Now they're, I guess, hiring these crypto kids who at the time were like couch surfing paper millionaires, and now are the only ones who know what they're doing.
That's right. And we're also seeing folks that are in these traditional financial roles that are getting recruited to exclusively focus on crypto. So you have both. It's not just the couch surfing millennials, youngers that are getting hired to go to these banks. The banks are also acknowledging, hey, look, we have clients that are asking us what's going on. We need answers. So they are building teams that can bring the knowledge. And I think that goes both ways. It's not just going from the outside. In fact, often you need the institutional background. You need someone that knows how to work in a corporate job. You can't just go out and find someone who's never been in an office setting before.
Oh, so you get somebody like a Mike McGlone who was at S&P, who was at ABN, and now is working for us in Bloomberg Intelligence and knows everything about crypto.
Exactly. And you also have just folks that have been working. I spoke with the lead at Bank of America who's building the team, and he has just this desire, this hunger for knowledge to learn more and more about crypto. So he's been in a traditional research role, and now he's tasked with building a team that is exclusively about crypto, but it goes beyond just crypto. It's how does crypto touch all of these other sectors that Bank of America already covers. So his pitch to me was that our clients are asking, okay, maybe I don't want to get involved in a cryptocurrency, but I do realize that this is starting to touch the industries that I invest in, whether it's like energy or others, really anything. There's no escaping how crypto is bleeding into traditional finance. And so these banks are saying, okay, with that acknowledgement, we're going to need to get the experts. We're going to need to come up with the answers and the research that can serve our client base. And
I think JP Morgan's one of my favorite examples. They're hiring, they're gearing up their trading desk, yet their CEO, Jamie Dimon, as recently as last month, called Bitcoin worthless.
It is funny to see how the leaders view crypto and then the action, right? Because they're not always aligned. That's a good example. But I would just say that even if there's the belief from a CEO or even like a leader of the research team at these banks that's saying, oh, we don't want to specifically, jump into Bitcoin, or maybe there's hesitation. Well, there's also the acknowledgement of, okay, if you have, again, clients, people that are asking, or you're having to answer these questions, you can't just say, oh, sorry, we're ignoring this entirely, and you can go ask someone else. Well, that's how you lose business. Yeah. So there's that answer.
Yeah, I mean, this really, in some ways, it demonstrates what a good leader Jamie Dimon can be, because he has his personal opinion, and he also runs the bank. Yep. And he says that you could say it's not worthless. It takes two people to make a market, right? How much, Kat, are people getting to move right now? Because this is a tight this is a tight labor market. People are already getting big bumps to move jobs.
Right. So it depends on how senior a role we're talking about. For the more senior roles like research, trading heads, that could be a premium as much as 50%. But others, there's salary increases. It varies, as you would expect. We saw some increases from the data that we were given of about 9% in new roles versus their previous roles. So I think it all depends on the person, their experience level, also how committed these institutional firms, financial firms are to really spending the money and getting the talent.
Where are they getting these people from?
It depends. We talked to a lot of people that were at like a BlackRock or Brookfield or at a traditional bank like a JP Morgan.
Yep.
Bank of America. And then we also spoke with a lot of folks that have gone over to crypto firms. Some of them you could consider startups. Some of them are crypto like hedge funds. So it's going both ways. And I think that is the tension that I'm interested in tracking next, because as Wall Street is looking to gain that talent, they're also losing that talent to the crypto firms.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like the banks versus fintechs, especially if most of the fintechs start to dabble in crypto or already are doing it. Kat Doherty helped to write that story. It's a huge hit on the Bloomberg terminal. Wall Street is amassing a crypto army.
This is a Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Money Minute. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Stock in Harley-Davidson is revving 8% higher today, following a trade truce between the U.S. and European Union reached over the weekend. It means the rollback of tariffs on some European steel and aluminum, and the end of retaliatory tariffs on American products, including motorcycles, blue jeans, and American whiskey. Stock in Levi Strauss is up 2%. Jack Daniels maker Brown-Forman up 3%. Stock in Novavax, maker of a COVID-19 vaccine yet to receive U.S. approval, has rallied as much as 15% today after the company announced this morning that it's completed the vaccine's regulatory application in Canada. It has submitted all paperwork for approval in the European Union and has received conditional approval for distribution in Indonesia. Wall Street is starting the new month mostly higher. More than twice as many stocks are rising as falling, and the Dow briefly touched 36,000 today. Not right now, but it's up 0.25%. NASDAQ and S&P 500 each little changed. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Kids' lives have been put on hold. Getting them thriving again safely starts with protecting them from COVID-19 and dangerous new variants. Get the latest facts by speaking to your pediatrician or healthcare provider, or by visiting getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please, do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality, he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me. and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, past president Noel Spiegel.
People often ask me why it's important to use JCF for their charitable giving. I tell them that JCF has a profound impact on our community. Thanks to the revenue generated from our funds, JCF makes an annual $2 million grant to UJA Federation of New York and makes grants from our endowment, the Special Gifts Fund. This year, we proudly granted more than $800,000 to support a kosher food pantry at Mid-Island YJCC, Jewish daycare at the Ed Alliance, a renovation at Camp Oakhurst, and an intergenerational Holocaust program at Ramaz. I'd like you to hear about our impact from a past Special Gifts Fund recipient.
Plaza Jewish Community Chapel is most grateful to JCF for supplying seed money to start the organization. Almost 10,000 families have relied on Plaza to provide an affordable yet dignified Jewish funeral.
Let JCF maximize your impact. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
If I could be you,
and you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
It's the closest thing you can find to a masterclass on how the world works.
The United States has lost a tad of credibility.
Bloomberg Balance of Power.
Are we fulfilling those commitments at this point?
Weekdays at noon Eastern.
Can you give us the priorities?
On Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
All right, coming up, we're going to check in with Veronica Willis. She's investment strategy analyst for Wells Fargo Investment Institute. Get her thoughts on these markets. Plus, John Arthurs, he's opinion columnist for Bloomberg Markets. And we're going to get his thoughts. He's got a column entitled Inflation Unraveling Gives the Fed a Nixon Moment. What does he mean by that? We'll check in with that. But first, let's go to John Tucker, get a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
Hey, Paul, this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. After Friday's record close for stocks, a bit of a pause. Investors looking for some direction today, it would seem. S&P 500, we have 7 of the 11 major industry groups higher. Energy and consumer discretionary stocks leading the way there. Franklin Resources, the best performing stock in the S&P 500, up almost 12%. A Federal Reserve policymakers meeting this week. Ron Temple at Lazard Asset Management has some idea of what to expect.
I think from the Fed, we're pretty much the consensus is that the Fed will announce tapering. Again, I think they need to be careful to manage market expectations. The market's already pricing in rate hikes well ahead of what the Fed, I think, would like.
Little-known biotech company. This is ABVC Biopharma, soaring amid increasing chatter on trading social network stock twits. The Fremont, California-based firm shares jumping 223%. S&P 500 down 4 points right now. The NASDAQ Composite Index is up 23 points, and the Dow just 13 points higher right now, 35,833. The 10-year yield up 2 basis points. We're at 158. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Matt.
John, thank you very much for that. JT with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to the, well, I guess he was talking about the markets, but let's focus more in on the markets right now. We have Veronica Willis with us, investment strategy analyst, I should say, from Wells Fargo Investment Institute out of St. Louis. And in terms of what's important, Veronica, and good morning, thanks for joining us, for markets today, it seems like tech is really showing how much power, big tech is showing how much power it has. How do you feel about the mega cap names?
Good morning, and thank you for having me on. You know, with tech, we've seen that they're, overshooting their earnings expectations, and the earnings season has been really good for those tech companies so far. And that's really helped bolster the markets over the last week or so, with those big tech names really doing well and really helping with market performance. There's such a heavy weighting in a lot of these U.S. equity indexes. Big moves in those particular companies tend to move the market as well.
Veronica, we're a good ways through this third quarter earnings season. What are your takeaways?
The takeaways are that even though some consumer confidence type of data that came out over the last quarter started to weaken a little bit from the recovery that we saw from 2020, that consumers are still spending. And so you've always got to be careful about that confidence measure. While consumers might not be so confident, their spending patterns are somewhat indicating otherwise, where a lot of these companies are able to report these earnings that have beat expectations or earnings that are doing well because consumers are still comfortable in spending money. And so I think that that's the biggest takeaway from the earnings season here, where a lot of these companies in the entertainment and sort of the discretionary types of companies are still doing well because consumers are still really comfortable spending.
Yeah, we saw also savings rates soar for a second during the lockdown. Of course, you couldn't really spend money very well for a while, but they're still above historical estimates. In the U.S., I think about 9% historically, at least in recent decades, we've seen about 7 and change. Do you expect consumers to spend off the rest of that, or are we in a new paradigm?
I think that as we kind of enter the holiday shopping season, we can start to see some of that coming down. But it might be that we've seen a shift in how people view saving. What they've experienced in 2020 might have changed how they view making sure that they've got that safety net. And so we could see some kind of elevated levels of savings, but the holiday season will be really crucial in determining whether that's a short-term or a long-term type of shift.
Hey, Veronica, we just had the big tech names report earnings last week. Generally good numbers, although relative, some folks had some concerns about some of the social media companies' numbers. But do I stick with big tech, those names as great top-line growth stories, or do I, kind of go with the folks that have been saying, hey, you need to be in that more cyclical trade, that reopening trade? Where are you telling your clients to think about opportunities going forward?
We've definitely made a shift towards those more cyclical sectors because that's what we think will perform the best at the point that we are in the economy. We've had such an impressive run-up with tech that sometimes you worry about just feeding more into that. And, we still like tech as a sector. We're neutral there, so we're recommending for our clients to have kind of a market weighting in that sector, which is still pretty significant. And so you're still going to benefit from those tech companies. But we don't want our clients to overextend themselves in that particular area because we do think that those cyclical sectors will do really well.
So when you look at 2022 and try and factor in what inflation is going to be like, which side of the transitory argument do you fall on?
We think that inflation will remain elevated through 2022. Looking out a little further, past 2022 is a little murkier, but we do think that those rates are going to remain elevated through the rest of this year and next year. And then maybe after next year, we'll have some more clarity and expect that to trend a little bit more towards the averages that we've been seeing pre-pandemic. But we do think that those inflation numbers are going to be elevated through this year and next.
Veronica, I got WTI crude oil pushing $85 a gallon. Have I missed the energy trade?
I think that energy could remain elevated. I don't think that you have missed the trade. I think it's expected to still perform well with prices at current levels, even if prices don't continue to move higher. If you're looking at energy types of stocks, with oil itself, it's so dependent on what would happen in the supply and demand side. So there are a lot of uncertainties if more supply starts to come online. That could really push the price down lower. But what we're seeing is that really strong demand for crude oil and for its refined products like gasoline, heating oil, those other types of things. And so that kind of pushes the prices higher. And so you could see it kind of range bound around the current levels right now.
All right. Well, Matt's had a good run with it. He's been playing Bitcoin. I've been playing WTI crude.
Dude, President Biden's motorcade had more than 85 cars in it this morning.
Nice. There's demand for you. All right, Veronica Willis, investment strategy analyst for Wells Fargo. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's head down to Washington, D.C. and get world and national news with Amy Mars.
Thank you, Paul. We're standing by to hear from President Biden as he joins other world, regional, and local leaders in Scotland for the COP26 United Nations Climate Conference. Their aim to strike a deal to achieve goals of the 2015 Paris Conference. The Supreme Court hears oral arguments today in 2 lawsuits challenging the controversial new Texas abortion law. Amy Hagstrom-Miller is head of Whole Women's Health.
Texans have been forced to remain pregnant against their will or to leave the state to get care that Whole Women's Health should be able to provide right here at home.
2 lawsuits being argued will help determine whether the fetal heartbeat law can remain in effect. Neither actually will address the larger issue over the constitutional right to abortion. A migrant caravan heading to the Texas border has grown to more than 4,000 asylum seekers. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez says there's a bigger picture here.
The reality is there's thousands of people making their trek every single day that the cartel doesn't want you to see.
A caravan left southern Mexico last week. SpaceX and NASA trying again this week to send a crew to the International Space Station aboard a Dragon space capsule. The launch was delayed over the weekend for the weather. John Bon Jovi has tested positive for COVID-19. This happened during a rapid test right as he was about to go on stage in Miami Beach. He's fully vaccinated. He feels okay, but that show had to be canceled. No word on whether they're going to reschedule. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
What's the true value?
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Value of your custodial relationship. Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms in turn need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let me bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output. And how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
It's a smart business practice to diversify your investment portfolio, and many investors look for opportunities in different countries to achieve this objective. However, investing overseas can be complicated and often requires working with a specialist who has a firm grasp of both domestic and international tax law. At Burden Accountants and Advisors, our experienced team works with clients to help them develop cross-border tax plans that minimize their tax liabilities, ensure compliance, and save them money.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. The major averages lost some steam after this report that showed U.S. manufacturing growth moderated. The Institute for Supply Management Factory Index edging lower amid supply shortages and transport delays coming out of the pandemic. Seaports, of course, overwhelmed, and we're seeing that reflected in today's data. Deere shares climbing the most intraday in 8 months after the maker of farm equipment struck a tentative deal with the UAW. And according to data compiled by Bloomberg, more than 80% of the S&P 500 companies reporting third quarter results have beaten Wall Street estimates. Right now, the S&P 500 lower, down 4 points at 4,600 even. Nasdaq Composite Index 24 points higher at 15,523. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 18 points higher at 35,837. And we check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
All right, I'm going to bring in John Authers here. He's in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. John Authers, senior editor, Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Opinion columnist. He does it all for us. Let's talk inflation. John, you have a column out. Inflation Unraveling gives the Fed a Nixon moment.
Yes.
Give us, all right, just give us the 30,000-foot view, and then you can dig down into the PhD level stuff later.
Right. The Nixon moment is a reference to Richard Nixon deciding to leave the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1971, which effectively means that other exchange rates are no longer fixed to the dollar, and the dollar is no longer fixed to gold.
That being the key. Getting us off the gold standard is what, truck driving, gun-toting Americans have been angry about that for decades.
Precisely. It's the moment fiat money started that people who love gold and people who love crypto regard as this great betrayal. Now, there's certainly no way you could say that what has happened so far is equal to that. The point of that comparison is that Nixon doing that was in many ways a recognition of reality at the time, because so many different countries, so many traders were just saying, look, there's no way a dollar is worth this much. And there was pressure from around the world on the exchange rate. At the moment, what is very unusual is that virtually everywhere there is pressure on yields, pressure from markets telling central banks, we just don't believe you. Inflation isn't purely transitory. There's something more than that going on. We just don't believe you're going to stay that dovish. What's very unusual is how broad that's been. So you've seen very successful market attacks in terms of they really have forced a change of direction from the central banks already in the emerging markets, also in the smaller developed markets, Canada, Britain, Australia, and you're seeing intense speculative pressure on the ECB and the Fed. And the Fed comes up this week. Mm-hmm. What exactly it does about this is very difficult to work out. But the market has finally grasped that inflation isn't merely transitory, which is still a long way from saying inflation is going to become any kind of a major serious problem. But it's not something that just goes away. It requires some kind of action to deal with it. Now we're going to have a very, very interesting and tense set to between central banks and markets over exactly what we do about inflation.
Rich Miller from Bloomberg News also wrote a story yesterday saying that Powell risks a rerun of the 1960s inflation. So just sort of pre and during Nixon, basically.
Yes,
and that could turn into the kind of 70s inflation that's a real problem.
That's true. People in my position or his position have to be careful about these things. That we're still talking a matter of years before you get there.
By the way, for the kids listening, Nixon was a president of the United States. From 69, I think he was elected until...
and he resigned in 74, and we really won't go into why he resigned. And he and the Bretton Woods moment was 50 years ago, almost exactly. It was August 71. So it's a while ago. I could agree with him that if we're talking about anything as alarming as a repeat of the 70s, then we are in the middle of the 60s now. A lot of things need to go wrong, and a lot of mistakes need to be made for things to be as bad as they were in the 70s, getting on for 10 years from now. So although I've been very strong in trying to argue, look, this isn't just transitory, there is something here, there is a change to this very deflationary environment that we've lived in for well over a decade, that's still a long way from saying we are bound to go back to the 70s.
No, the thing I found interesting in Rich's story, I know we had you on to talk about yours, but I wanted to, I want your opinion.
I really should have read Rich's story. Yeah, carry on.
He says that the missteps in the 60s paved the way for the wage price spiral the following decade. And now we're starting to see, we don't see a wage price spiral. You wouldn't find an economist who says that right now, but you could possibly see the beginnings of it with big jumps in wages that I've heard described as alarming on Wall Street, or the Deere agreement with unions that we wrote about yesterday, where someone said their price gain was enormous. So you're seeing people start to use these kind of adjectives.
No, I would be slightly stronger than that. Now, first of all, just to be clear, wage price spiral, we're certainly not there yet, because the spiral implies that you've had the price and then the wage and then more price and then wage. So we certainly haven't formed a spiral yet. My own favourite analogy for this is I looked up the front page of the Financial Times from the week when, as it turns out, British inflation peaked at 26%. And they only had a one-paragraph story about the National Teachers Union taking a pay increase of 27%.
Wow.
Which was described as a victory for the government in its battle with the teachers union.
They held them to 27%.
Okay, so if that's what a wage price spiral is, nobody thinks we're there yet.
Right.
I would actually argue that the evidence that if we were going to have one, what is happening now is exactly what we would expect if there was an incipient wage price spiral. I've been tracking this with my inflation heat map, week on week. Do
we have that on the terminal?
Yes, you do.
Okay, of course we do.
The various measures that the Atlanta Fed keeps of wage tracking are now at their highest levels in a decade. The employment cost index last Friday came out, and that was the highest since the 80s. Again, we're talking about, this is because we've had decades of very low inflation. But no, we are seeing it happen, and we are seeing just the kind of return to pressure from unions that you'd expect.
John Authers, thanks so much for joining us. John Authers, senior editor for Bloomberg Markets, a Bloomberg opinion columnist. We appreciate your thoughts. Right now, we're going to go over to Scotland. President Biden is addressing the COP26 conference in Glasgow.
We seize the enormous opportunity before us, or we will condemn future generations to suffer. This is the decade that will determine the answer, this decade. The science is clear. We only have a brief window left before us to raise our ambitions and to meet the task that's rapidly narrowing. This is a decisive decade in which we have an opportunity to prove ourselves. We can keep the goal of limiting global warming to just 1.5 degrees Celsius within our reach if we come together. If we commit to doing our part of each of our nations with determination and with ambition. That's what COP26 is all about. Glasgow must be the kickoff of a decade of ambition and innovation to preserve our shared future. Climate change is already ravaging the world. We've heard from many speakers. It's not hypothetical. It's not a hypothetical threat. It's destroying people's lives and livelihoods, and doing it every single day. It's costing our nations trillions of dollars. Record heat and drought, fueling more widespread and more intense wildfires in some places and crop failures in others. Record flooding and what used to be a once-in-a-century storms are now happening every few years. In the past few months, the United States has experienced all of this, and every region of the world can tell similar stories. And in an age where this pandemic is made so painfully clear that no nation can wall itself off from borderless threats, we know that none of us can escape the worst that's yet to come if we fail to seize this moment. But, ladies and gentlemen, within the growing catastrophe, I believe there's an incredible opportunity, not just for the United States, but for all of us. We're standing at an inflection point in world history. We have the ability to invest in ourselves and build an equitable, clean energy future, and in the process, create millions of good-paying jobs and opportunities around the world. Cleaner air for our children, more bountiful oceans, healthier forests and ecosystems for our planet. We can create an environment that raises the standard of living around the world. And this is a moral imperative, but it's also an economic imperative. If we fuel greater growth, new jobs, better opportunities for all our people, and as we see current volatility in energy prices, rather than cast it as a reason to back off our clean energy goals, we must view it as a call to action. High energy prices only reinforce the urgent need to diversify sources, double down on clean energy development, and adapt promising new clean energy technologies so we can not only we don't remain overly reliant on one source of power to power our economies and our communities. It's in the self-interest of every single nation. And this is a chance, in my view, to make a generational investment in our economic resilience and on our workers and our communities throughout the world. That's what we're going to do in the United States. My Build Back Better framework will make historic investments in clean energy, the most significant investment to deal with the climate crisis that any advanced nation has made ever. We're going to cut U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by well over a gigaton by 2030, while making it more affordable for consumers to save on their own energy bills, with tax credits for things like installing solar panels, weatherizing their homes. Lowering energy prices will also deliver cleaner air and water for our children, electrifying fleets of school buses, increasing credits for electric vehicles, and addressing legacy pollution. It will incentivize clean energy manufacturing, building the solar panels and the wind turbines that are growing energy markets of the future, which will create good-paying union jobs for American workers, and something that none of us should lose sight of. When I talk to the American people about climate change, I tell them it's about jobs. It's about workers who will lay thousands of miles of transmission lines of clean, modern, resilient power grid. The auto workers who build the next generation of electric vehicles, and electricians who will install a nationwide network of 500,000 vehicle stations to power them throughout my country. The engineers who will design new carbon capture systems, and the construction workers who will make them a reality. The farmers who will not only help fight global hunger, but also use the soil to fight climate change. The communities that revitalize themselves around new industries and opportunities. And because we are taking all these actions, the United States will be able to meet the ambitious target I set in the Leaders Summit in Climate back in April, reducing U.S. emissions by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030. We'll demonstrate to the world the United States is not only back at the table, but hopefully leading by the power of our example. I know it hasn't been the case, and that's why my administration is working overtime to show that our climate commitment is action, not words. On my very first day in office, I took action to return the United States to the Paris Agreement. Since then, our administration has been hard at work unlocking clean energy breakthroughs to drive down the cost of technologies that will require us to achieve net zero emissions, and working with the private sector on the next generation of technologies that will power a clean economy of the future. Over the next several days, the United States will be announcing new initiatives to demonstrate our commitment to providing innovative solutions across multiple sectors, from agriculture to oil and gas, to combating deforestation, to tackling hard and to abate industries. We're planning for both short-term sprint to 2030 that will keep 1.5 degrees Celsius in reach, and for a marathon that will take us to the finish line and transform the largest economy in the world into a thriving, innovative, equitable, and just clean energy engine of net zero for a net zero world. That's why today I'm releasing the U.S. long-term strategy, which presents a vision of achieving the United States goal of net zero emissions economy-wide by no later than 2050. And reinforces an absolutely critical nature of taking bold action in the decisive decade. We're also going to try to do our part when it comes to helping the rest of the world take action as well. We want to do more to help countries around the world, especially developing countries, accelerate their clean energy transition, address pollution, and ensure the world we all must share a cleaner, safer, healthier planet. We have an obligation to help. At the United Nations in September, I announced that my administration is working with the Congress to quadruple our climate finance support for developing countries by 2024, including significant increase in support for adaptation efforts. This commitment is made possible to each of our collective goals of mobilizing $100 billion annually for climate finance, but mobilizing finance at the scale necessary to meet the incredible need is an all-hands-on-deck effort. As other speakers today have mentioned, governments in the private sector and multilateral development banks must also do their work to go from millions to billions to trillions, the necessary effect of this transition. Today, I'm also submitting a new adaptation communication laying out how we will implement the global goal of adaptation, as well as announcing our first ever contribution to the Adaptation Fund. But our commitment is about more than just financing. That's a critical piece of it. We're also going to support solutions across the board. In the lead up to this gathering, the United States joined our G7 partners to launch a Build Back Better World initiative. We also reconvened the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate to launch transformative actions and to raise ambition. And together with the European Union, we're launching a global methane pledge to collectively reduce methane emissions, one of the most potent greenhouse gases, by at least 30% by the end of the decade. More than 70 countries have already signed up to support rapid reduction of methane pollution, and I encourage every nation to sign on. It's the simple, most effective strategy we have to slow global warming in the near term. My friends, if we're to recognize that a better, more hopeful future of every nation has to do its part with ambitious targets to keep 1.5 degrees in reach and specific plans of how to get there, especially the major economies. It's imperative that we support developing nations so they can be our partners in this effort. Right now, we're still falling short. There's no more time to hang back or sit on the fence or argue amongst ourselves. This is the challenge of our collective lifetimes, the existential threat to human existence as we know it. And every day we delay, the cost of inaction increases. So let this be the moment that we answer history's call here in Glasgow. Let this be the start of a decade of transformative action that preserves our planet and raises the quality of life for people everywhere. We can do this. We just have to make a choice to do it. So let's get to work, and thank you. Those of us who are responsible for much of the deforestation and all the problems we have so far have an overwhelming obligation to the nations who, in fact, were not there, have not done it. And we have to help much more than we have thus far. God bless you all, and may God save the planet. Thank you.
That was President Biden speaking at the COP26 conference in Glasgow, Scotland, discussing how the United States plans to address climate change. And you wonder, Matt, how effective or what can really come out of this conference?
That didn't come out of Rome last week. I mean, what's the point of all these guys?
China and Russia not there is my point. I mean,
true,
that's
but they weren't in Rome
exactly.
Either. The thing is, everybody packs up a motorcade, drives to the airport outside of Rome, loads up those cars on military transport aircraft, flies them to Edinburgh, gets out, gets in the car, drives up to Glasgow. And what's the point? I mean, they already know that they're not going to stop burning coal. They just come up with these tiny little gestures that aren't really going to move the needle. And I wonder if that's all they're going to do, couldn't they do it in Rome?
Yeah, but this is an event that's been planned for a long time, and it's the fact that they can all get together at least in person has some value. Versus,
but they were together. They could just invite the other six to Rome.
Exactly. I know. And Rome's nice this time of year, but I love Glasgow, love Edinburgh. But you just hope that everybody's together. Maybe you can get some people in some back rooms to cut some deals here, to get some commonality, because something has to be done. But you're just not sure if it's these big events here like this, or is it just China, the U.S., India, some other economies just sitting down and really cutting some meaningful agreements. How does this all really play out?
And it's so difficult, frankly, to do. I'm not, I'm not saying that there's an easy solution. In India, where they burn, an absolute ton of coal. I mean, we do here too, and the Chinese do also, and Germany does as well. The problem is, what can you do if you want to stop that? Are they going to... It takes a while to put up nuclear reactors. It's just not going to happen overnight.
No,
but I also don't think it needs to wait until 2038, which is what Germany wants to do, until you agree to stop burning coal.
Yeah, it's interesting. And this, this energy shortage, quote unquote, that we've been experiencing, certain parts of the globe have been experiencing, kind of highlight the challenges of making that transition. All right, right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Let's get world and national news with Amy Mars. Amy.
All right, thank you, guys. President Biden in Glasgow, Scotland, attending the COP26 conference. As we just heard, he says climate change is costing nations trillions of dollars, but still is optimistic the world can take action.
If we fuel greater growth, new jobs, better opportunities for all our people, and as we see current volatility in energy prices, rather than cast it as a reason to back off our clean energy goals, we must view it as a call to action.
President Biden says that when he talks about climate change, he also likes to emphasize job opportunities. Voters will be deciding 2 governors' races tomorrow. New Jersey's Democratic Governor Phil Murphy facing a challenge by Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And in Virginia, polls show former Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe and GOP candidate Glenn Youngkin running just dead even. All eyes on Virginia, seen as a bellwether for the midterm elections. A CDC panel set to meet tomorrow. They'll be taking up the issue of Pfizer's COVID-19 shots for kids. The FDA already signed off on the vaccine for children between the ages of 5 and 11. About 28 million children stand to become eligible once these shots are approved. The FDA also delaying its study of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine for teenagers. Moderna says the FDA indicated it'll take at least until January to complete its review of Moderna's approval request for kids ages 12 to 17. And the coronavirus has killed more than 5 million people around the world. Johns Hopkins University data confirming that figure today, although medical experts say because of underreporting, the real number is likely higher. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
I get your financial news of Asia from some second-hand source.
The Asian trading day gets underway.
Business news of Asia, firsthand, direct to you.
The regulatory crackdown has been a very big issue in China here of late.
We do have energy stocks leading the Nikkei higher.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
China has vowed to consolidate the country's EV industry.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
My Shiro doesn't always wear a cape, but she always has time for a hug, a smile, for going the extra mile. My Shiro stretches every dollar, puts in long hours, puts others first. But now it's your time, Mom. When you're ready to retire, we want you to be able to enjoy it. Get free tips to help boost your retirement savings now at aceyourretirement.org.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world. And go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/QuickTake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. It is Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks a little wobbly late morning trading. Still hovering around record highs that were set last week. The S&P 500 right now down just to 2 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, after topping 36,000 at one point this morning, right now up 28 points at 35,848. The Nasdaq Composite Index is 40 points higher. That's up 0.25%. We're at 15,538. Now, smaller company stocks far outpacing the broader market. This is a sign investors confident about economic growth in the U.S. The Russell 2000 was above 1%. And then you have crude oil. It is higher right now. NYMEX crude up 55 cents, 84.11 a barrel. Energy stocks, as a result, making solid gains. ExxonMobil rising over 1%. A mix of companies that rely on direct consumer spending for goods and services also rising. And then you have bond yields. They are higher. That's helping banks make some gains today. And once again, the Dow up 32 points. S&P 500 down 2 points. 10-year yield 158. That is up about 3 basis points right now. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Matt.
All right, John. Thanks so much. We appreciate that. John Tucker with our Bloomberg Business Flash. We've got most of the world's leaders in Glasgow, Scotland for the COP26 conference. What can we really expect to come out of this get-together? As Matt has been pointing out, they were just in Rome, I guess, a few days ago. Couldn't they have gotten some stuff done there? Jess Shankelman, energy and environment reporter for Bloomberg News, joins us. I believe Jess is in Glasgow. Maybe I'm overselling it, but I believe she's in Glasgow. Jess, give us a sense. You're on the ground there. What are expectations like? Do people believe that something meaningful can be done here?
Hi, yes, I'm in Glasgow. I'm standing in the media centre overlooking the River Clyde, which was a century ago central to the Industrial Revolution. And now people are trying to kind of usher in a new green industrial revolution. They're trying to find a way to prevent catastrophic climate change. We've got a lot of world leaders talking here today. President Joe Biden has just spoken. His speech was slightly underwhelming. There wasn't any new statements. Lots of them have already been made in the run-up to COP. He did say that of the $11.4 billion that he wants to spend on climate finance, helping poor countries tackle climate change, he wants $3 billion of that to go to adaptation. That means helping them to deal with disasters, flooding, and all that kind of stuff, not just spending it on solar panels and wind turbines. That's the mitigation side of it. In terms of expectations, it is a negotiation. So, even in Paris 5 years ago, we look back on it now and think, oh, well, that was a success. But at the time, nobody knew. And, in the first week, it really felt like it was a bit of a damp squib and nothing was going to happen. And then at the last minute, leaders committed to trying to reduce temperature, keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So there is a sense that there could be something positive coming out of the negotiations. However, in terms of the leader summit that's happening now, so far, the waffleometer is fairly high. We've heard a lot of kind of commitments to tackle climate change, not much action.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like they can't come to any meaningful agreement on burning coal, and they're. India, for example, is burning twice as much coal as, or more than the U.S. and Europe put together. China obviously isn't even there, and they're burning a ton of coal. We do it here. The Germans love their lignite coal. We've seen prices, I think, triple or even quadruple for coal year to date, with natural gas prices kind of keeping pace with natural gas prices. So we're all willing to pay a ton for the dirtiest stuff and use as much of it as we can. Does it really matter if we set random, almost arbitrary goals for reducing the temperature in 50 years or in 100 years?
Yeah, I mean, the US is not ready to get off domestic coal. In the UK, which is where I'm based, they have set a target they're going to close down their last coal-fired power station in the next 2 years. So there are countries in Europe that are getting off coal, but absolutely China, India, the U.S. is not ready to do that. So we've been debating whether...
Or Germany, which is one of the biggest polluters in the world and has said they'll stop with coal in 2038.
So Germany has brought forward its target to 2030 under the new coalition government. So there is some movement there. But yes, absolutely. Germany has a big problem because it doesn't want nuclear energy. And if you don't want nuclear energy, it's very difficult to get off coal. So in terms of the G20 agreement, it wasn't as good as it could have been. They did, however, agree to stop financing coal projects overseas. An analyst, environmentalist that I've spoken to, who said, okay, that's not going to consign coal to history, which is what the COP president, Alok Sharma, wants, but it is the beginning of the end for coal, because what they're recognizing is that coal is not economic anymore. So if they're not going to fund it outside of their own countries, when are they going to stop funding it domestically? We're absolutely not there yet, but it was a start.
Jess, give us the sense, you're in Glasgow right now in the media center. How important is it that China is not there, that Russia is not there?
It's pretty important. I mean, world leaders cannot speak if they're not here. So we're expecting a written statement from China's President Xi Jinping. And I'm not sure what we're getting from Putin. So, the whole point of this 2-day leader summit at the start of the COP is to inject political momentum into the talks and to say to the negotiators and to say to the energy ministers, go and do your thing. We want to save the planet. And to not have China turning up, even if it's because of the pandemic, Xi Jinping hasn't left the country for almost 2 years. It doesn't send a good sign that he's not here.
It's not a great start, but of course he's been, as you point out, Jess, he's been sort of landlocked for a while in China. What about what is the chance that Johnson, as you say, Britain's kind of ahead of the pack here in terms of phasing out coal? What's the chance that Boris Johnson can convince the other world leaders to sort of take a leap of faith and join him to some extent?
So, I mean, they've got where they got to in terms of the G20. They got where they got to on coal. We know that they got an agreement on ending overseas coal, which ending it finance overseas, but not at home. We're expecting on, I've lost track of the days now, I think it's Thursday, day 5 of COP, some kind of announcement, potentially with South Africa, which is really heavily reliant on coal, perhaps, looking at ways of using development banks to pay countries to shut down coal plants, not just build new green wind turbines and solar panels.
Jess, thanks so much for joining us. Jess Shankelman there, covering Glasgow from the ground. Actually, in Glasgow, this is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg. The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
Money Minute. Coca-Cola is buying full control of Body Armor. Coke will buy the company for $5.6 billion. Coke had already owned 30% of the sports drink brand. Apple reportedly wants iPhones to detect car crashes and automatically call 911. According to the Wall Street Journal, next year Apple will come out with a product feature called crash detection for iPhones and Apple Watches. It uses sensors built into Apple devices. The razor-thin staffing that contributed to thousands of canceled passenger flights in October doesn't bode well for a smooth holiday travel season. American Airlines scrapping about 1,500 flights on Saturday and Sunday. Airlines have been caught off guard by the rebound in passengers. Investors are focusing on the Federal Reserve's Wednesday policy decision, the October jobs report out this Friday. Stocks have pulled back from earlier highs, with the S&P right now little changed this session. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way. taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at bloomberg.com/citylab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
We used to take our freedom of movement for granted. Not anymore.
It's not just the people who work for the airlines.
And it's natural to feel grateful for the things that kept you going.
Does America have a chance to lose our advantage?
Can we get to herd immunity fast enough so that we'll be in good shape?
But really, we were just doing our jobs.
Oxford University is starting a study on patients who've recovered from COVID.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
And Mama, how you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation?
Check.
Dressed and ready to work out?
Check.
Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom! Great job, Mom. And about those gold earrings?
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
As a research university, NJIT makes smart technologies even smarter. That's why NJIT graduate and civil engineer Anya O'Dwyer says the university is so important for her industry.
Construction and civil engineering is always going to have cranes and, people and movement, but how we're designing and implementing things, that's what's changing. We have millions of data points now that we never had before, and that's allowed us to think about planning and design in a way that we haven't done so before. NJIT is very much at the forefront of that. Collecting data, understanding data, manipulating data, having access to a facility like NJIT, which is constantly focused on research and innovation, is so important for the industry and what it means to be designing for smarter systems.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Hi, everyone. Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when there are parched or windy conditions out there, you gotta be extra careful with things like burning yard waste. After all, wildfires can start anywhere, even in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
When unprecedented events are unfolding, it's important to let history teach us.
Do you think it's a different world for the Fed?
Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston. Weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
All right, coming up in this half hour, while President Biden continues his European travels, lots of work being done in Washington, D.C. on his spending plan as well as a fiscal stimulus. We'll get the latest on that. Plus, we're going to check in on the crypto ETF space. We're going to do that with Ben Slavin. He's a global head of ETFs at BNY Mellon. But first, let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
And Paul, stocks kind of fluctuating. Traders assessing corporate earnings and also the economic data we got this morning. And don't forget the Federal Reserve getting ready to wind down stimulus. They have a policy meeting this week. Equity gains kind of petered out after this report that showed persistent supply chain challenges continue to weigh on manufacturers. Meantime, for the earnings season, really gearing up. We're in the thick of it right now. More than 80% of S&P 500 companies reporting third quarter results. They've beaten Wall Street estimates. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Troy Gajewski of FS Investments says as long as there is liquidity out there, stocks can go even higher.
M2 is still growing faster than nominal GDP. And given the seasonality right now, we do expect the green light to stay go. But as we get into next year, that light's starting to flash yellow, right?
We're looking at some individual shares. Let's start with the McDonald's, the world's biggest restaurant chain. Those shares are higher, hitting a record right now at $250.14 a share. And then you have Moderna, that's sliding after its COVID-19 shot failed to win U.S. regulatory authorization for teenagers. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 62 points, a rise of 0.2%. We're at 35,882. The S&P 500 is 2 points higher at 4607. The Nasdaq Composite Index 53 points higher. That's up about 0.4% at 15,552. NYMEX crude West Texas is up 65 cents. We're at 84.22 a barrel. And the 10-year yield 3 basis points higher at 158. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
Thanks very much. John Tucker there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now I want to get back to politics, but bring it from Glasgow to Washington in a sense and talk about the, what did they call it? It was a framework. A framework. Yes. President Biden's framework, $1.75 trillion framework, although over 10 years, is starting to gather some steam. Congressional tax reporter Laura Davidson joins us out of D.C. to talk about when we can expect a vote. I guess that's what everyone wants to know. When is this thing actually going to happen, Laura?
That's a real good question. House leaders were hoping that they could do something, as soon as this week. That's a super ambitious timeline. Over the weekend, they were thinking they might be able to vote on Tuesday, tomorrow. The bill is not yet written. There's still not agreement on some of the big pieces like drug pricing, as well as, some of the other pay-fors. So it's really unclear when there's going to be a vote. There also are, a lot of political considerations here. You need to have both the moderates and progressives on board with the entire bill. And this is something that really could be, weeks, if not months away.
Unbelievable. So, Laura, I mean, what's the sense here? You think about a $1.75 trillion. That's not a lot to the Matt Millers of the world, but that's a big number to me. However, it's well down from what the Biden administration initially asked. What's the perception? And from what we need in terms of America to invest in infrastructure? I'm not sure what the right number is, but it's certainly below what I think the administration really wanted. Does this suggest that the administration will kind of take whatever deal they can get at this point?
Yeah, and this is really the political reality of only having, a 3-4 seat majority in the House, as well as, basically having no room for error in the Senate, is they, couldn't get all the things that the administration wanted. When you look at the plans that Biden put out in the spring, that was something like maybe $6 trillion, maybe even more of spending that he was outlining there. That got curtailed back to $3.5 trillion in a deal that was reached earlier this year, and now cut in half again, $1.75 trillion. There's the $550 billion worth of infrastructure spending. This is the hard infrastructure, things like roads and bridges and airports approved in the Senate earlier this year, and now the kind of the second piece that they're figuring out is how much to spend on things like education and childcare and healthcare, and that's looking like the 1.75 is going to be the top number there.
And I guess this is the important distinction, Laura, because I had lunch with a Republican lobbyist last week who was saying we need a lot more than 2 or 3 or 4 trillion spent on infrastructure in the U.S. to be competitive. But he was thinking of infrastructure as what's in the first bill and not appreciating what's in this bill in terms of the label infrastructure. What are people in Washington calling this?
They're really, they've been calling it the social infrastructure or the human infrastructure bill. That's kind of been the branding. You hear Democrats say a lot of things, that housing is infrastructure or childcare is infrastructure. The idea that these things are all, key tenets that support the economy. But the definition of infrastructure has been sort of a running joke in Washington this year, is that it's really not been, kind of what it's traditionally been thought about as infrastructure, but really expanded to include a lot of things, that do have a, kind of infrastructure component, things like renewable energy and, job training, that sort of thing, as well as, kind of a whole host of Democratic priorities.
So, I'm not really sure who I need to be focusing on, Laura, over these, this next week or several weeks about, who's going to really get this thing done. I'm not sure it's the president. Is it Pelosi? Is it Manchin? Who do I need to be focusing on here?
So there's a couple key players here, and these are really the parties that are not yet satisfied with the bill. One, that's Sinema and Manchin. And they have not come out. They came out and sort of expressed general, warmness that there was, progress and that a deal was being made, but they didn't actually endorse that framework that the president put out last week. So those are two parties to watch. What do they need to get fully on board? The other person here on the other side of the spectrum is Senator Bernie Sanders. And he wants to make sure there's something done on drug pricing. That was not in the bill. There were lots of negotiations over the weekend to try to come up with some sort of deal to lower the cost of prescription drugs. We'll see if that can make it in. The other big thing, and this is, sort of on a whole different playing field, but it's the state and local tax deduction. A lot of members, particularly in the House, representing areas, New York, New Jersey, want to make sure that an expansion of that tax credit, or that tax deduction is in there. It wasn't in the framework, but House leaders have pledged they'll get it in, and they pretty much have to if they want to get that bill out of the chamber.
And this has to be, again, something that they can agree on in a bipartisan way. Surely Republicans want that tax deduction to be expanded as well.
So this bill actually doesn't have to be bipartisan at all. Democrats are pushing it through in a way that they only need Democratic votes, but they basically need every Democrat to vote yes for it. The infrastructure bill, the kind of the roads and bridges bill, that was a bipartisan effort. But this social infrastructure bill, this is just a partisan Democrats only approach. So you actually, so you have it's really easy for Republicans right now because they're in the opposition, they're in the minority. They can just criticize the bill. They don't actually have to vote for anything.
All right, Laura, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate getting your updates. Laura Davison, congressional tax reporter for Bloomberg News. Right now, let's head back down to Washington, D.C., world and national news with Amy Morris. Amy.
All right, thank you, Paul. President Biden in Glasgow, Scotland, attending the COP26 conference. He did address the conference, saying that the time to act is now.
We meet with the eyes of history upon us, and the profound question is before us. It's simple. Will we act? Will we do what is necessary? Will we seize the enormous opportunity before us?
He says the U.S. will demonstrate that they haven't merely returned to the table. The U.S. plans to lead by example. U.S. Supreme Court justices grappling with the power of federal judges to block Texas' ban on abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Now, they're weighing whether abortion providers in the Justice Department can stop the law despite an unusual provision that Texas included, trying to insulate the measure from judicial review. Mark Herron is a lawyer with the Center for Reproductive Rights.
The combined effect is to transform the state courts from a forum for the protection of rights into a mechanism for nullifying them.
Now, Chief Justice John Roberts questioned Herron about whether the Constitution lets federal courts consider the provider's bid to sue the state judges, who would then handle any lawsuits. SpaceX and NASA trying again this week to send a crew to the International Space Station aboard a Dragon space capsule. That launch was delayed over the weekend because of weather. The mission on Wednesday will be carrying 3 NASA astronauts and a German astronaut to the International Space Station. We are, of course, watching that for you. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Much more still to come on this Monday morning edition of Bloomberg Markets. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
COVID-19 pandemic state and local government restrictions have caused many people to shelter in place outside their primary state of residence. The new normal of remote working has proliferated potentially costly state and local tax residency issues. For example, if you live in Manhattan but have been residing and working in Connecticut because of the pandemic, you may be a resident of one or both states and potentially taxed twice on the same income. At Burden, we help clients develop a plan to address double residency concerns and non-resident income allocation to minimize their overall tax liability. If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please. Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Accounting professional Liam Cohen, CPA, a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund, and Sephardic Beaker Holem, talks about why he uses JCF's donor-advised fund and recommends JCF to his clients.
JCF is an organization that I've worked with for many years, both personally and in my accounting practice. The ease of giving and managing my donations through their website is very effective. Using it for tax planning and managing all of my charitable giving through one place. JCF's endowment helps support Jewish organizations throughout the tri-state area, and that's very important to me and my clients.
JCF's donor-advised fund is the smarter way to give back. Let Jewish Communal Fund maximize your clients' charitable deductions and streamline their charitable giving. Since JCF handles all the administration. Get started now at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. We have a gift for giving.
And what you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that. Hey, follow me. I want to show you something. Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. After the record close for the major averages on Friday, they've turned mixed now. The Institute for Supply Management's gauge of factory activity falling to 60.8 from 61.1. Supply chain challenges continuing to weigh on manufacturers. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen dismissing recent moves in the bond market that have signaled concern. She's expressing confidence in the continuing recovery, telling Bloomberg, I think what we're going to see is good, solid recovery. As far as the earnings scorecard, more than 80% of the S&P 500 companies reporting third quarter results have beaten Wall Street estimates. Right now, the S&P 500 up just a point. We're at 4606. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 47 points higher, up 0.1% at 35,864. The Nasdaq Composite Index is up 57 points. That's up 0.4% at 15,555. 10-year yield 158, 3 basis points higher. That's helping financials. And also the oil companies getting a boost from the price of crude. NYMEX crude is up 56 cents a barrel at 84.13. We check the markets for you every 15 minutes during the trading day right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
John, thanks very much. John Tucker there with your BBF, your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now, do you like that?
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm using it.
I love acronyms. Ben Slavin joins us right now, global head of ETFs, speaking of, and asset servicing at BNY Mellon, speaking of, out of NYC. They've got $2.3 trillion of assets under management. Ben, thanks so much for joining us. More and more I conflate the world of ETFs with the crypto world. I know that's not really fair, but we do have recently hyped new ProShares Bitcoin ETF, as well as Grayscale's conversion of its Bitcoin trust into an ETF. What do you think about the two worlds colliding here?
Well, we've seen quite a bit of convergence. As you noted, Bitcoin ETFs made a dramatic entrance into the ETF market. So it was really another milestone for the ETF industry, democratizing yet another asset class. And so it gives investors a new option for those seeking exposure to cryptocurrencies, in this case, Bitcoin. And clearly there's pent-up demand. And you can see this convergence starting to happen to some degree here in real time, where the product that launched first set the all-time record of fastest ETF to $1 billion. It did it in 2 days, ironically topping the previous record holder, which was gold, physical gold, GLD, back in 2004, which did it in 3. And clearly, investors are not only preferring this access to crypto, but certainly doing so in the ETF structure, as witnessed by the trading volume and the demand we've seen for the products.
So, Ben, give us a sense of how the Grayscale, as it converts from a trust to an ETF, how that will differ from the ProShares Bitcoin ETF.
Well, they're two very different things. So, Grayscale obviously has been around for a while, and they announced their intent to convert to an ETF. And Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust holds the underlying Bitcoin. But in the case of the ProShares product and the other futures-based products, we saw another one launched by a firm called Valkyrie, and there are more behind it, are investing in futures. And there are some very important differences that investors need to be aware of in terms of how they work and the risks and the returns they will receive. But most importantly, the futures ETFs don't hold Bitcoin. They hold a future. And there are costs to roll that futures contract, especially when, like we have now, the futures curve slopes upward, and there's a cost. So there will be some differences in how those products track, compared to a physical product.
That's like USO, right?
Correct. The Bitcoin products will work very similar to the other products that investors and ETF investors know, like USO or UNG, that are doing the same, but they're holding oil and gas in those cases.
And the problem is you can, the underlying asset, you can invest in both, and the convergence can be huge, like 10, 20% after even a year, right?
Correct. And that is something that's hard to predict, driven by markets, and it will directly depend on the slope of the futures curve. So it is a variable that investors need to be aware of, and certainly we've seen that in other markets where similar things have happened.
Ben, do you think the regulators will get to the point where there can be a straight-up ETF with the underlying coin as opposed to the futures?
Well, I mean, certainly the SEC allowed the ProShares product to launch, and, they got comfortable really for a couple reasons. One was the 1940 Act regulatory scheme, which is common to most mutual funds. And second, they were able to get comfortable with exchange-listed futures because they're regulated. And also it means that the ETF itself doesn't hold the underlying Bitcoin. So certainly there's going to be some work to be done to be able to get the SEC comfortable to allow ETFs to hold the Bitcoin directly. So we're going to look for that evolution to occur to make sure those investor protections are in place, again, before the SEC would get comfortable with those approvals.
By the way, what was the pandemic like for ETF investing, for the world of ETFs? Before the pandemic, I would sometimes go to these conferences for big ETF providers like Vanguard, for example, yep, and notice that the growth was just amazing. And because the kids, right, invest a lot of times through BTFs, they prefer passive, which is why I think of Vanguard, investing, or they can do kind of active investing with different ETFs. Did growth continue like that throughout the pandemic?
We've seen phenomenal growth, in fact, record-setting growth for the industry, as well as on our platform at BNY. So right now, we just hit $1 trillion in inflows into ETFs globally, a little more than $700 billion of that coming in the U.S., which is shattering the all-time records. We saw a record-setting 2020, and again, we're seeing that here in 21. So the flow has been incredible. But we're also seeing a trend with new product development slowly shift away from passive towards actively managed strategies. And that is something we're seeing pick up in terms of, those products, accelerating with both the new products that are coming to market as well as the assets. And that's something I expect to continue. But certainly the passive ETFs have a big lead on active, so there's quite a bit of ground for those new products to make up, given where the market's at today.
Hey, Ben, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Ben Slavin, Global Head of ETFs and Asset Servicing at BNY Mellon. I mean, you have, a couple of these, the two fastest growing areas, it seems, of finance, which is one, ETFs, and two, crypto. Makes sense to bring them together.
It's like peanut butter and chocolate, right?
Exactly right. So it'll be interesting to see, how many more come on the heels of the ProShares ETF and then now the Grayscale conversion from a trust into an ETF. How many more will come down the pike?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to also see how this affects the price of the underlying, right? If more institutional investors, and this is the big bet that a lot of Bitcoin and crypto investors are making, that it'll become more adopted, not only institutionally, but just become a part of people's portfolios.
Looking at Bitcoin here, $61,500, up about 0.9%. Coming up, Bloomberg Markets with David Weston. He will drive the conversation for you. Updates from Glasgow and Washington. This is Bloomberg.
Listen 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. From the world of politics.
I do think the announcement of the framework the other day means that we will get both of these bills done.
To the world of business.
We need a world data organization, like a World Trade Organization, but involving data.
This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. If it's Monday, this must be Glasgow, as world leaders have moved on from the G20 summit in Rome to an even bigger summit at the COP26 in Glasgow. To set the stage, we go now to Glasgow and my colleague Francine Lacqua, who is there anchoring Bloomberg coverage. Francine, thank you so much for being with us. Set the stage here. I think that some people were a little disappointed at what G20 came up with in climate. What's expected at COP26?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The G20 in Rome, David, was meant to be preparatory talks almost for then the leaders coming here to Glasgow, Scotland. Now, the focus is on what the G20 didn't achieve. So they could have had a deal on methane to reduce it by 30% between 2020 and 2030. They did not. They had something much more generic. We could have had something on coal saying we have to stop using coal, full stop. Again, we didn't have that. We had something a lot more generic saying we have to stop financing outside coal plants. So after the disappointment of G20, a lot of people here are asking, well, what are we going to achieve at COP26? How is this different? How can we rally and get a lot more done? Now, first of all, I would point, David, to the fact that we heard from the President of the United States, Mr. Biden, saying they are ready, despite challenges to filtering all that money towards renewables, to take center stage again when it comes to climate change. This was an important signal. It doesn't necessarily mean that the money goes to where it needs to be. The focus will be on 200 countries here in COP26, as much of who's here than who's not here. The Chinese president is not here. The Russian president is not here. The Brazilian president is not here, to see whether they can come up with more solutions, but with, again, concrete action, concrete plans, and money pledged, the right, correct amount of money pledged, which they couldn't achieve at the G20 in Rome.
Well, Francine, it does strike me you struck two very critical elements. One is money. Is real money going to show up to help countries make the transition? Yeah. It's a lot of money. There's been commitments, but it hasn't really come through. And the other is coal, which is so critical. Some people were saying going into this, unless they got some firm commitments, date certain to give up coal, they really weren't going to get there. Is there any prospect of that?
Look, it's very difficult. Again, if you look at the G20, remember, this is 80% of global emissions. So if you have the G20, which of course China was not there, but it's part of the G20, not being behind this, it's very difficult to see what can be achieved at COP26 on coal. Again, something that I guess is better than nothing, David, is the fact that they did decide not to finance coal plants outside, but you're still using it domestically. Certainly the big emitters of the world are. So, the difference between G20 and COP26 is they will have more pressure, maybe after the disappointment, and we heard this from Boris Johnson saying, after the disappointment of the G20, let's not do the same at COP26. I'm sure for the next 2 weeks we have 30,000 delegates here, about 200 diplomats negotiating. They'll probably negotiate night and day. I don't know whether they will stick to the targets like the G20 did from the Paris Agreement, of whether they'll go, they'll go a lot further. But you're absolutely right. Coal is the single worst fossil fuel that pollutes. this, again, ties up with the energy crisis, and can we really do this transition so quickly that at the snap of a finger you stop using coal, or whether we need more time. And that's where the tension is between Western democracies and emerging economies.
And Francine, we're so fortunate to have you over there in Glasgow to bring this all to us and put it in perspective. Thanks so much. That's Francine Lacqua of Bloomberg. One of the big issues for world leaders at COP26 is how we're going to pay for all the major actions they're discussing when it comes to climate. To get a sense of the economics of it all, we welcome now Tyler Goodspeed of the Hoover Institution. Dr. Goodspeed served as acting chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Trump. So thank you, Tyler, for being back with us. I want to talk about the Fed meeting, also jobs. But before that, since we are on COP26, give us a sense for, as an economist, what we're looking at here. I've seen estimates as high as $150 trillion over 30 years. What would that do to the global economy?
Well, David, it's always great to talk with you. There's a wonderful, I spent a lot of time in Scotland. There's a wonderful word in Scotland to describe the Scottish weather. It's dreek. It's often used in combination with dur. But in terms of the climate issues there, look, I think there's an elephant in the room who is not in the room, and that is Xi Jinping. There can be no solution to climate change that doesn't involve China. At the moment, in recent years, China has been building more coal-powered capacity than exists in the entire grid in the European Union. Look, in terms of costs, I think that there are ways to achieve reductions in greenhouse gas, particulate matter, and CO2 emissions that are done in an relatively economically efficient way. And we saw this with the shale revolution here in the United States, where thanks to the shale revolution, we actually observed bigger declines in CO2, GHG, and particulate matter emissions than over the same period in the European Union. We also saw bigger declines than were predicted from the Clean Power Plan by the EPA back in 2012. And because it was done through innovation, namely shale gas displacing dirty coal, because it was through innovation, it actually came at lower cost to consumers, so that disproportionately helps folks who are at the lower end of the income distribution.
So, Tyler, you put your finger on something that's very important, and that is the extent to which we can rely upon the private sector to do something. It doesn't only have to be the governments. But should the governments give them a little helping hand? And let's talk about carbon pricing, because some people say one of the things that would be constructive coming out of COP26 would be a carbon price, something like $50 a metric ton, and then let the private sector sort it out.
So I think that there are merits and demerits when it comes to carbon pricing, but certainly I think that it's worth looking at certainly the border adjustment aspect of this, because at the end of the day, as I said, there can be no solution to climate change if China is not a part of that.
I have to ask one other question here from your time during the Trump administration. We now see the aluminum and steel tariffs coming back off, although they're modified, as I understand it, for some green goals in there. What do you think of that? About that? Will that help growth in the United States, taking those tariffs off?
At the end of the day, I don't see the European Union as being our major source of steel. At the margin, I think it could probably, it might temper some of the price pressures that we've been seeing, but the big global producers of steel and aluminum are not in the European Union.
So, Tyler, let's turn to the big order of the day this week in the United States, which is, of course, the Fed meetings starting tomorrow, but we'll get a decision on Wednesday, and then we have jobs numbers coming on Friday. You've expressed some, if I can put the word in your mouth, concern about the extent to which we're having inflation at the same time we really have labor shortages. Take us through what the Fed is looking at on its dashboard in those meetings starting tomorrow.
Well, so it's a really unique situation that we're in, because on the one hand, we have all these signs of a very tight labor market. When you look at quits rates, when you look at vacancies, it looks and feels like a very tight labor market, and yet it's a tight labor market while we're still 5 million jobs short of where we were in February 2020 and 8 million jobs short of where we would be had we had jobs growth continued at pre-pandemic pace. So I think that this is sort of a strange situation that we've not been in, to have both a shortfall in employment and all these signs of a tight labor market with a lot of upward wage pressure.
So, Tyler, as you know so well, it's a dual mandate for the Federal Reserve, which is price stability as well as employment. As you look at those two indicators right now, what should that inform the Fed about what they should be doing when it comes to monetary policy, if anything?
Well, unfortunately, I think it puts monetary policy in a bit of a bind, because those two aspects of the dual mandate are increasingly in tension with one another. If I were in policy at the moment, I would be focused on the fiscal side at doing everything I could to incentivize increased labor force participation, because it turns out that when we look at labor force participation, we recovered by August 2020. We'd recovered half of the large decline in labor force participation from the early stages of the pandemic. Since August 2020, labor force participation hasn't budged. And when you go around, walk about, and ask people on the street, ask firms, ask chief procurement officers, the labor shortage is just manifest, and it's across sectors. And so I think fiscal policy really needs to be focused on getting the supply side of the economy moving.
Well, let's talk about that specifically with the so-called Build Back Better package. Whatever's in it's not clear to me at the moment. But is that an argument, actually, a subtle argument for things like child care? Because it actually might increase your participation.
So with these sorts of things, the devil is in the details. So we actually did a big expansion of the child tax credit back in 2017. We doubled the child tax credit. We expanded eligibility for it, and we made it refundable. But we made it refundable only against earned income. So you had to be working in order to qualify for the child tax credit. The design of the child tax credit in the new Build Back Better program actually eliminates that work requirement, and so it eliminates the subsidy to employment at the lower end of the income distribution. So this is why some estimates actually suggest that if implemented as written, this increase in the child tax credit could actually result in 1 to 1.5 million fewer workers participating in the labor force. One of the other provisions that I think would have been great, potentially, even though the empirical evidence is somewhat mixed, is paid family leave. But it looks like that's not going to make it through to the final bill.
So finally here, Tyler, let me ask you the open-ended question, rather than ask you about whether you're like this or like that. If the priority should be fiscal policy that increases the labor force participation rate, what should that be? What's the number one thing?
So I think the number one thing is, first of all, there are a lot of tax provisions on the individual side from the 2017 tax law that are currently scheduled to start sunsetting. I think making a lot of those permanent would help incentivize labor force participation among folks 55 and over, many of whom have left the labor force. But I think it's not just about the labor market, it's also about business investment. So we got, on Friday, we learned that GDP growth in the third quarter was a disappointing 2%. That's actually just on par with potential output, so we're not closing the gap to where we should be. And one of the big drags on GDP growth last quarter was investment in equipment and investment in structures, which were both negative. And so I think making sure that we have the incentives in place to encourage businesses to continue to invest in new plant and equipment per worker is also going to be important for helping the supply side of the U.S. economy recover.
It's always so good to have you with us. Thank you, Tyler. That's Tyler Goodspeed of the Hoover Institution. Coming up, we take a look at the New Jersey gubernatorial election tomorrow with Professor Matthew Hale of Seton Hall University. This is Balance of Power, and we are on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Carol Massar.
This stock is...
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. This on a day when stocks are fluctuating. Traders looking at corporate earnings and the economic data. And also, there's a Fed policy meeting this week. The Federal Reserve getting ready to wind down its extraordinary stimulus. S&P 500, little change right now. It's up 4 points as commodity and retail shares offset losses in the tech companies. And the Dow trading below right now, 36,000. This is the level it touched earlier today. A gauge of small cap stocks climbing about 2%. And you have treasuries falling in price. That is pushing the yields higher right now. More than 80% of S&P 500 companies reporting third quarter results have beaten Wall Street estimates. S&P 500 again 4 points higher. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. New Jersey is holding one of the two governor's races tomorrow, with incumbent Phil Murphy expected to win re-election, although the race may have tightened a little bit in the closing days. To take us through where we are, we welcome now Matthew Hale. He's professor of political science at Seton Hall University. Professor, thanks so much for being with us. Where do you see the race right now? I've seen various polls. Where do you think it's coming out?
So the polls that are out right now have Murphy up at between 9 and 11 points. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than that, but I think most people are expecting Murphy to win somewhere around between 5 to 7.
So if you're the governor of New Jersey right now, do you care whether you win or lose? Do you care how much you win by if you're going to win? Does the margin matter to Phil Murphy?
I think it actually does matter, because the closer the margin is, the sooner the race to replace him actually happens. So if he has a big margin, then he's got a lot more time to carry out in the second term. If he squeaks by a win, he's going to be perceived as weak, and that means it's tough for him to do what he wants to do as second term governor.
So I took a peek a little bit of the work you've done on this, Professor, and it turns out that he had a big margin last time, but it was really 4 counties that really delivered it for him. Tell us about those 4 counties.
Sure. Last time in 2017, he won by about 300,000 votes, but 250,000 of those votes were in 4 counties: Hudson, Essex, Union, and Camden. Those are 4 counties that are majority African-American or majority minority, if you count Latino vote as well. So it's incredibly important to his vote totals that those folks show up, that he actually gets that vote out. Now, remember, those are counties that have very strong political machines. They are counties that both the Democrats and Republicans, but particularly the Democrats, are really adept at turning out their votes. That machine has to turn itself on for Murphy to have a big win. Otherwise, it could be a lot closer than people expect.
Do we have a sense about voter turnout? As I understand it, this is the first time New Jersey is going to have early voting. Is that correct?
Well, we in the last time around, we did have a lot more vote by mail. But yes, this is the first time we're doing early voting. Polls have been open about a week. About 500,000 people have already voted. And so, that does tend to help turnout figures overall. And the more turnout tends to help Phil Murphy. So the fact that we have greater early voting, I think, is probably going to help the Democrats. But still, on election day, that's when most people vote. And you got to get, for Murphy to have a big win, he's got to get everybody out on election day as well.
Is Jack Ciattarelli, the rival for Mr. Murphy, is he scoring points as far as you can tell on taxes? Because that seems to be what all the ads are about right now.
So one of the polls that was out, the Monmouth University poll, pulled in a bunch of issues. The only issue that Jack Ciattarelli was more popular than Phil Murphy was taxes. And he won it by a fairly sizable margin. So he has been hitting taxes and taxes and taxes. And so, taxes are an important thing in New Jersey. We pay very high property taxes. For the most part, people kind of recognize we pay high property taxes. We also have great schools. So they see that connection. But property taxes are a really important issue. And Jack Ciattarelli has certainly been hitting that again and again and again.
The other gubernatorial race that we're going to have an election in tomorrow is, of course, in Virginia, where it looks like it's much closer, really neck and neck, a tie, essentially a statistical tie down there. Are there similarities or differences? Why is it so close in Virginia when it doesn't appear to be that close in New Jersey?
The interesting thing to me is that I think that Virginia is so much closer because education really has become the primary issue. There's a lot of fear among suburban voters, and particularly suburban white voters, about things like critical race theory, for right or wrong. And I'm not making a judgment on that, but there's this fear about what that means for their students. There's a fear that that students are being indoctrinated in some respects. And in Virginia, that really has played a significant role. That worry that somehow the K through 12 education is being susceptible to sort of far left folks. That has not happened in New Jersey. And again, remember, New Jersey has the best education system in the country, and it's something we're very, very proud of. So that sort of same anger about potential changes in the education system has not happened here. And it's also not something that is on the radar like it is in Virginia. In Virginia, I think it's the big issue, and one Democrats ought to pay attention to, I think, down the road, because I think it could be a wedge issue to eat into suburban support for for Democrats across the country.
Professor, what role, if any, does President Biden and the Build Back Better plan, because you really almost can't distinguish the two right now, they're really locked together. To what extent does President Biden play as a factor in these races at this point? And it may not be a good one for the Democrats.
So I think the bigger factor is the fact that the Democrats are fighting amongst themselves. I think that Biden, sort of ran on this idea that he can get deals done and he can make things happen. And the fact that, Democrats are fighting over, whether to spend $1.5 trillion or $3.5 trillion sort of is a counter narrative to that. So I think that tends to be hurting. I don't think Biden by himself is necessary. I think he's generally seen as a nice guy, especially in New Jersey in comparison to Trump. President Trump is not at all popular in New Jersey. President Trump and to be honest, Chris Christie from the previous Republican administration, not popular in New Jersey. That's really hurt the Republican brand quite a bit. New Jersey Republicans tend to be much more middle of the road, much more centrist, much more willing to cross the aisle. And I think that and that didn't happen because of their worry about being associated with President Trump.
And maybe a similarity between Virginia and New Jersey. I don't think either Republican challengers really wrapped themselves around Donald Trump.
Well, it's in Virginia, certainly. I don't think that's the case. In New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli faced a really, really difficult math problem. He needs the small group of supporters that are very passionate about Donald Trump to come out and vote for him if he's to have any chance. That's not really who he is. He's as an assemblyman, his focus has not been on that side of the party, but he had to spend some time at the beginning talking about issues that were important to that small subset because he really needed them and still needs them to come out for him. I personally think that if he had ran a centrist race from day one, he would be even a lot closer than he is.
That's fascinating.
But he did have to sort of go out and say, I'm really part of Trump at the beginning.
Really good point. Thank you so much, Professor. That's Matthew Hale. He's Associate Professor of Political Science at Seton Hall University. Coming up later this hour, we're going to turn to Virginia with former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore about the election down there tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll have full coverage of the elections happening in Virginia and New Jersey, and also the mayor's races, including here in New York City. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Greg Sauter is
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you. President Biden says the United States is ready to be a leader again in the fight against climate change. Addressing the UN Climate Summit in Glasgow, Scotland today, the president said his administration is working hard to show that the U.S. climate commitment is, quote, action, not words, unquote. Mr. Biden's statement comes despite discord in the U.S. concerning his ambition to steer billions of taxpayer dollars toward renewable energy. More than 5 million people around the world have died from the coronavirus less than 2 years after it was first documented. Vaccines have helped slash fatality rates, and the latest 1 million deaths came slower than the previous 2. The death rate has now returned to what was seen during the first year of the pandemic. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tells Bloomberg she believes Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has taken, in her words, significant action in the wake of revelations over the personal investments of U.S. central bank policymakers. The controversy was seen as complicating Powell's chances of reappointment. Powell has said the Fed would ban top officials from buying individual stocks and bonds, as well as limit active trading. The Texas abortion law goes before the U.S. Supreme Court today. It's the strictest in the nation, and it has largely shut down abortion in the country's second largest state. Texas and its allies say a number of legal doctrines prevent federal judges from blocking the law or even entertaining challenges by clinics, doctors, or the Justice Department. Opponents say the law is unconstitutional. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thank you so much, Mark. Coming up, we're going to get to talk with former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore about tomorrow's election there. He won, after all, as a Republican. We'll see whether Mr. Glenn Youngkin can repeat that performance. So coming up next, Jim Gilmore, former Republican governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
This is Bloomberg Money.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
A minute. When you think of vegan-friendly cuisine, you probably don't think of fast food. And you certainly don't think of a restaurant with burger in its name. But on this World Vegan Day, the nonprofit World Animal Protection is releasing its first annual Moving the Menu report, which ranks restaurant chains on their commitments to vegan interests, including non-meat menu options. Along with such locales as Starbucks, Chipotle, and Taco Bell, Burger King, home of the fake meat Impossible Whopper, gets the highest ranking. U.S. manufacturing companies are getting plenty of orders, but are having trouble filling them. That's the takeaway from the latest measure of factory activity from the Institute for Supply Management, which finds average lead time, the duration of the start of a project to completion, stretched to a record 96 days last month due to shortages of critical materials and difficulty transporting them. But factory output still expanded and exceeded forecasts. Stock indexes are gaining today. The Dow up 0.25%, NASDAQ up 0.5%, S&P 500 little changed. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mayor Mintz, partner and co-leader of Burden's real estate practice.
Whether it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic or not, it is essential for anyone negotiating a deal to understand the underlying economic assumptions and the current market. From buying or selling assets to forming a joint venture, it's important to work with a sophisticated tax advisor who understands how the changing tax law may impact the structure of the deal. At Burden, we leverage our more than 100 years of transactional experience to help guide clients through the complexities of these structures and ensure that they understand any potential tax impact. If you're a high net worth individual or business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let's bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Let's just talk about the European close, because there's only 4 hours between New York and London this week. The European clocks have changed, as a result of which the European close at 12:30. And the European close, incredibly positive. As you can see, what we're looking at is the European markets coming into the end of the day on the front foot. Very positive session being delivered. In fact, what we've seen today are fresh record highs for European equities, driven largely by the financials. I'll work your way through what is happening with the markets in a little bit more detail in just a moment. But for those listening on Bloomberg Radio, what we've got here is a sea of green across the European continent with some real bright spots. The IBEX in Madrid, a very strong day there. The Austrian market having a solid day as well. The main markets, the FTSE 100, the CAC over in Paris, the DAX over in Germany, up by around 0.8% to around 1%. Let's show you what's happening with the Stock 600, which earlier on in the day actually hit a fresh record high. As you can see, this is where we are right now, coming into the close, 479.10. We got a little bit higher than that earlier on in the session, 479.60. These are fresh records for Europe. We've continued the session in a very positive way, in fact, climbing back up towards those fresh record highs at the end of the day, up by around 0.8%. So initially a spike higher, followed by a little bit of a dip, and then a pickup towards the end of the day. In terms of what we're looking at in terms of the sector breakdown, let me just show you what the action looks like there. We've been driven today very much by the financials, in particular names like Credit Suisse, very strong. It's got an update out on Thursday. So the bank's up by 1.5%, the construction sector up by 1.5%. But the real takeaway here for those watching on radio is that just about every single sector is in positive territory, bar one. That's the real estate sector, which was down by 0.2% today. In terms of some of the individual names, let's just take a quick look at those to wrap the session up. This is the story. Barclays down by 0.7%. Jez Staley having to step down as CEO today because of his links to Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced former financier. Barclays actually in some ways really not reacting very much to this, down by 0.8%, but the finance sector up today, so you need to think about that relative performance. But nevertheless, the CEO stepping down and you only get a drop by 0.8%. That feels like a bit of a head-scratcher. BT Group, this is the telecommunications group out of the UK, out with some cost-saving details today. Out in front of those cost-saving targets that it has set itself. BT Group really being rewarded by the market for that, up by 4.75%. And then Ryanair, Europe's largest airline, up by 1.15% today. The low-cost, narrow-body recovery really gaining pace. I can tell you here in Europe, they were profitable this quarter, but what they're saying over at Ryanair is that actually low prices, because it's going to become incredibly competitive, is likely to act as something of a brake on its recovery going forward from here. But nevertheless, David, Ryanair up by 1.2% today. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Guy Johnson, for that great report. I'm delighted to see that you got the airlines in there. I always love to hear from Guy Johnson on the airlines. In the meantime, let's come back here to the United States and Virginia. Jim Gilmore served as governor of Virginia and then as U.S. ambassador to the OSCE over in Vienna. Welcome now to Bloomberg. So, Governor, thank you so much for being with us. As I understand it, you're actually at a Glenn Youngkin rally. Is that correct? Nearby Richmond? Is that where you are, sir?
I am. I'm at an airport rally here in Richmond. We're going to fly on to Virginia Beach and then back up to Northern Virginia. So I'm excited about this race. I'm very confident.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned those three places, because that's what I was going to ask you about. My understanding from the polls is this is really a dead heat, as close as you can get at this stage. You can't really see much daylight between these two candidates. And I understand, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, it really is Richmond in the suburbs, it's over Newport News and Virginia Beach, and it's up in the northern suburbs. How do you analyze those three areas?
Well, typically in the past, they've been voting more Democratic for the Democratic Party. But the question is, has something changed? And David, something has changed. I think that parents in Virginia, and frankly, parents all across the United States, are waking up to the fact that their children are being sent to school now to be indoctrinated as opposed to learn. They don't want that. I think that parents want their kids to be safe in school. They want them to be educated in school. They don't want them to be sent over to be some sort of indoctrinated person. And I think that's changing. I think that's changing things. And then in addition to that, I think there are really bad things that are happening nationally, particularly with inflation. And the Biden presidency is really dragging the Democrats down in Virginia. So I'm very confident. I think the momentum is all with the Republicans this year and with Glenn Youngkin. I think he's going to get elected.
So, Governor, if I could, let's take those two issues in turn. The first one is you call it indoctrination of children. And goodness knows we all are concerned about how our children are educated, and we want to have some say in it, which has become an issue in the race down there. At the same time, given the racial history in Virginia, do you have some appreciation that you do have to address the history of this country and how we've dealt with race?
And we have been addressing it for quite some time. I think that people have adopted the Martin Luther King idea that we care about people's character and not about their race. I think Virginians have certainly been doing that. I think Glenn Youngkin certainly embraces all of that. But I think that the Democratic Party is working pretty hard right now to divide us by race. They're working very hard to do that. And I think it's reprehensible, really. We should not be dividing people. When I was governor, we tried to bring people together. We did that. I supported the African-American colleges. I divided up the Martin Luther King holiday and gave it its own day. But we did a lot of things in order to bring people together. And frankly, the tax cuts, my cutting the car tax and Glenn Youngkin's desire to cut the grocery tax, this helps people all across the board without regard to race. And I think it's reprehensible that the Democratic Party is working so hard to divide us by race at this point. I don't think it's going to work either. I think we're going to win anyway.
Governor, when we turn to that question of the economy and what's going on with jobs and the economy in Virginia, that's something that Glenn Youngkin has really campaigned on as a very successful executive of the Carlyle Group. At the same time, Virginia economy is doing pretty well, isn't it? Can that really get traction with Virginia voters?
It can. The economy is doing better in Virginia. We're very excited about the success of the state of Virginia. However, the truth is that the big spending that has been going on by the Democrats has created inflation. And people in Virginia see it. People all across your viewership see it. Look at the amount of money that's being paid right now for gasoline, for the amount of money at the grocery store. And that's a tax on people of limited income. That's a tax on people who are on set incomes if they're senior citizens. That's a tax on people who are out there trying to make ends meet with limited income. And people are really beginning to figure this out. And if the Biden programs of this giant torrent of spending is passed, then inflation is going to run wild. And I think people understand that. And I think it's going to be reflective, I hope, in this Virginia race. I'm very confident.
Governor, let me ask about somebody who's not on the ballot. That's former President Donald Trump. He might like to be on the ballot, actually. I understand he may be having a virtual rally for Glenn Youngkin. He has endorsed him. At the same time, Glenn Youngkin hasn't really embraced him. What factor, if any, will Donald Trump play in this race?
Well, of course, I was United States ambassador to Europe as a Trump appointee. So I'm grateful for that. But the fact is that Donald Trump's not in this election. This is about Glenn Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe. This is not about Donald Trump. It is a little bit about Biden, I must say, because we're seeing him as president right now, I think, dragging the Democrats down because of the mess that's going on in Washington, the high spending, the catastrophe in Afghanistan, the riots and difficulties in the streets. I think this is all accountable to President Biden, but I don't think that President Trump is in this race whatsoever.
So, Governor, I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves. I know you don't want to either, but let's just assume, a hypothetical now, that Glenn Youngkin wins. What kind of governor will he be? How conservative is he really in his governing?
Well, I think he's going to be fine. He's, come into the race out of the business community. So he's not out of the political community. And as a result, he doesn't carry a lot of the scars that a lot of politicians do and a lot of the background that a lot of politicians do. He's sort of outside that and coming in as an executive. And I think he's going to be that kind of governor. But my counsel to him would be to keep his eye on what he wants to do. He wants to cut taxes. I cut the car tax in Virginia. He wants to cut the grocery tax in Virginia. I think that he wants to bring people together. I don't think he wants to split people apart by race or by gender or by anything else. And that I think he's going to be a very inclusive governor. I'm very optimistic.
Does that suggest that he might spend more time on things like economy and jobs, growth, and less time on things like abortion?
Well, I think you do that as governor. I know that I traveled to 18 countries when I was governor, building up jobs in Virginia, and I think there'll be a lot of emphasis on that. But that's also a national issue as well. We need to be doing everything we can do to build up our economy and be concerned about doing that. I think he's going to be that kind of governor, but I believe that he'll be more responsive to taxpayers than the Democrats have been. I think he will certainly do that. I think he'll be more responsive to parents who care about the education of their children than the Democrats have been. I don't think he's going to be distorting education the way that we've been seeing. So these are the issues that I think are going to drive his governorship. I believe he'll be that kind of responsible governor and very capable man.
Governor, it's very helpful to have you with us today. Thank you for your time. That's former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore. Coming up, the Supreme Court takes up the first of several high-profile cases scheduled this fall. We discuss what to expect with Professor Tara Lee Grove of the University of Alabama Law School. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
First, in-depth look at global market and business news.
We have one big item of corporate news to tell you about this morning.
Karen Moscow.
The global equity sell-off continues.
Nathan Hager.
The labor shortage appears to be getting worse.
Bloomberg Daybreak.
For many, this ongoing debt ceiling debate is nothing more than political fodder.
Wake up with us weekday mornings at 5 Eastern.
The news this morning is in Washington.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
COVID-19 has changed how we live and how we feel. But now there are vaccines, and they are the first step that lets us get back to the things we miss most, like spreading the word without spreading concern, girls tripping instead of solo sipping, and talking smack with the side of mac and cheese. It's okay to have questions about COVID-19 vaccines. Now, get the facts. Visit getvaccineanswers.org so you can make an informed decision when COVID-19 vaccines are available to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. This on a day when the major averages, they've been fluctuating. Traders looking at corporate earnings and the economic data, with the Federal Reserve also getting ready to wind down stimulus. We have an FOMC meeting this week. The equity gains kind of petered out after a report this morning showed persistent supply chain challenges continuing to weigh on manufacturers. More than 80% of S&P 500 companies reported third quarter earnings. And those results have beaten Wall Street estimates so far. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Troy Gajewski of FS Investment says as long as there is liquidity out there, stocks can go higher.
M2 is still growing faster than nominal GDP. And given the seasonality right now, we do expect the green light to stay go. But as we get into next year, that light's starting to flash yellow, right?
And then Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital Markets says stocks deserve to be at records.
I think as we've gone through reporting season, the one major takeaway we need to keep in mind is that underlying appetite or demand is still very, very healthy. Supply chains have created some problems in meeting that demand. But I think all that talk of a growth scare that we endured a month and a half ago or so, frankly, turned out to be premature, and equities have marched higher through it.
And some of the individual shares we're looking at, Moderna sliding after its COVID-19 shot failed to win U.S. regulatory authorization for now for teenagers. Looking at the major averages, the Dow is up 88 points. We're at 0.3%, 35,908 right now. Earlier today, it did touch 36,000. S&P 500, 7 points higher. That's up 0.2% at 4612. And the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 74 points, up 0.5% at 15,572. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. This morning, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments in the first of two controversial abortion cases due this fall. This one, a challenge to the Texas statute that the court earlier declined to review when it came up a different way. To explain the case and what is at issue, welcome now Professor Tara Lee Grove of the University of Alabama Law School. So welcome back, Professor. Great to have you here. If you could explain this, because there's a Mississippi case that's coming up in early December that is a frontal assault on a challenge to Roe versus Wade. This one's a little different.
That's right. So Texas has structured an unusual law, unusual in many respects. The Texas law says that abortion procedures are effectively banned 6 weeks after a woman's last period, which is 4 to 6 weeks into pregnancy. But it is also said that the Texas Attorney General, other Texas law enforcement officials cannot enforce that state law. Instead, the state law can only be enforced by private individuals, and not any particular private individuals, but any private individual who wants to bring suit and potentially get a $10,000 bounty. That makes it really hard to challenge, to bring what's called a pre-enforcement challenge. And what the Supreme Court is considering this morning is, well, who can bring that challenge and who can they bring it against? So one of the lawsuits is by Whole Women's Health Center, which has been involved in some other recent Supreme Court litigation. And what they argue is that because this lawsuit is so unusual, they can bring a challenge that essentially enjoins the state clerks who might actually docket these lawsuits and to get declaratory relief against state judges. There's a separate lawsuit brought by the United States government. The United States government has a lot more leeway to sue the state of Texas than a private individual does because of a doctrine called sovereign immunity. And so the United States has brought suit against the state of Texas, saying that we can sue the state of Texas and get an injunction against any future private parties or any current or future private parties who would bring suit to enforce this law. And the question is, can either of those lawsuits go forward, and who can be enjoined?
So if I could, Professor, I'll ask you a basic question that's occurred to me. They can certainly challenge this once an enforcement action is brought under the new Texas state law, right? And it comes up. So what's the rush? Why not just wait for one of these cases to be brought?
Right. So when a case is brought in state court, of course, when the private party brings the lawsuit, the provider or whoever is sued, and it's important to recognize it's not just abortion providers who can be sued. It could be the person who drives a woman to the clinic. It can be the person who potentially told the woman about the clinic, someone who holds her hand during the procedure. Anyone who is involved could potentially be sued. If a lawsuit is filed in state court, it's possible someone could get an injunction, but only against a particular private party, the particular private party who brought that suit. And what the Texas law says is that that lawsuit does not prevent other people from bringing suit. So then there could be another lawsuit in state court, potentially about the same woman who sought that particular procedure. And then there would need to be another state injunction. And so it's not clear that state courts could provide the kind of wide-ranging relief that Whole Women's Health seeks or that the United States seeks.
So in this case that was heard this morning, the oral argument, if the court were to decide, yes, it is okay to challenge the statute this way, you do have standing, it is ripe, it is okay to challenge this way, does that mean the court necessarily will have to address the merits of the claim that this was really contrary to the decision in Roe versus Wade?
The court would not have to address the merits, and I think the court would not address the merits. I think the only question before the court right now is whether one of these entities can bring suit to enjoin the Texas law and who can be enjoined or who can be subject to what's called a declaratory judgment. And then I think the Supreme Court would send it back to the lower courts to figure out the merits of the lawsuit.
What's going on with the federal lawsuit? As you said, there's a separate federal lawsuit, which is quite different from this.
So that was also argued today. The United States brought suit against the state of Texas, seeking an injunction against any future private party who might bring suit to enforce the law. Also said the injunction could go against the clerks of the state judges. And so the Supreme Court heard oral argument there as well. In some ways, the United States lawsuit is easier because it can sue the state of Texas. The state of Texas does not get what's called sovereign immunity when it's sued by the United States government. In other ways, the United States lawsuit is very complicated because in the past, not always, but usually in the past, when the United States has brought suit to enforce constitutional rights, it has done so pursuant to a congressional statute. There is no congressional statute on point, in part because this is such an unusual circumstance, an unusual state law.
So finally, how much more are we going to learn about the Supreme Court, the nature of the Supreme Court this fall? Because we not only have this, we have the other Mississippi case. We also have a gun case coming up later this week.
Mm-hmm. So this is a pretty explosive term. I mean, there are a lot, or could be a pretty explosive term. There are a lot of big issues. There is the lawsuit about SB 8. As you pointed out, there's a lawsuit about a Mississippi law that prohibits abortions after around 15 weeks. And that is subject to a typical challenge. And then later this week, there's a challenge that could raise the question whether individuals have a right to bear arms outside the home. Right. Now, the Supreme Court could decide any one of these cases very broadly, potentially changing the law in many different areas. It could also decide them very narrowly and just nudge the law in a particular area. Right. And I think one of the things people are wondering is whether some of the concerns about the Supreme Court's legitimacy will play into how the Supreme Court rules in these cases.
How activist it is. Thank you so much. Always great to have you with us. That's Alabama Law School professor Tara Lee Grove. And this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Carol Massar and Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
It takes Tim Stenevec. They keep such a careful eye on business trends and developments. You'd guess there were more than two of them. Nope, they're just that good.
What do you still want to see from the CDC?
Bloomberg Business Week.
They cross different parts of our investment world.
Is that an actual competitor for wireline broadband?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To some, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much, but that's not true. They're testing out vowels and consonants and trying different sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on meaning, especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When was the last time you felt fully informed on world and economic affairs?
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Here, Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis spoke from Glasgow about COP26.
Well, I'm an optimist by nature, so I would hope that at some point we're able to see the big picture and rise to the occasion. Again, speaking as a representative of a country that is a relatively small emitter, we're certainly trying to do our part towards setting very ambitious targets, but also leading when it comes to certain areas where we feel that we have a natural comparative advantage in addressing either adaptation or mitigation issues when it comes to climate change.
Prime Minister, we've seen terrible fires in Greece over the summer and over the last couple of quarters. Is there anything that you can do to mitigate this?
Well, unfortunately, this was not just a Greek problem. The Mediterranean is unfortunately a hotbed for climate change. We saw the same problems in the western United States. What we see is fires that are becoming much more intense and much more difficult to contain. We know this is a direct consequence of climate change. We know we need to do more to manage our forests better. And of course, as a European Union, I think we need to do more to strengthen overall our civil protection. But this has to do with how you contain the problem. It doesn't address the root causes of climate change. But we will be living with the consequences of climate change for the foreseeable future. And our number one priority is to protect lives and properties. That is why we've actually set up a Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, where we're actually pooling our resources and try to be more effective in addressing these natural catastrophes we will face with certainty over the next years.
Prime Minister, talk to me a little bit about the climate law. What will be in it?
Well, we are happy to introduce our first climate law to the Cabinet next week. It sets up a very, I think, comprehensive governance structure for monitoring our climate policies in the short but also in the medium term. We will commit to our European targets of reducing our emissions by 55% by 2030 and becoming climate neutral by 2050. And then, of course, we have several very, very specific provisions that are particularly relevant to Greece in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of phasing out coal. We call it lignite in our case, which is brown coal. We hope to shut down our last lignite-fired plant by 2028, the latest, which is ahead of many other European countries. And we will also be introducing a new piece of legislation regarding renewables, and in particular offshore wind, where we want to be one of the leaders in the Mediterranean, as we have a lot of capacity.
Prime Minister, I thought actually you were limiting lignite by 2025, so it's 2028.
We have 2028 the latest, and we hope to do it by 2025. Yeah, we've said we want to be more optimistic. We set a date of 2028 as the latest, but I hope we will be able to achieve it by 2025. Yeah.
So what are the main challenges in this transition? Like, how do you supply energy to make sure that once you're out of lignite,
we have to be realistic. As hard as we push renewables, and we're pushing very hard. We are blessed by having lots of sun and lots of wind. You still need a transition fuel, and we anticipate natural gas to be the transition fuel until renewables penetrate more aggressively, and until we also solve the storage problem. So as we move out of coal, we will use natural gas as a transition fuel.
Is there a worry that actually the energy crisis makes this transition much more difficult?
It shouldn't. And really, we are seeing distortions, short-term distortions in the gas market, and we've actually set aside almost 500 million euros to support vulnerable households. Because the last thing we want to happen, Francine, is for people to get disappointed with climate politics because they actually are forced to pay the cost of this transition.
That was the Prime Minister of Greece speaking to Bloomberg from the COP26 summit. Coming up tomorrow, Balance of Power will be solely focused on election 2021. As Americans go to the polls, we will be speaking with Larry Sabato, Christine Todd Whitman, Joe Crowley, and former Governor from Virginia, Doug Wilder, and many more. Coming up, Balance of Power continues on Bloomberg Radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Rockefeller Center is continuing its push to grab the mantle of New York's top dining destination. 3 of New York's most singular and popular restaurants, King, Atomics, and Olmsted, will open outposts at Rock Center in spring 2022. They're the newest names that have been enticed to Midtown Manhattan by Tishman Speyer Properties, owner of the 22-acre Art Deco empire. If you're still dining mostly at home, you may have noticed that your dishes and glasses have suffered serious wear and tear over the course of the pandemic. It may be time to invest in some handmade crockery by artisans who specialize in colorful and sturdy wares. Marianne Davis is a ceramicist in New York's Hudson Valley who originally created her diminutive rice bowls for a client as a portion control strategy. Now with 15 different color glazes, they're apt vessels for edamame, soups, or indulgent snack attacks. Visit BloombergPursuits.com for more. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Why get your financial news of Asia from some second-hand source?
The Asian trading day gets underway.
Business news of Asia, firsthand, direct to you.
The regulatory crackdown has been a very big issue in China here of late.
We do have energy stocks leading the Nikkei higher.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia, tonight at 6 Eastern.
China has vowed to consolidate the country's EV industry.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Barbara Novick, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing. It's very flexible in its investments. And I give them an A+ for client service.
A fund may be opened with a $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation. At any time, you may suggest which charities you would like to support and in what amounts. Choose from the menu of of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They have a very user-friendly website, and I find they make my life easier.
Let the Jewish Communal Fund be your personal connection to charitable giving. Open a JCF fund now to lock in this year's tax deduction. Call 212-752-8277, 212-752-8277, or visit jcfny.org.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Back to work Monday, and we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Stocks holding at or near records as solid corporate earnings overshadows disappointing manufacturing data. Treasuries fell. We've got the 10-year down 9/32. That 10-year yield right now 1.58%. S&P off-session lows back in the green, led by commodity and retail shares, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average did touch 36,000 for the first time. A gauge of small caps climbing about 2%. Russell 2000 is advancing now. We do have the Russell 2000 up by 2.6%. S&P up 7, a gain of 0.2%. The Dow average up 98, up 0.3%. I did mention that it got as high as 35,918 right now on the Dow. NASDAQ up 75, a gain of 0.5%. 10-year yield 1.58%. Spot gold up 0.5%, $17.92 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, $84.24 a barrel on WTI. So it is an update on Wall Street and a busy week ahead for financial markets. We've got that jobs report Friday, of course, along with a Bank of England meeting and a Fed meeting Tuesday and Wednesday. Ron Temple is co-head of multi-asset at Lazard Asset Management.
I think from the Fed, we're pretty much the consensus is that the Fed will announce tapering. Again, I think they need to be careful to manage market expectations. The market's already pricing in rate hikes well ahead of what the Fed, I think, would like. And then finally, with the BOE this week, the expectation seems to be that we will get the first rate hike potentially. Market's pricing in 52% chance of a rate hike, possibly up to 25 bips from 10.
And again, we do have the 10-year yield right now, 1.58%. Lots of earnings after the bell. Today we'll be hearing from Cirrus Logic, Rambus, Arista Networks, Hologic, among some of the tech names. We'll also be hearing from Clorox. It is 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. Here she is, Kriti Gupta.
Well, Charlie, the S&P ADR index up broadly to the tune of 1.2%. A lot of that is thanks to that tech outperformance you're seeing today. Alibaba shares, ticker BABA, up 3%. Then you have Sony shares up 4.8%. And, of course, Shopify, ticker SHOP, up 3.3% as well. Some news from Thomson Reuters, downgraded to a sector from outperform at RBC, the Canadian company, taking another breather after recent gains. Note this is a competitor of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg News. Those shares are down 1.8%, ticker TRI. And then some news over in the financials. Barclays CEO Just Staley stepping down after the UK probe into his characterization of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The ADRs there, ticker BCS, down 0.2%. And lastly, the Australian bank Westpac, ticker WPBK, delivering a smaller share than expected when it comes to buybacks and cash earnings, missing those estimates. Some concerns there that margins remain under pressure. Those shares down 8.5%, Charlie.
All right. We thank you very much, Kriti Gupta, keeping track of those ADRs. So again, recapping here, stocks pushing higher with the S&P up 7, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
We're back. In other words, the activity levels and what goes on day to day is bigger than it was before the pandemic.
Despite the surge in Delta cases, consumers kept spending.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
We are better than we were since some of these mandates have come into play, but we are nowhere near where we need to be.
Labor prices are up, so I do worry that this will be ongoing inflation.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
Democrats get worried about the governor's race in Virginia ahead of tomorrow's election. Texas wants to be known as the business-friendly state, but what do the numbers show us? And COP26 gets underway in Glasgow, where big problems need some big solutions, and soon. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York, welcome to the second hour of Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. Most of the world's leaders are now gathered in Glasgow for the 26th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, with a broad consensus that it's now or never if the world is to avoid cataclysmic climate change. But there's a long way to go before the solutions meet the problems. We welcome now Alice Hill, David Rubenstein Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations for Energy and the Environment. Ms. Hill served in the Obama White House as Senior Director for Resilience Policy. That was at the National Security Council. So welcome. It's great to have you with us. Give us some sense, because I hear a lot of dramatic talk from leaders that it is a huge problem. We must do something right now, but I'm not sure I'm seeing concrete proposals that would get us there.
Well, obviously, we need to have, when it comes to climate change, ambition to match the goal. The goal, of course, is to keep the increase in temperatures to below 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We are not headed towards that yet. However, right now, over 190 nations are meeting in Glasgow, and they're going to bring forward their promises for how we will get to keeping that temperature rise lower to keep us all safer.
Well, give us a sense of the science, if you would, because things I've read suggest it's not just that we're not headed for 1.5, we're not headed for 2 either. We're headed to 2.7. Isn't that what the UN just said?
Yes, exactly. If we keep on our current course, we will see disastrous and, as you said, cataclysmic warming. That will bring permanent changes to the environment that humans and other animals have enjoyed for so long, and grave economic consequences. So that's why there is this push to find ways to keep our harmful carbon pollution from increasing in that blanket that currently surrounds the globe. That means that governments need to come forward now with pledges on how they will cut the activity that's causing that carbon to gather up in the atmosphere. We haven't seen sufficient ambition yet. The Paris Agreement was designed to ratchet up ambition over time.
So, first of all, take us back a day or two to the G20 summit in Rome. That was seemed like a first swing at the ball, as it were, and at the best, it was a bunt single. I'm not sure they made a lot of contact. There was a lot of disappointment, at least in the media, about what didn't get done.
Well, there was a hope that this would cause coal to be put in the dustbin forever. Couldn't get to that agreement among the nations. They did agree, however, to end overseas funding for coal plants. That's significant. But we have domestic use of coal plants and new plants being built, for example, in China. And right here in the UK, there may be a new coal power plant where I am at COP26. So there's concern that we are not getting off coal. And, of course, coal is one of our major sources of carbon pollution that's adding to this heating problem. The G20 missed that mark.
So, look, I'm in the media, so I like to have it as simple as possible, and this oversimplifies it. But do we have any chance of keeping it to 2.0? I won't even say 1.5. If we don't get reasonably soon a firm commitment out of China, out of Australia, yes, out of the United States, to end the use of coal by a date certain?
Well, coal would certainly help us. But what you're seeing right now is methane, focus on methane, and that's our most damaging in terms of immediate heating. So the world is turning its attention to that. We are at risk, as you said, for greater than 2 degrees Celsius if we don't get busy now. And that includes China. It includes Russia, it includes India, and it includes the United States. It includes all of the largest emitters stepping forward with very ambitious goals to cut our emissions in the near term, that's by 2030, as well as by 2050 to be net zero.
One of the things I've read in the commentary is that perhaps a very useful, even essential way to get all this done is to put a price on carbon, a global price on carbon, maybe $50 a metric ton. How much would that accomplish if it got done?
A global price on carbon would be a wonderful solution to our current inability to get nations to cut their emissions. It signals the costs that come with accumulation of carbon. It captures those secondary costs that just aren't reflected now in the price of carbon. Of course, we haven't been able to achieve that here in the United States and not across the world globally. But that would be a big step forward in changing the trajectory of heating for the entire planet.
You know this area so well. What is your highest realistic expectation out of this session of COP26?
Well, I'm not going to call it before it's over. You never know. With these kinds of diplomatic negotiations, it is an art, and you never know what the outcome could be. I think there is much greater sense of the urgency, both within the business community, among young people, among all the nations of the world coming together for these scientific reports. So if that feeling, that sense of needing to get this done can be catalyzed into action, we could actually keep this at 1.5 degrees. And that's certainly the goal going into this COP or at the very first day. But we'll see 12 days from now whether that looks realistic in the future.
Just briefly here at the end, President Biden said he'd like to assert leadership again on this for the United States. Can he do that without some fairly robust legislation out of Congress?
Well, the legislation would be an easy way to show that, but President Biden has been messaging very strongly and has actually put some words behind that to show that there's an intention to get this done under his administration, whether Congress comes along or not. Looks like Congress may well. That's the portion of the reconciliation package that seems to be surviving, and that could be a wonderful win for President Biden during the COP. But even without it, there are regulatory and other actions that the federal government can take.
Right. Thank you so much. That's Alice Hill of the Council on Foreign Relations. And this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
When will you be able...
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
To go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed? Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
I taught for 20 years, until I started forgetting my lectures.
Eventually, he had to quit. Getting his early Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard, but it gave us time to take control of the situation together.
I can't imagine going through this without him.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. For more information, visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best?
Clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. The world is listening. You see the value in worldwide market news.
The push for a global minimum corporate tax rate is still alive and well.
And you want it first.
The Labor Department has sent an emergency regulation to the White House.
So do we.
Bond yields around the world are tumbling.
Bloomberg Daybreak with Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Straight ahead, your latest local headlines, plus a check of sports.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
On Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're looking at records right now for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Solid corporate earnings overshadowing disappointing manufacturing today. S&P rebounding from session lows. 6-point gain right now at 46.11, a gain of 0.1%, bringing the year-to-date gain now to 22.7%. The Dow hit 36,000 right now, 35,904, up 84 points, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 75, up another 0.5%. 10-year yield 1.57%. Spot gold up 0.6%, $17.93 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7, $84.15 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is time now for Bloomberg Opinion, and we welcome today our Editor-in-Chief Emeritus, Matt Winkler. Welcome back, Matt. You've got a rundown, sort of an audit, as it were, of the claim that Texas is best for business, as I guess they report every year in the CEO magazine, right?
Correct, David. Great to be with you.
So give us a sense of what the facts show, what the numbers show, because you crunch it from 4 or 5 different directions, evaluating whether Texas really is best for business among the states.
Yeah, so the prevailing narrative, as you mentioned, is essentially taken from a perennial #1 ranking in CEO magazine for the state of Texas. And it's essentially asking CEOs, which state would they rather be in? And every year the result is the same, mostly because of their preference for no or low regulation and no or low taxes. And that, as a result, is the prevailing narrative. And so what we do at Bloomberg, my colleague Shinpei and I, is we look at a number of very important measures of performance in the state, like tax receipts, like mortgage delinquencies, like home prices, like job creation, and we throw it into the mix. And what comes out, actually, over 10 years, over 5 years, really over any period, including recently, is that Texas is a very mediocre state compared to its bigger state, if you like, peers, such as New York, Florida, California, of course. And that is particularly relevant, by the way, in the context, as you know, of some very recent laws in Texas in the past year that have specifically enabled, partisan poll watchers to intimidate voters, suing anyone who enables an abortion, and encouraging handguns in public without training or permits. And Texas, of course, defines itself as the state that is, as it would say, where liberty lives. And yet, if you think about it, all of those measures that I was talking about actually are unpopular based on public opinion surveys. So for at least a lot of people in Texas, there's no liberty in the context of some of those things. And then when you put that together with how is the state performing economically, is it living up to the narrative of being best for business? In fact, it's not a strong performer. And by the way, we can see that in, for example, the publicly traded shares of Texas companies. Their total return, whether you look at it over 10 years or 5 years, is mediocre compared to the other major states I mentioned. And the same is true, by the way, in the bond market. If you look at AAA-rated Texas, it's not even at the top of the AAA-rated states, and the total return over the past year or so has been inferior to, say, California, which is not as well rated as Texas. So anyway, you look at it, it doesn't come out the way people think it should, based on that original narrative of low taxes and low regulation.
So, Matt, I want to come back to the publicly traded companies as well as the bond market, but start with the first thing you said, which is this several factors you take into account: job creation, personal income, home prices, mortgage delinquencies, tax revenue. And you looked at it over the 4 quarters ending June 21, and it was the 15th worst performing. And it was, as you suggested, far worse than Pennsylvania, Florida, or New York, for example. How much of that is just because of the oil industry and how dependent they are on the oil industry? Do you have a sense of that?
Well, yeah, we do, actually. I mean, even if you take into account the spectacular 110% gain during the past 12 months. That's the biggest annual increase for oil, since 1999. And that, of course, has enabled corporate Texas to appreciate in that period 80%. But even if you take that into account, since 2010, Texas trails California in that context, 383% to California's 2,760%, and New York, 493%. Okay, and those are places with higher taxes and regulation, which are considered either not a hindrance or less of a hindrance to growth.
Yeah, well, another thing that really struck me, because Texas does pride itself in less regulation, you'd think you'd be able to make more profit that way, but you took a fascinating look at publicly traded companies, a ratio of revenue to profit, and Texas did not do all that well compared to even, for example, California, where you'd think, boy, they would have taken away a lot of the profit through regulation.
Yeah. We thought that this was probably the most telling of all. Much has been made, of course, of the 18.4% increase in Texas population between 2010 and 2020. And that's the most among the 10 largest states. And it's greater than Florida, for example, which grew 16.5%. California was 6.5% during the period. But when you look at Texas in the context of what's the return on that population growth in relative terms, the state's per capita gross domestic product increased 20.3% between 2010 and 2019. California, on the other hand, expanded a nation-leading 28.9%, which is on a much smaller rise in population. So, that's, if you will, the most important reality check is that Texas is growing, but it doesn't seem to be getting richer in the sense of producing per capita the way California has.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I really commend this piece to everyone because it's what you and Junpei do really well, which is actually use the Bloomberg and go back and look at the numbers, which is a different story often. Thank you so much to Bloomberg's Matt Winkler. He's our editor-in-chief emeritus here. You can read more on this and other stories from Bloomberg Opinion at Bloomberg.com/opinion and on the terminal by typing in OPIN GO. Coming up, taking a look at the Virginia gubernatorial race with Professor Rebecca Bromley Trujillo of Christopher Newport University. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Any minute. More flight cancellations at American Airlines today, which has now scrapped about 1,900 flights since Saturday. Bad weather is blamed. It doesn't bode well for a smooth holiday travel season. Stocks are modestly higher, adding to Friday's record high close, but traders remain cautious with another busy week of earnings news ahead, as well as a meeting of Federal Reserve policymakers. Shares of John Deere are up nearly 7% after it reached a contract agreement with striking workers. They'll see a 10% wage hike in the first year. It suggests that Deere backed down rather than get drawn into a lengthy work stoppage, with demand for its farm equipment strong. The U.S. housing boom is extending even into mobile homes. Jones Lang LaSalle reports investors are pouring record amounts of money into manufactured housing as the need for affordable housing increases. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
What's the difference between you and your competition?
What's your vision in this relationship?
We're guessing one thing is that you are better informed.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde had this to say.
Actually, we're not guessing.
The realism of this is tangible.
Up to the moment news.
Some of the biggest states could see most of the money.
Expert analysis.
Does that mean you're focusing on banks and other financials?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/QuickTake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
182 over 100. And I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. And then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
A lot of people don't understand, including myself, I didn't, now I do, the impact of having a stroke.
My memory is shot.
When I woke up, I couldn't speak.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
It's a new life, but I'm going to make it better. Coming back. Ask your doctor, check your blood pressure.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output. And how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
These are the sounds of a dinner that almost didn't happen. A dinner now served, thanks to people like you. Due to COVID-19, 17 million more Americans may face hunger. Feeding America is helping our neighbors in need. And if you're able, you can too. Donations are being accepted at feedingamerica.org/coronavirus. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. Why get news of Asia that comes from someplace else?
Did you see a cohesion point between Beijing and Washington?
Weeknights at 6 Eastern.
Maybe it won't be a negative for markets.
On Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston. Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco. Bloomberg 960. To the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, a neck-and-neck race for governor of Virginia. We get the view inside the Commonwealth from Professor Rebecca Bromley Trujillo of Christopher Newport University. But first, we get a market check from Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. We've got the S&P just dipping lower, David Weston, but the Dow and the NASDAQ Composite Index, they are trading at records. Right to the numbers. We'll give you the why in a moment here. S&P down 1 point right now, going from positive to negative in the past couple of minutes, down less than 0.1%, flat on the day. We've got the Dow up 39, a record there, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 46, up 0.3%. 10-year yield 1.57%. 10-year down 6/30 seconds. We've got stocks fluctuating as traders assess corporate earnings and economic data, with the Federal Reserve getting ready to wind down stimulus. Well, as for the interest rate backdrop and the market outlook, Peter Cheer is head of macro strategy at Academy Advisors, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
I do believe markets are making a mistake right now. I think they've been so conditioned to mean lower long-end rates is good for stocks that this recent lowering of rates is actually because people are starting to potentially price in a policy mistake and rate hikes, and that would actually be bad for stocks. So I think the algos are still driving the show, but I think there's a risk that reality hits and a more hawkish Fed or something that allows rates at the long end to go higher is actually bad for stocks.
And again, 10-year yield right now 1.57%. Spot gold up 0.6%. 17.94 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6% now at 84.06 a barrel. Tesla shares up another 5.4%. They're higher for a fourth straight day after recording the biggest monthly gain in almost a year to cap October with an all-time high market value amid a lithium supply deal and the kickoff of the COP26 climate summit. Again, recapping, stocks trading mixed with the S&P lower. Both NASDAQ and the Dow are at records. I'm Charlie Pellet. That, David Weston, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Democrats appear increasingly nervous about the governor's race in Virginia tomorrow as a healthy lead for former Governor Terry McAuliffe has been whittled away to next to nothing. We welcome now Professor Rebecca Bromley Trujillo of Christopher Newport University in Newport News, where she is director of the Wasson Center for Public Policy. So, Professor, thanks so much for joining us. Give us your take right now. The polls I've seen, including yours, which is excellent, I must say, says it's basically even.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, David. Absolutely. I mean, really, all eyes are on Virginia right now, and in the governor's race, it's essentially a dead heat. Our poll showed McAuliffe up by 1, but of course that's within the margin of error of 3.5%. And I've seen some new polls popping in today that put Youngkin slightly ahead. So this is all definitely showing dead heat, very tight races.
One of the good things about your poll is it goes beyond just those top line numbers into what's below them. Take us into what does lie below them, and particularly, first of all, let's start geographically. Person after person I talk to says you got to look at Richmond in the suburbs there, you got to look over at Newport News, Virginia Beach, and then up in the north. Is that what you're finding?
Yes, absolutely. So in terms of where the true competition lies, it really is in the suburbs. And so what we're seeing is some interesting numbers. When you look clearly at Northern Virginia, this is McAuliffe territory. And so if the vote count is high up there, meaning turnout is really high in Northern Virginia, that bodes well for McAuliffe. But Youngkin is doing better than some may have expected in the Richmond, Central Virginia region. And so if he's pulling it out well in the suburbs there, then certainly this could be his race. And, of course, Hampton Roads, so Virginia Beach, Norfolk area, this is an area, again, where McAuliffe has a lead, but it's a little bit tighter there. And then really where Youngkin does extremely well is in South and Southwest Virginia, a more rural part of the state.
What about the demographics, male, female, old, young?
Yeah, so there's a pretty huge gender gap here. So men favor Youngkin pretty considerably, 56% to 42% in our latest poll. Women, on the other hand, are almost literally flip that. 56% support McAuliffe, 41% say they support Youngkin. And that gender gap has grown since our polling over the course of the last couple of months. So women gravitating towards McAuliffe and men gravitating towards Youngkin. And then when you kind of break that down into actually, you didn't ask me about race, but I'm happy
Well,
to
no,
go into
please
that
go
as
there.
well.
No, I should have, and I do now. Yes, please.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, here, there's two things that really matter. The first is, of course, the breakdown. White voters are certainly more responsive to Youngkin, so 58% saying they support Youngkin to 39% for McAuliffe. And black voters heavily support McAuliffe. 93% support him in our last poll, only 7% for Youngkin. But what also really matters there is turnout. So even if McAuliffe is doing extremely well among black voters, they also have to be motivated and inspired to turn out for him, and that's really the open question. Are black voters really excited about his candidacy? And thus far, it's looking like it's unclear, and maybe their turnout will be higher than expected, so we'll have to see.
What is going on with independent voters? That really jumped out of your poll at me.
Yes, independent voters. So when we say independent, in this case, we're talking about self-identified independents. So 32% of those in our survey are saying that they are independent. And they're really going for Youngkin at this point, 51% to 44%. Now, this is one thing I'll say with a caveat is this is self-identified independents, but we also have an indication of leaners in our survey. And so of independents, they're more likely to lean Republican. And so that's something to think about because we know, at least from political science research and my reading of that research, is that leaners tend to vote like partisans. And so even though they say they're independent, if they're leaners, they're not necessarily true independents. So keep that in mind.
So, Professor, the way you're laying this out, it's going to be voter turnout. I mean, which it almost always is, right? I mean, do a lot of people turn out in the North? Do a lot of people turn out in Richmond? What is going to drive that from what you understand of the voters right now? Where's the enthusiasm coming from?
Yeah, so there's clearly a Republican enthusiasm advantage. Our latest poll, 80% of Republicans say they are very enthusiastic to vote in these elections compared to 65% of Democrats. And I think this represents a lot of things. Republicans have not won statewide in this state since 2009, so they are very hungry for a win, and they see an opportunity, which excites them naturally. The Democratic Party is feeling a little lackluster. You know, they've got a president in the White House, so they've done that job in their minds. But his popularity is not particularly high nationally, nor is it high in Virginia, in a state where he won by 10 points. He's underwater in his approval. So President Biden's kind of dragging down Democratic enthusiasm. And beyond that, though, you know, Democrats tend to be more up and down in their voting behavior, especially when it comes to off-year elections like this one. And so Republican voters tend to be very consistent in their turnout. Democrats tend to dip when we go into off-year elections. And so we'll have to see if that remains true. And you know, certainly the tight polls may kind of burst Democratic enthusiasm, but it's certainly not looking particularly high right now.
Yeah, and to state the obvious, we don't know how this will come out. We might get surprised one way or the other tomorrow. It might not be that close when we end up with it. But when you talk about a dip, this is a president in Joe Biden who won over Donald Trump by, as I recall, 10 points just a year ago, for goodness sakes.
Yes, not very long ago. And we really nailed that race with our polling. We had a very close to 10-point victory for Biden. But a lot goes on in Virginia voters' minds. And one of those things is the state historically tends to kind of punish the party in power in the White House. So they feel like, okay, we've given that party their chance in the White House, and maybe they're not living up to our expectations. And so we tend to go the other way in this state. And so that certainly would help Youngkin in this case. Although, you know, just the sort of context in Virginia is that it's been a blue state, especially statewide. And so is that enough for McAuliffe to take this out? It's hard to tell because certainly that enthusiasm gap is important. And how Biden is doing nationally is very important to our state races.
Yeah, it's a fascinating coverage of this race. Really appreciate it, Professor. As I say, it's a terrific poll that you put out. Appreciate your being here to take us through it. That's Professor Rebecca Bromley Trujillo of Christopher Newport University. Coming up, negotiations continue over the Build Back Better plan up in Washington. We go over where we are with Republican strategist Doug Heye. Is it possible for them to get something done this week the way the Democrats say they will? We'll to ask him that question from the Republican point of view. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Burden LLP. The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional. Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mark Boswick, managing partner and leader of Burden's Family Office Services practice.
Every family office is different and needs an advisor who takes the time to ask the right questions to develop a clear understanding of the goals and needs of the family. When choosing an advisor, it is important to select one that will invest the time to understand the desires of each family member, as well as the dynamics and economic realities facing the family as a whole. Burden does this, which enables us to offer a wide range of services, including daily bill pay, portfolio review, and complex tax planning to help preserve a family's wealth while making their lives easier. If you're a high net worth individual or head of a family office, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
President of the Jewish Communal Fund, Zoya Raines, and her husband Robert Friedman, Jewish activists and philanthropists, talk about why they chose the Jewish Communal Fund for their charitable giving.
As very busy working parents, we wanted to focus more on the charity part of it and wanted to focus more on our children and less on the administration.
The Jewish Communal Fund is one of the oldest and largest donor-advised funds, but at the same time, they're totally up to date and have state-of-the-art systems for us to access and manage our contributions online. The assets in our fund at the JCF grow tax-free, so we can generate more charitable dollars to support the charities that we care about most.
Let JCF minimize your taxes and maximize your charitable giving.
We're incredibly passionate about our charity, and the JCF allows us to focus more on the charity and less on the administration and the headaches.
For more information about Jewish Communal Fund, visit our website at jcfny.org and request a new fund kit.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at bloomberg.com/professional.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Ashiro's work is never done. You care for the house, the kids, and our future. We're so grateful for all you do. Now, it's time to care for yourself and save a little more for retirement. A free 3-minute online chat can give you the personalized tips you need to boost your retirement savings now. Visit aceyourretirement.org today.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are wobbly as traders weigh earnings and economic data. Right now, we've got the S&P back on the minus side, lower a little change, down 4 points, down about 0.1%. The Dow at a record briefly touched 36,000, pulling back now to 35,863, up 0.1%, while NASDAQ is higher by 33 points, up by 0.2%. 10-years down 6/32, 10-year yield 1.57%. Gold up 0.6%, 17.93 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, 83.73 for a barrel of WTI. Russell 2000 stand out today, surging now by 2.5%. Bitcoin lower a little change, down less than 0.1%. Again, recapping stocks mix, the retreat for the S&P down 3, now down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That David Weston is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Balance of Power coming from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Congress is trying to get to a vote this week on both the bipartisan infrastructure bill and on Build Back Better. But there's still a fair amount of uncertainty about what is included in the latter, and deadlines may slip as they have at just about every turn so far. For a read on what to expect, we welcome now Republican strategist Doug Heye. Mr. Heye earlier served as Director of Communications for House Majority Leader Eric Cantor and for the Republican National Committee. So thank you so much for being with us. It's good to have you here. I've just seen within the last few minutes that, in fact, Joe Manchin, the Democratic senator from West Virginia, is going to have a press conference at 2 p.m. We may learn more about where we're going here. But at this point, Doug, where do you think we are?
I think it remains a stalemate of Democrats, arguing against themselves, and the division that we see within Democrats, very similar to the divisions I experienced with the House Freedom Caucus when I worked for Eric Cantor and Republican leadership trying to get things done. What I would say is the one sign where you hear of progress, and this is somewhat counterintuitive maybe for your audience, is we're starting to hear about things that aren't being put in, but things are being taken out. And when Congress tends to come to an agreement, it's about removing things, not putting things in.
Well, you make a really good parallel about when you were working for Eric Cantor, the majority leader. You did have some problems on the Republican side. What did you learn from that you think might be helpful to the Democrats? I don't know if you want to help them, but it might be interesting.
Well, unfortunately, there weren't a lot of lessons that could really be learned from it because it was all about leverage and all about process. And so this is where I think we see history really repeating itself again, is where members have enough leverage to stop something, even if it's within their own party, they're willing to do so. And the arguments then, as we've seen, especially with the House the House Progressive Caucus, as they've very effectively flexed their muscles, they're not necessarily talking about policy. They've been very flexible on policy. Where they've been inflexible is on the question of process, saying, we want this bill in this order, these bills in this order. And that's where they've really come to resistance with their leadership. And it's unclear how that fully gets resolved. But at this point, you're starting to hear I would say, legitimate optimism as opposed to what we've seen in the past, which has been more unrealistic optimism.
Take us through the politics of this. If you're a representative, you're a congressperson, ultimately you report to your voters, right? You want to get reelected, I assume, is your main goal. Is there any way for leadership to go over your head to your voters and put pressure on you?
Sure, and that can be done with leadership. That can also be done through outside groups. But the reality is also, members now have their own real license to have influence in a larger scale. So if you look at somebody like AOC, who has millions of Twitter followers, it's very unusual for a two-term member of Congress to have such a large following. Obviously Twitter didn't exist 15 years ago, really. But we used to have this expression that freshmen and sophomore members of Congress should be seen and not heard. That's not the case anymore. And so who can go over whose head can be a mutually self-assured destruction.
It's easy to second guess in retrospect, but do you think perhaps the Democrats made a mistake by going out so big, so bold with a number of $3.5 trillion? Because I'm not sure, and I've seen polls actually indicating that it is the case that a lot of Americans don't really understand what, if this got enacted, it would do for them in their lives.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the posturing that we saw play out day after day on shows like yours, on a lot of cable news, was really a discussion of numbers and not a discussion of policy. Yeah. 1.5 versus 3.5. And so if you've looked at polling from voters, they say that they don't know how it, as you mentioned, would affect their lives. And ultimately, to me, is very reminiscent of Nancy Pelosi and Obamacare, saying that we have to pass the bill to find out what's in it. And that may ultimately be true here. For Democrats, though, they're very mindful of the president's sagging poll ratings, what may happen in Virginia tomorrow. And even if Terry McAuliffe wins, it's not good news for Democrats. Now, Democrats are really behind on a lot of questions of which party would do a better job on things like inflation and border security and crime. And in this time, they have nothing that they can show that they've really delivered back to their voters. It's why this vote is so important for them and why Terry McAuliffe wishes it had happened last week.
Well, as people around Bloomberg know, I love to focus on the right track, wrong track number. And in the NBC News poll that I saw just yesterday, it was 70%, as I recall, wrong track, which is not good for an incumbent.
No, absolutely. And when David, was at the RNC, it was the Virginia governor's race, also a New Jersey governor's race. And while nobody's focusing on New Jersey this time, it'll be closer than it should. It was those wins in 2009 that really propelled Republicans into the 2010 big takeovers that we've seen. And it looks like Republicans right now are really, I think, too often trying to already put up the curtains in their new offices, and I'd advise them against that. But if you look at what's going on politically right now, the Democrats have a depressed base. Republicans are unified. Independents are breaking against them. They're going for Youngkin over McAuliffe. This is a real 1-2-3 gut shot potentially for Democrats that if McAuliffe loses, they're going to be hitting the panic button pretty massively.
Yeah, it's interesting. But if you go back, just reaching back in the dim corners of my memory, President Clinton had a pretty rough midterm election after he got elected as well, and it brought in people like Newt Gingrich, and actually it may have done him a favor because he had somebody to push against.
Yeah, look, having been able to run against Newt as much as he did Bob Dole certainly helped Bill Clinton. But I think the dynamics in the country with the divisions that we have right now are completely different. And what we saw in 2010 or 2011, really, when the Republican Congress was sworn in, is that was the end of the Obama legislative agenda. And they had an ambitious one. Biden hasn't really had any legislative successes yet of anything that he can really stake a claim on. And with the dynamics being so different than what they were in Bill Clinton's era, it's really hard to see, whether or not Biden can stand for re-election, how this kind of splintering of America between, urban areas solidifying for Dems, rural areas solidifying for Republicans, and now with the issue of education in Northern Virginia playing such an interesting role, where the terrain is really tough for Joe Biden if he stands for re-election, which I don't make a lot of predictions, but I would predict that he wouldn't.
But Doug, just finally here, I wonder if you put your finger on something that's really potentially profound, which is when you do a big piece of legislation, the voters can't catch up with it in time. Look at the Affordable Care Act, and it turns out that people liked it pretty well, but they didn't know it for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, look, it was one of the reasons that Republicans took back the House. We launched a Fire Pelosi campaign that was a galvanizing one for us the evening of the House vote. Obamacare now is just, John Boehner got in trouble for saying it was the law of the land, which it quite obviously was and still is. If this is popular, that can help Democrats in the future. But right now, it's really hard to look at anything that provides optimism for it.
Doesn't help you when you got an election tomorrow. Thank you so much. Really great to have you with us, Doug. That is Republican strategist Doug Heye. And that does it for Balance of Power for today. I'm David Weston, and this is Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
It's not just work. It's an unfolding, ever-changing universe of characters.
Can we get out of the pandemic?
Bloomberg Business Week.
It's the app that made trading hard to resist.
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report. It is an understatement to say that the tobacco industry is no darling when it comes to the environment or public health. The World Health Organization estimates there are more than 8 million tobacco-related deaths each year, and big tobacco has long been criticized for contributing to soil erosion and deforestation, and cigarette butts create a litter problem. Mindful of all of that, Philip Morris International is accelerating its efforts to do better. The company says it will decarbonize its direct operations by 2025, 5 years sooner than originally planned. It also intends to reach carbon neutrality across its entire value chain, including suppliers outside of its direct operations, by 2040 instead of 2050. The low-carbon transition plan at Philip Morris also includes limiting the use of fossil fuels and focusing on renewable energy. The company says it has already lowered emissions by more than half compared to 2010. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Tech talent is in high demand at Avanade, a joint venture between Microsoft and Accenture. That's why Avanade executive Brett Newton says the company is funding student scholarships at NJIT and earmarking them specifically for women in STEM fields.
What I really like about Avanade's scholarship program with NJIT is it's more than just a financial investment in the students. It's a relationship that we bring them into. We picked NJIT because it's a very different technical university. It's deeply rooted in solving business problems with technology, which is very much like Avanade. They're non-traditional in that they are much more focused and active in marrying technology to solving world problems and society problems. That's not normal of a lot of the engineering schools that we've had relationships with in the past. NJIT is very innovative and very entrepreneurial.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
With three bright minds thinking of questions.
How far apart are the two Americas right now?
Someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. First trading day of the month of November, and we're looking at a mixed day here. We've got the S&P lower, but both the Dow and NASDAQ trading at records. In fact, the Dow did climb to 36,000 before retreating. Stocks fluctuating right now as traders assess corporate earnings and economic data, with the Federal Reserve getting ready to wind down stimulus. Right now, the S&P lower by 4. We'll call that a little change, down less than 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 40 right now, 35,859, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 34, up by 0.2%. 10-year down 5/32, 10-year yield 1.56%. Gold up 0.6%, 17.93 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 83.84 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin lower now by 0.4%, 60,750 on Bitcoin. Wall Street's looking at a very busy week that includes a jobs report Friday and a Fed decision and a news conference Wednesday with Fed Chair Jay Powell. Lisa Hornby is head of U.S. multi-sector at Schroeder Investment.
Powell has a very difficult message to walk ahead of himself this week, right? He can't be too benign on inflation, otherwise you're going to have the bond market vigilantes sort of pushing that narrative. At the same time, the market has undergone quite a significant front-end repricing. You cannot, you don't want to see a situation where the market starts to kind of go crazy on that front, and Powell endorses it.
A little-known California biotech company, ABVC Biopharma, is soaring today amid increasing chatter on social network stock twits. The shares right now, they are advancing up by 157%. Recapping, S&P lower, down 4, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
So, courtesy of one of our colleagues who will remain nameless, but we're going to go more Ted Lasso and less Roy this week.
Roy gets a bad rap. He's sweet.
He is sweet.
He's just got a shell.
Hard on the outside, soft on the inside.
The second season, haven't you?
I love. Cannot wait for the next season. All right, welcome everyone. It is Monday, first day of November. Hard to believe. This is Bloomberg Business Week live in our Interactive Broker studio. We are streaming on YouTube. Stock market feels a little bit tired today. I'm going to just put that out there. We've got a lot coming through this week, including a Fed meeting and a monthly jobs report. Tired too, but it's been quite a run. It's been one for the bulls, certainly, if you look at the month of October.
Yeah, 36,002 on the Dow, reaching that for the first time ever. Small caps rallying more than 2%. We're going to cover all that. Plus...
Yeah. Exactly. A lot of most trades on the Bloomberg today, right? We've got Barclays CEO Jess Staley stepping down. We'll get to that. Also, the king of video game chips sees virtual connected worlds catching on faster than many expect. Here we come, metaverse.
Also, Wall Street is amassing a crypto army, another one of our most read on the Bloomberg terminal today. The big banks are hiring.
Yeah, exactly. This is interesting, and you're going to see everybody competing for the same folks. We're going to get to that. We're going to talk about China and the U.S. when it comes to climate change, and then we're going to talk with the CEO of Aura Ring. They came out with a new generation. It's all about sleep. Every time I go to a doctor, they're like, are you getting sleep?
And my answer is always no.
Sorry, everybody. Well, this might be a solution. Anyway, lots to get to. First to the market drivers report. And let's set your Business Week agenda on this. Yep, it's Monday, first day of November. Kriti Gupta in our Interactive Broker studio, Markets Live reporter, and she's in our Bloomberg, as I mentioned, Interactive Broker studio. And she's actually Bloomberg Markets correspondent. She wears many hats here. I'm just going to put it out there. All right, and also Vince Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News, on the phone from White Plains, New York. Kriti, let's start with you. You follow the markets for us here on the TV side. You understand the relationships between different things, but it does feel like the market's just a little bit tired.
Everyone's taking a nap, and no one told me. Exactly. No one gave me the memo. That's really what's happening. I mean, you have this massive anticipation here for what's going to be a pretty active week in central banking.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Fed, whether it's the BOE, whether it's the RBA. And that's really where you're seeing the bond market go a little nuts. The stock market, on the other hand, really reacting to what's going on in COP26, really. And a lot of this is going to be...
It really is.
Which is crazy because this is not normal.
Shocked.
This is not normal market reaction to take something in such stride.
Explain that.
So ordinarily, I mean, these are my 2 cents here, but basically when you have these kind of massive conferences, they're more political, they're more diplomatic, they're more geopolitical than they are market moving immediately. Mm-hmm. But right now, with this kind of major EV push, that you're really seeing that translate into the market. You're seeing it show up in Tesla, in Plug Power, in Fuel Cell. A lot of these companies, which is ironic because at the top of the sector basis food chain or whatever, you also have energy soaring as well as you see Brent hit 85. So it's kind of this weird paradox where you have these EVs thriving, but also these energy companies thriving, and the market is, well, down at the moment thanks to big tech. But besides that, up quite a bit.
Makes complete sense to me because we've talked about it, about as we move towards an all-energy world, you're still going to have a lot of dependency on the carbon world, but nonetheless, you're going to see the alt-energy space also gain. Hey, Vince Signorella, welcome back from the weekend. What's on your radar?
Well, we have actually Manchin speaking at the moment, talking about literally as we speak, that it's time to vote on the infrastructure bill, and it's basically just been a political football at the moment. So it'd be
wait.
He's
serious. Saying it's just been a political football?
Yeah,
okay.
with him basically holding the football.
He's the quarterback.
He left that part out.
Exactly. All right, go on.
And you mentioned the market looks tired this week, and it is in a sense because it's a really busy data week. We've got services numbers, indexes coming out. There's people like really looking to see the service sector hopefully pick back up as things have opened back up again. Manufacturing today showed the supply chain still causing problems. Obviously, the jobs report on Friday and the FOMC on Wednesday.
Oh, that old thing?
That old thing. Which, I mean, most people, I think, at this point are fully expecting them to announce papers. There's a lot of data coming up to react to, and not a lot today. So today's almost almost a play date for the markets, just drifting back and forth a little bit.
I love that, a play date.
Do we dare say calm before the storm, Crudy?
Calm before the storm. You know what? I would agree with that, actually.
Okay.
And I think.
What's the storm, though?
The storm is the Fed, and the storm is OPEC.
But do we hear anything from the Fed that isn't already priced in?
Oh, you're asking me a lot of questions, Tim.
It's my job.
I guess so. Well, you have the tapering that is priced in, right? That everyone's expecting is going to happen this time or not. It's the rate hikes that I think are more on people's radars. People are already saying, I mean, Goldman over the weekend came out and said rate hikes are happening a year before they were previously expecting, now pricing in 2 rate hikes by 2022. You can see it show up in all sorts of bond pricing. If you look at the implied policy rate for the BOE or for the Fed or even for Australia, which has this massive yield surge that no one's fighting.
Well, Vince, what are you hearing? Just got about 30 seconds here. What are you hearing on the blog today in terms of interest rates? We've certainly had guests on who say, you know what, the Fed's going to end up raising rates and then they're going to have to lower them and reduce them because of slower economic growth.
Well, I don't know about the last part because I really think inflation's here to stay. And the good news is we're seeing wages go up. And if you're going to get a little bit of inflation and you get a little bit of wage gains to go with it, you're going to see earnings probably stabilize because companies can pass along those price increases that we're seeing. As long as we don't see an accelerated pace of inflation, I think the Fed is going to take that in stride and not rush to raise rates, but they will inevitably.
Well, and with wages, I feel like it's still at the lower end, and that's where you tend to see a lot of turnover. So whether or not that sticks with in terms of the cost equation, we shall see. Vince Signorella, thank you so much, global macro strategist, and Kriti Gupta, Bloomberg Markets correspondent here at Bloomberg, joining us on this Monday.
It's time for the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot. It's brought to you by GEP. GEP helps businesses transform supply chains with strategy, managed services, and AI-based cloud-native software. Learn more at GEP.com.
All right, everybody. Today's number is 7. ByteDance ordered its employees to go home by 7 p.m. each day. The company becoming the first Chinese tech company to mandate shorter working hours, a change from the 996 regime of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Chinese authorities stepping up warnings against employers this year to refrain from unreasonable overtime demands. This is...
Do we see other tech companies follow?
I don't know.
Hello, recruiters.
Or does the world follow? We shall see.
Well, let's get the latest on world and national news. Denise Pellegrini in the 1130 newsroom in New York.
Hey, Tim. We have President Biden telling COP26 conference in Glasgow today the U.S. is ready to be a leader again in the fight against climate change. Bloomberg's Amy Morris is tracking developments.
One of the first things President Biden did when he was sworn in was return the U.S. to the Paris Climate Accord. But now he says he wants the U.S. to do more.
We'll demonstrate to the world the United States is not only back at the table, but hopefully leading by the power of our example. Action, not words.
He added that high energy prices only underscore the need to diversify resources and adopt new clean energy technology. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thank you, Amy. The CDC this week expected to approve that lower-dose Pfizer coronavirus vaccine for kids age 5 to 11. And the nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says although the data show infected children generally don't get as sick as adults, they can transmit the virus, and they aren't exempt from the disease.
We got to make sure that we don't just diminish the impact not only on the individual child, but also on the spread of infection. And for that reason, we feel it's important to get children vaccinated.
Dr. Anthony Fauci there. And key U.S. Supreme Court justices raising the prospect that they might shift course and actually act to halt Texas' far-reaching abortion ban. They are questioning the state's contention that federal courts lack power to block the law. Justices including Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett among those voicing skepticism. The law bans abortion after about 6 weeks of pregnancy. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
When was the last time you...
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Felt fully informed on world and economic affairs.
Is GDP catching up with the zeitgeist, or are we going to have to catch up with a boom economy?
That might have been it.
Is that a move that's accompanied by better bank stock performance?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It strikes me the degree of policy uncertainty for economists to factor in.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't see a way out? Being unemployed, underemployed, or just out of school can feel like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. FindSomethingNew.org offers resources that help develop new skills. Skills that can position you for careers in today's growing industries, from healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Find your path to a new career at FindSomethingNew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
Would you say it's more important to gather information fast, or to have it first, or to be the most accurate?
They can really move the needle when it comes to programs.
The point in all this surely is the level of support you'll get from companies for this.
What if you don't have to choose?
It also has enormous importance for the labor market.
How do they get ahead of different administrations? We see this move towards digital currencies.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sell.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom?
Please.
Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. You see the value in worldwide market news.
The push for a global minimum corporate tax rate is still alive and well.
And you want it first.
The Labor Department has sent an emergency regulation to the White House.
So do we.
Bond yields around the world are tumbling.
Bloomberg Daybreak with Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
Straight ahead, your latest local headlines, plus a check of sports.
Weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Neil
Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work.
Sorry, I'm late.
Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Where are today's real testing grounds for the latest innovation? Places where advancements in health, transportation, and business happen every day. Cities. Today, cities lead the way, taking local solves and turning them into global solutions. Now, introducing Bloomberg City Lab, a new platform covering the present and future of global cities. Learn more at Bloomberg.com/CityLab. Brought to you in partnership with Hyundai.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting state and local government restrictions have caused businesses to close their doors and many employees to work in locations that were not included in their company's original business footprints. The new normal of remote working has created a variety of state and local tax challenges, from tax nexus and multi-state income tax apportionment to income tax withholding and tax resident status. Businesses and individuals need to stay ahead of these issues to help reduce the impact they may have on their overall tax liability. If you are a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit BurdenLLP.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. S&P just about the low of the day right now, down 9 points, down 0.2%. Dow's gains fading, still up 9 points, little changed, 35,829, briefly touched 36,000. NASDAQ up 4, also little changed, up less than 0.1%. 10-year's down 3/32, 10-year yield 1.56%. Stocks mixed. Traders are assessing corporate earnings and the economic data, with the Federal Reserve set to wind down stimulus. Right now, again, the 10-year 1.56%. Spot gold up $11 the ounce, up 0.6%, $17.94. Crude pushing higher. West Texas Intermediate up 0.3%, $83.80 for a barrel of WTI. American Airlines Group has scrapped about 1,900 flights since Saturday, including 302 by early today, as cancellations continue to ripple from the disruption of flights by high winds that started Friday at its main hub near Dallas. Airline stocks, so they're flying higher today. American up 1.7%, United up by 3%, Delta up 1.9%, Southwest up by 2.8%. Recapping stocks trading mixed, with the S&P close to session lows, down 9, down 0.2. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Definitely a wacky trading day all over the place. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So a few headlines we just want to mention in terms of COVID. Number of recorded COVID-19 fatalities surpassing 5 million as the world continued to roll out the biggest vaccination program in history. Some 7 billion shots have been administered across the globe, an effort that has really helped to slow the pace of deaths.
Yeah, and here in the U.S., we're set to surpass a new milestone in vaccination efforts today. 80% of adults will have received at least one dose of the vaccine. So that's some good news.
Yeah, that feels like a pretty significant number. We saw Moderna, though, under a lot of pressure, down almost close to 7% at its lows here after its COVID-19 shot, though, failed to win U.S. regulatory authorization for teenagers. The U.S. FDA saying it needs more time to consider the biotech company's shots in this age group as the agency mulls the risk of a rare heart inflammation. All right, let's get to it. A go-to voice for us on the pandemic over the past 18, 19 months and counting. Dr. Sandro Galea, he's Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health. He's got a new book out, The Contagion Next Time, because, folks, there's going to be a next time. He joins us again on the phone from Boston. The book's called The Contagion Next Time. The other stuff I just added in. Dr. Galea, great to have you here with Tim and myself. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Carol. Thank you, and you and Tim, for having me on again.
Well, it's good to have you here. You always help make sense of the deluge of headlines that come out when it comes to the pandemic and the vaccine. In terms of kids getting the vaccine, are you hopeful? Does it feel like we're moving forward, that that's going to be a significant accomplishment maybe in the next few months?
Yeah, I am hopeful. I think it's a step in the right direction. And as we've discussed before, and as we know, kids have been at low risk of getting COVID and low risk of getting sick from COVID. Having said that, they represent a group that potentially could have asymptomatic COVID and pass it on to others. So having kids vaccinated, first of all, protects the kids themselves, of course, but I think also reduces the number of people in the population who are susceptible to COVID and reducing transmission. Fundamentally, where we want to get to right now, when you were mentioning in the intro about 80% of adults having at least one shot, is having fewer and fewer people who are susceptible to the virus so that the virus stops transmitting.
Given that we've seen hesitancy among U.S. adults for many months about getting a vaccine, do you think that parents will be hesitant to give this vaccine to kids if, like you said, kids have shown that they are not as affected by COVID?
Well, I suppose there are two ways of looking at that. I think undoubtedly we're going to see some hesitancy, but we also are much more accustomed to having kids be vaccinated. Obviously, there are many mandatory pediatric vaccines that kids have to show proof of before going to school. So I'm hoping that that will offset some of the hesitancy. I'm worried that the vaccine for kids comes at a time when we've been talking seemingly endlessly about vaccine hesitancy, which undoubtedly will color some of the reaction to vaccinating kids. But I think all parents, any parents listening, need to know that the FDA takes safety enormously seriously. It's the first thing they look at, and these vaccines are safe and effective for kids.
Hey, Dr. Galea, what about when it comes to mixing and matching? And people who listen regularly know that this is a conversation Carol and I have had a lot, both on air and
constantly.
Off air.
We're still trying to make sense of it.
Right, so both of us have gotten Pfizer vaccines. What do we need to know about potentially getting a Moderna booster and, vice versa?
Yeah, the data are not as sharp as one would like them to be, but more or less we know that mixing and matching is actually fine. There's some question as to whether or not actually mixing and matching might be better than getting the same kind of vaccine, but I'm not entirely sure that that's certainly right. I got Moderna the first time, and I got a booster of Moderna as well. But I think fundamentally what matters is anybody who's eligible for a booster should get a booster, and it doesn't really matter which one of these vaccines one gets. We've actually been quite lucky, as we've discussed previously on your show, that these vaccines are actually excellent. They really are highly efficacious vaccines with excellent safety profiles, and that's actually a remarkable achievement.
Right, it certainly has. It does feel like it's helped us in our fight against this pandemic, because we need to be ready for the next time. And you write about this, the contagion next time. I mean, it's going to happen, correct? This may have been a first for many of us in terms of a generation of understanding what a pandemic is like, but there will be more.
There will be, and we've had many close misses. I mean, SARS-1, which was about 10 years ago, was an extraordinarily close miss, and that was a virus which was perhaps less transmissible but potentially more lethal than SARS-CoV-2, which is the virus behind COVID-19. So the odds are it will happen, and it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. So it seems to me like now is the time for us to start thinking about what do we need to do to mitigate the next pandemic.
What do we need to do?
Well, in the same breath as I mentioned that vaccines have been excellent, they've been efficacious and safe, and I think we definitely need to do work on making sure we have rapid availability of vaccines and detection of pathogens and all that. I argue in the book that that's not enough. And the reason I argue that is because the consequences of COVID were fundamentally social consequences, economic consequences that reflect things that we were doing poorly before COVID hit. And I argue that we should tend to those things. Just to give one concrete example, we as a country live sicker, shorter lives than do all other high-income countries, meaning we have higher prevalence of things like diabetes, hypertension. And those are actually the conditions that made us vulnerable to COVID, because COVID has a higher severity among people with underlying conditions, and those are the people who have been at greater risk of dying. So we should be looking at what is it that causes those diseases, why are we at higher prevalence than other high-income countries, and dealing with them now, not when we have another pandemic.
Well, this is such an important conversation, and I know we've touched on it with you and others over the last 18, 19 months. We're going to continue that with this conversation and talking about his new book, The Contagion, next time. We're going to get back to Dr. Sandro Galea, Dean and Professor at Boston University School of Public Health. And Tim, it's really important how we look and approach healthcare, wellness versus waiting till everybody is in kind of bad shape.
Do we see a permanent shift after this?
Fingers crossed. I hope so.
Not as optimistic.
I know. Because how many times have we had this conversation? This is Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
It's a Bloomberg Money Minute. Uber Eats delivers more than food. It's adding a new delivery category, babies and kids, for parents in need of emergency diapers and thermometers. Uber Eats already delivers prescriptions, alcohol, and flowers in addition to food. More inflation may be ahead at the grocery store, with prices for soft red winter wheat, the kind used in cookies and cakes, at a nearly 9-year high. Extreme weather and strong demand are to blame. Stocks are mostly higher, though prices are backing away from their highs for the day. Investors are cautious with a busy week of earnings and economic data ahead. The Dow Industrials are up 36. The S&P 500 is down 5. The Nasdaq is up 30. Your iPhone may soon be able to help if you're involved in an auto accident. The Wall Street Journal reports a new feature would automatically call 911 if it detects a crash. The feature could be available next year. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
Before and after the pandemic.
Is it driven by politics or by science?
That may be how we keep track of our lives from here on out.
What do you think the political effects of that impatience will be?
And through it all, there's been Bloomberg.
We begin on Capitol Hill.
The most accurate business, world, and healthcare news before and after.
The fundamentals do not justify this price action.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Okay, man, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Show the world that you're tougher than tough. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Jody Schwartz, Noted tax attorney tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
When we say Bloomberg brings you the latest financial and business news anywhere, we've actually given the matter quite a bit of thought.
Let's get now to our guest joining us from Bangkok. She joins us on the phone from the Hudson Valley.
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yeah, we're just wheeling and dealing behind the scenes.
The show's just getting started.
Thinking about our week here. A lot to happen, but we're going to get back to Dr. Sandro Galea, Dean over at Boston University School of Public Health. His new book out, The Contagion, next time. Folks, there will be another contagion, and what can we do to be better prepared as a society?
Also, is he optimistic that we are going to be better prepared?
Oh, good question.
Can't even get an infrastructure deal done in Washington among Democrats.
Boy, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
I'm sorry.
How many times did you hit the snooze button?
It was in the teens, 30, okay?
All right, let's get back to the markets and a look at your top business stories. Back over to Charlie.
Thank you very much. And can we get PPE right next time as well? One more question. I'm cranky. Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow higher, S&P lower, NASDAQ on the minus side. Dow did touch 36,000 today. Right to the numbers. We'll give you the why in a moment here. S&P down 4, drop now of 0.1%. The Dow up 42, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 19, gain there of 0.1%. But the outperformer by far today, Russell 2000. The Russell up today by 2.22%. Stocks have been fluctuating as traders assess corporate earnings and economic data, with the Fed getting ready to wind down stimulus. 10-year yield 1.55%, 10-year down 230 seconds. Spot gold up 0.6%, $17.94 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4, $83.89 for a barrel of WTI. Amazon lifting mask mandates for vaccinated warehouse staff. That according to CNBC. The number of recorded COVID fatalities has now surpassed 5 million as the world continues to roll out the biggest vaccination program program in history. In China, that country is showing no let-up in its tough-minded approach to infections, locking in thousands of visitors to Shanghai Disneyland yesterday to carry out tests. Hong Kong says it will end quarantine exemptions for most groups. And an estimated 15 million doses of kids' vaccines will be arriving at thousands of sites across the U.S. over the next week as the White House prepares for widespread inoculations if the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention signs off. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is Vice Dean of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
Well, I think they've got a good sign from the FDA last week, which authorized the Pfizer vaccine for kids 5 to 11. And this week, the CDC advisors will meet and will make a recommendation. And I think pretty soon after, the vaccine's going to be made available because the country has been moving that vaccine around to get ready for an announcement.
And that's Dr. Sharfstein with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking some of the vaccine stocks that we follow on a regular basis, they're all lower right now. Pfizer down 0.3%. Its German partner BioNTech, its ADRs down 2.5%. AstraZeneca's ADRs down 0.1%. Moderna out of Cambridge down 3.4%. J&J Johnson & Johnson virtually flat, down less than 0.1%. Recapping stocks mixed, S&P down 0.3, a drop there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Let's get right back to Dr. Sandro Galea, the Dean of the Boston University School of Public Health, also the author of the new book, The Contagion Next Time. It's published by Oxford University Press. Dr. Galea joins us once again on the phone from Boston. Dr. Galea, are you optimistic here? As Carol mentioned, I seem to have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm just being cynical today, but
he's cranky.
I just
putting it out there.
I just don't see. I don't see. I don't see evidence yet of a shift in American public health following this pandemic.
I am going to be optimistic because I prefer the alternative.
Okay.
I actually think that it is a good time to have hope that we are paying attention to issues that we should have been paying attention to years and decades ago. Now, will we or will we not? Well, I think it behooves us to have the conversations that pushes us forward. A colleague recently said we are at a moment of a renaissance of these ideas, and I actually think that captures it beautifully. I think we are at a moment where we are realizing that unless we tend to some fundamentals in our world, the next pandemic will hit and will hit us just as hard, if not harder. So the moment is now. If we don't tend to these things now, I'm not sure when we will. And frankly, if another pandemic hits, we'll be sitting ducks and we'll deserve the consequences that come with it.
So let's talk about healthcare, something you know so well, and you guys there at Boston University, you are educating the next generation who will be figuring out wellness, health, medical policies for years to come. How do we change a system that is so entrenched on dealing with you when you're sick versus really thinking about keeping you well?
I think you captured it well. Fundamentally, we want to orient our system to reward providers to keep people well rather than to treat people when they're sick. Now, there are many different ways of doing that, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of health policy. But I think there are efforts moving in that regard. I had the privilege of having a conversation with the administrator of CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, a few weeks ago. And I think she's committed to this idea, to innovating programs in that direction. And you are seeing it in big health systems. So organizations like Kaiser, for example, that are launching programs to incentivize their doctors to keep people healthy. None of us really like going to the doctor, right? We actually want to be healthy for as long as possible. But we have been going through a system where my incentive, which is just to stay healthy, is not the same as my doctor's incentive, which is to have me sick so I can go see him as much as I can so that he can bill. And that needs to change. And that needs to change so that we together see that our shared value is staying healthy and living healthy, long lives.
You really said that, though. Like, that's interesting, right? I mean, you actually went there. Forgive me, but the medical community benefits when we're sick.
It does. Well, I don't think this shouldn't be.
No, I know, but people don't really say it. And if you talk to people within the medical community, your
doctors don't say it,
right? Doctors don't say it.
I'm a doctor, and I'm saying it, and I think that it is a misalignment. And I think doctors go into medical school to do the right thing. Doctors go to medical school to keep people healthy. But then, of course, we stream people through the ways in which we incentivize them and pay them. And then doctors are rational actors and they operate within the system. So it requires system change. It requires us to accept that collectively we want to stay healthy. That means we want our healthcare system to keep us healthy, and we want to invest in parks, in clean air, in drinkable water, and safe food, all of which also keep us healthy.
So if there's one lever you could pull that would make a big significant change in making sure that we're all focused on keeping people well, and just got about 40 seconds, what would be the lever you would pull?
I think if I were to pull one lever, I would actually make sure that everybody understands this. So in the next presidential debate, the presidential candidates are grilled with questions about what are you going to do to keep people healthy, not just to make them better when they're sick. Because I think then we will see true investment at federal, state, local levels in the structures that make us healthy.
Yeah, it's tough. And, what's hard, though, too, is for politicians, what matters for voters is how much money do I have? What am I taking home? Do I have a job? Do I feel confident? What's the economy and the economic outlook?
How much money each month is going to healthcare, too?
Really thoughtful stuff. Dr. Sandro Galea, thank you so much. Dean, Boston University School of Public Health, on the phone from Boston. Check out his new book. It is called The Contagion Next Time.
Well, let's get a check of the latest world and national news. Denise Pellegrini is in the 1130 newsroom in New York. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Tim. We're tracking what's going on in the Supreme Court because today the justices heard those two challenges we've been talking about to that Texas law that bans most abortions in Texas. Now, outside the courthouse, we heard from Mark Heron. He's senior counsel at the Center for Reproductive Rights, and he is the one who argued on behalf of Texas abortion providers against the new Texas law. And he says he's hopeful the court will find the new law unconstitutional.
You heard today the state of Texas admit that if Texas can do this with the right to abortion, then with Brown versus the Board of Education, a state could have gotten around the Supreme Court's decision in Brown by allowing anyone to sue for $10,000 or more someone who is integrating a school, and that the federal courts would have been completely powerless to do anything about that.
A little bit of historical perspective there from Mark Heron. He's senior counsel at the Center for Reproductive Rights. Another day, another Joe Manchin headline. The West Virginia senator urging colleagues to pass the infrastructure bill. He says holding it hostage won't help persuade him to pass the other, more controversial reconciliation bill. He says political games have to stop. The CDC expected to approve that lower dose Pfizer COVID vaccine for kids this week. White House COVID response coordinator Jeff Zients says they've already started to ship 15 million doses to distribution centers.
Since FDA's authorization last Friday, there hasn't been a moment that teams have not been picking, packing, and shipping vaccines. They've been working 24/7 and will continue to do so.
And Zients says if, when approved, those doses for kids will be shipped out quickly to doctors' offices, pharmacies, health clinics, and other vax sites. Global News 24 hours a day.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean. And there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
When will you be able to go to a meeting where nobody smells like hand sanitizer? Who knows? But we can give you the latest business and financial news, fragrance-free.
Let's tease out some of what you just said.
Are there tools in the toolbox for the Fed?
Does that point to the need for continued monetary support?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
You do realize the mark that this is having on a younger generation.
Bloomberg, the world is listening.
NJIT makes innovation happen. It also makes entrepreneurs like Anya O'Dwyer. Founder of Innovate, a tech-driven civil engineering and construction management firm, Anya says NJIT is defining the future.
NJIT is extremely important as a hub of disciplines all in one space with all of these brilliant minds. NJIT's role is huge when it comes to defining the future and how, from an interdisciplinary point of view, they have it all there, whether it's the innovation hub, the maker space. NJIT is already creating that collaboration between the disciplines, and you have civil engineers speaking to programmers, speaking to electrical engineers, and together they're creating advancements that we wouldn't have been able to do without those three minds coming together and solving a problem as one rather than solving it in isolation.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
I heard the COVID-19 vaccine has...
And the thing I heard about the vaccine...
Sure, but do we really know about the long-term effects?
Did you read that thing on the internet
He
about
heard from his cousin that they don't...
Okay, you're hearing a lot of talk about the COVID-19 vaccines these days. So how do you find out if getting vaccinated is right for you? By talking to someone you already trust, your doctor or healthcare provider. They'll answer your questions so you can decide what's best for you and your family. Go to getvaccineanswers.org to find out more. That's getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
If you're a high net worth individual with international investments or a business owner with operations overseas, it is essential to have a tax advisor who knows how to protect your assets on a global scale. Owning and investing in foreign corporations comes with certain tax responsibilities. Burden Accountants and Advisors works with clients to ensure that they understand the intricacies of the global market, maximize the tax opportunities available, and reduce the challenges presented by international tax laws.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality, he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, developing story. This headline now from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Zillow selling 7,000 homes for $2.8 billion after that flipping halt. Zillow shares, they're lower on the news, down now by 4.8%. Developing story will have more details as they become available. It is a mixed Monday. Right now, the S&P 500 index lower, barely, down by half a point, has been fluctuating between gains and losses. The Dow holding on to a 74-point gain, up 0.2%, 35,893. At one point did cross 36,000. NASDAQ up 32, higher by 0.2%. 10-year yield 1.56%. Stocks fluctuating as traders assess corporate earnings and economic data, with the Fed getting ready to wind down stimulus. Gold is up 0.6%, $17.93 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.5%, $83.98 for a barrel of WTI. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, $18 billion in emergency loans to 87 countries to get through the pandemic. Got that.
$118 billion.
Oh, did I leave off a number? Oh, I must have. Yeah, $118 billion.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And no real understanding. This is the crux of this story. No real understanding or accounting of where much of it went. 118, that's kind of what the story's about. I don't know where it went.
That's exactly what the story is about.
All right, let's get to it. Joining us right now is the reporter who wrote it, Bloomberg News senior investigations writer, Sheridan Praso. She joins us on the phone in Washington, D.C. Sheridan, tell us about this story. What's going on?
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. You know, this is public money, $118 billion that the IMF said, look, we're going to rush this out and try to help countries with the COVID pandemic, and we will get the money out in a hurry. But as the fund's managing director said, Kristalina Georgieva, she said, do whatever it takes to fight the pandemic, but make sure you keep the receipts. And the reason is because some of those countries have been required to audit how they spent that money afterwards. And now it's about 18 months later, we're trying to figure out where it all went.
Who is requiring them to audit?
The IMF, as a condition of dispersing more loans to some of these countries, has said, look, we'll give you more money if you can come up with an audit of how you spent that last COVID money that we gave you. And so it's quite interesting to see the countries that have been required to do these audits. In fact, only 40 countries, less than half out of the 87 that received the loans in the first place, have been required to come up with an account of how they spent that money.
Well, and what's interesting is that, here we go. And it's just another reminder that during the pandemic, listen, everybody was racing to understand what was going on, trying to figure out how to fix the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was spending like $100 on 10 N95 masks at the time, and I wasn't saving receipts.
I mean, Joel, this is where we were. Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber joining our conversation. I mean, we were frantically trying to do things. Governments were throwing money at things. I mean, there's going to be screw-ups.
Totally, but we're so far past that point where now we get to look back and second-guess everything and try and find billions of dollars that walked out the door. So Sherry, how far along into the audit process are all the countries that received some of this money?
Well, very interestingly, we know that some of the countries have done the audits that were required. For example, Nigeria was the biggest recipient of this money. They got $3.4 billion. They have done an audit, apparently, but we don't have public access to it. So we don't know how much of their money got misspent or misappropriated. But what we do know is that in countries like Cameroon and Malawi and even Congo, the DRC, we are starting to see the results of those audits being published. And they're showing that hundreds of millions of dollars, at least so far, has been misappropriated. Now, Transparency International has been trying to track this and figure out where this money went. And it's quite interesting that when you ask the IMF about it, what they like to say is, well, we dispersed the money and it went to those countries, and those countries, they spent their money then on COVID relief. So you can't really trace it back to us and say it was ours at that point. So there's a little bit of a transparency issue in terms of who is going to be accountable for this.
Well, as Tim said to me during the break before we got started, problems in the Congo?
Yeah, I mean,
shocking.
Well, and it's led, as you write, Sherry, it's led to former health minister being arrested in August, though he has publicly denied the allegation. Hey, Sherry, I'm wondering if there are any examples in your reporting of countries where the debits equal the credits, where things do add up.
We're not even getting that level of disclosure at this point. There are certainly some countries that, especially in Latin America, that have put in place these kind of websites where you supposedly are able to go on and see the contracts that were awarded and who got them. This was also, in some cases, required by the IMF. And the IMF says, well, if you include that universe of countries, then we actually do have quite a lot of accountability out there. But the question of whether and when these audits of the misspending are ever going to be released is a good one. But, that said, I mean, the IMF had a very difficult dilemma at the time. I mean, and this is one of the most difficult things that a relief effort can ask is, do you push the money out quickly and try to just hope and make sure it gets to some of the right places, or do you take longer time to put safeguards in place? And then in that event, you also cause lives to be lost.
I think the speed at which money was deployed, I kind of joked earlier, but I mean, I think it was imperative considering the circumstances.
Agreed.
But there also has been, some precedent for this, and that eventually the IMF would ask for receipts. Isn't that right, Sherry?
This is the first time, really, that we are starting to actually see this level of accountability. The IMF only really started in 2018 to put into place increased safeguards for anti-corruption measures. And so this is actually the first kind of global crisis in which we do have at least some attempts to try to figure out where that money has gone.
And we're in general, we've gotten better at tracking down missing money for this. And you spoke with people at Transparency International. What kind of perspective did they offer on being able to monitor this much money going missing?
So what groups like Transparency International and also Human Rights Watch has been looking at this too. What they'd like to see is actually just a lot more accountability and transparency on the part of these governments in terms of their spending, what sorts of contracts and kind of, just the receipts and everything that the IMF had asked for to be available online. And the idea is that when you do that, then you have civil society in each of these countries to be able to follow up. You have media pressure, you have, various forces to be able to say, hey, look, this money was misspent, that money, looks like it went to the right place, and that actually acts as a checks and balances on the whole system.
Well, the whole point is, and you hope for some change, because ultimately we may joke about it and not surprised to see maybe, in some of these parts of the world, the developing in particular, where there's, it's business as usual in terms of misallocation of funds or more severe, but people are impacted as a result, right?
For sure. I mean, what Transparency International says is, look, whenever you have this misallocation of money, it's not just about money, it's about lives, right? It's about less money for ventilators, less money for mobile hospitals and PPE. And, it really comes down to people who just aren't getting the relief at the very bottom of the food chain.
So what will change going forward if more money leaves the IMF to countries in need? Are there any safeguards that have been put in place now that weren't there a year ago?
Well, the IMF says that they are, as a condition of some of the future loans that they're giving out, they're demanding more accountability, more transparency. Of course, a lot of these countries, as we know, I mean, they, even at the best of times, they
right.
really sort of lack safeguards, and their spending, sometimes can't always be traced quite so easily. It doesn't mean
Right.
there's necessarily, embezzlement of people rushing off to put the money in Swiss bank accounts.
Sheridan, we got to run, but it's definitely a story everybody should check out at Bloomberg.com. Sheridan Prasso, Senior Investigations Reporter at Bloomberg News, and our thanks to Jill Weber, Editor of Business Week.
Investing 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. Headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Rivian Automotive is targeting an IPO valuation just above $60 billion, this according to Dow Jones. Right now, we've got U.S. equities trading mixed. The Dow higher, S&P lower, down by half a point. NASDAQ is up 31, higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ at a record. The Dow at a record did hit 36,000 this morning, up now by 62 points, 35,881. The Dow now higher by 0.2%. 10-year yield 1.57%, 1.57 on the 10-year. Stocks fluctuating as traders assess corporate earnings and the economic data, with the Federal Reserve getting ready to wind down stimulus. As for the earnings backdrop, we've got Kristen Bitterly, head of capital markets at Citigroup Global Markets Private Bank.
And with some very minor exceptions, companies have delivered with about 82%, beating earnings estimates and to the tune of 11%. So it's been a strong earnings story, which is why we're seeing this continued upside overall.
And an additional headline now from the Bloomberg Professional Service. The stablecoin risk is spurring U.S. agencies to seek power for a crackdown. That headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Moderna shares slumping after its COVID-19 shot failed to win U.S. regulatory authorization for teenagers. Moderna shares down now by 2.8%. Loan Depot shares, they are pushing higher now by 26%, the most since March on heavy volume after reporting revenue for the third quarter that did beat the average analyst estimate. Some of the names reporting after the bell today: Cirrus Logic, Rambus, Arista Networks, and Hologic. Also reporting Clorox, recapping S&P down by 1 point. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic. And in focus this week, COP26 meeting in Glasgow, Scotland. Top of mind for everyone there, whether rivalry between the world's two biggest polluters who churn out, cough up. You can pick your description. Some 40% of global emissions, they are the big polluters. Will they both be agents of change or roadblocks in the process? And he wrote about it in the Saturday column.
Andy Brown is editorial director at Bloomberg New Economy. He joins us on the phone from New York City. So, Andy, the rivalry between the U.S. and China, it's not just when it comes to technology. It's not just when it comes to physical might. It also comes to the green ambitions. So who is going to win here? Are the incentives aligned?
Well, the question I think is whether these two countries are going to race each other to the top or to the bottom on climate. It's pretty obvious that we're not going to get decarbonization in the time frame that we need it and at the scale at which we need it without real collaboration, deep collaboration between the U.S. and China. They are, as you just noted, the world's two largest polluters. They account for 40% of all emissions. China is by far the biggest. China has more emissions than all developing countries combined. Its emissions are bigger than the next four countries combined. That's
staggering.
The United States, India, Japan, and Russia. And so, but also they have, some of the world's best technologies. They're both AI superpowers. They have the biggest pools of research scientists, it's hard to imagine the technologies that we need coming on stream at scale without the two of them working together, not just on the technologies themselves, but on the regulations, on the standards, on the trading systems that will be required.
It's like a bad family spat. Andy, I think about this in that will they decide to kind of bridge their differences and understand that for the greater good of humanity, really, when we're talking about climate change, will these two nations put aside their differences and do the right thing? Is there political will, geopolitical will? Is there, a social consciousness of the two to really set it straight, especially when you've got the United States has flip-flopped Trump versus maybe where we are today and prior to President Trump. And then you've also got China, who is all in on coal still, but they're also very aggressive when it comes to green.
It's a great question. So we've got two examples of what happens when the U.S. and China decide to collaborate and what happens when they don't. And the first was in 2015, and it was really deft U.S. diplomacy that got China on board this agreement to limit temperature increases to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels and well below 2 degrees. Without China, that agreement would not have occurred. That was a real triumph of American diplomacy. In 2009, which was the previous United Nations meeting, this meeting ended in complete disarray. China was the spoiler, and things got so bad that at one point China's chief climate negotiator, Xie Zhenhua, ends up raising his voice, literally yelling at then President Obama for having the temerity to walk into a room where Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao was having meetings with, I believe, the Indians and the South Africans. And unfortunately, the atmosphere surrounding the Glasgow, Scotland talks is much more similar to Copenhagen than to Paris. In fact, relations between these two countries have not been as bad since they restored or since they established diplomatic relations. And the Americans are saying to the Chinese, listen, we've got lots of problems on the military, on the security, on trade, investment, and so on. But let's carve out this area of climate change where we can collaborate for the good of humanity. And the Chinese are basically saying, no way, you don't get to play with us. We don't, we're not going to play ball with you on climate and be at loggerheads on everything else.
Andy, what would constructive competition look like, though? Because you do raise in your column some important points about what China is doing right now in terms of production of solar panels and actual use of electric vehicles.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you take some of the most promising technologies around, for instance, green hydrogen or carbon capture and storage, a lot of these technologies, as Bill Gates was pointing out in an op-ed in the Financial Times, I think it was yesterday, they've been invented, and now what's required is to model them and then roll them out at scale. China is the place where you can actually do this. It has the world's biggest market. 1 in 3 solar panels and wind turbines deployed in China. Half of all the EVs in the world in China. But doing that is going to require the U.S. and China collaborating around the technology. I mean, if you think about the electric car, what is it? Well, you've got a lithium-ion battery, and guess what? China has 80% of the global output of lithium-ion batteries. It also requires technology hardware, and guess what? Pretty much every advanced semiconductor in the world is built with U.S. technology. Now, if automakers can't be sure that they can integrate these U.S. and Chinese technologies in a single vehicle, it's going to seriously impede the rapid development of EV car fleets. So that's just one example of what needs to happen very, very quickly for the world to avoid the worst of the climate catastrophe.
Never more have we needed collaboration between the U.S. and China. Andy, thank you so much. Andy Brown, editorial director at Bloomberg New Economy. Check out his column. You can sign up for the New Economy Daily newsletter at Bloomberg.com/new-economy.
Let's get a check on the latest world and national news with Denise Pellegrini in the 1130 newsroom in New York.
Hey, Tim. Well, we are hearing from Joe Manchin. He says, quote, "It's time to stop playing games and pass the infrastructure package." The West Virginia senator has been what many see as the stumbling block in passing the other bill, President Biden's reconciliation package. And indeed, he is doing that again today.
For the sake of the country, I urge the House to vote and pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Holding this bill hostage is not going to work in getting my support for reconciliation bill.
And Manchin also says Congress needs more time to evaluate President Biden's $1.75 trillion tax and spending plan. That's the reconciliation bill. The Supreme Court today heard two challenges to the Texas law that bans most abortions in the state. It empowers private citizens, as we've been talking about, to sue providers and anyone helping a woman get an abortion after about 6 weeks of pregnancy. Mark Kieran is senior counsel at the Center for Reproductive Rights. He argued on behalf of Texas abortion providers who want abortion rights protected. Heron says he's hopeful.
It is long past time for this statute to be blocked, for the enforcement to be blocked, and to restore services across the state.
And one of the challenges, as Heron mentioned, is by Texas providers, the others by the Justice Department. And do you have a side hustle you've been hiding from your main employer? Because Professor Hudson Sessions, he's an assistant professor in management at the University of Oregon, tells Dow Jones that side hustles actually help people feel more empowered and thus more productive, even in their main job. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Even in a time when almost nothing is easy, one thing has been effortless.
And now our most important stories of the morning.
Accessing the world's latest financial and political news.
We see some strength around the European equity story.
Russia very much in focus here in the UK.
A positive move between the US and the EU.
European businesses are still investing heavily in China.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Chairman Powell looks brilliant.
Finance.
Some breaking news for you. A share sale.
Investment.
The narrative of the reopening trade has changed.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Do you want some volatility, Tom? Please. Do you want me to go there?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, the laureate.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. With three bright minds thinking of questions,
How far apart are the two Americas right now?
someone's bound to ask the one you most want answered.
What defines that as the year goes on?
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
How do you explain the fact that you have not seen a cheer from equity traders?
Bloomberg Surveillance.
Will that occur within market stability?
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
What's the true value of your custodial relationship? Ben Harrison of BNY Mellon's Pershing explains.
As sophisticated investors demand more from their advisors, advisory firms, in turn, need to rely on their custodian to help them grow their complex businesses. At BNY Mellon's Pershing, supporting the rapid growth of RIAs is our #1 priority. We understand what it means to deliver true value to our clients who are looking for a custodian that is aligned with their best interest and delivers high-value solutions, all in an open architecture environment with flexibility, choice, and transparency. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength, resiliency, and high-touch service that BNY Mellon Pershing provides. When you work with Pershing, we put your business first. Can your custodian say that?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Pershing Advisor Solutions, LLC. Member FINRA SIPC.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
The president's saying that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
Let me bring you some breaking news in terms of earnings.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks higher. We did see Dow 36,000. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. SoftBank said to be exploring options, including the sale of Fortress. Now let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bailey Lipschultz.
Good afternoon, Charlie. As you said, stocks are higher as traders weigh earnings ahead of Fed's rate decision on Wednesday. The Dow is up 50 points. S&P is little changed, with the Nasdaq up 45 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 1.57%, and small caps are up 30 points. 7 of the 11 S&P sectors are trading higher, led by gains in energy and consumer discretionary, while communications and tech are trading in the red. Nasdaq Biotechs rise 65 points, transports gain 5, semis climb 1%, while the VIX is higher by 2.3%. Leaders in the Dow, Boeing, Dow Inc., and McDonald's, while United Health, Home Depot, and Apple are the worst performers. Harley-Davidson, Levi, and Boeing rallied after the U.S. and EU struck a deal to roll back some tariffs, while Tesla led EV peers higher as the COP Climate Summit kicked off. Zillow fell on a report it's looking to sell 7,000 homes for $2.8 billion. And in deal news, Franklin Resources rallied after buying PE fund manager Lexington Partners. Wrapping things up, look for earnings from NXP Semi and Avis after the bell. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you, Bailey, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How many times did you hit your snooze button, Charlie?
Today, not at all. I had to be in bright and early today. So
right.
you ever do that? You set the alarm,
Yes.
and then you wake up early because of the fact that you're like so worried about missing an alarm. But I have 3 alarms, so I never miss an alarm.
Tim does that too.
Yeah, I do too.
All right. Charlie,
you and I were 2 peas in a pod, Charlie.
There we go.
All right. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. So something we all seem not to be able to get enough of. It's also something we'll be talking about this week, Tim, at the upcoming Bloomberg Live Financial Innovations Conference. It's about crypto.
Yeah, Wall Street amassing a crypto army and paying up for recruits. Banks and financial firms added 1,000 crypto roles since 2018, and they're getting some pay bumps.
Yeah, it's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg today. So let's get to it with Bloomberg News finance and investing reporter Eleanor Song. She's in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio here in New York City. So Eleanor, what's going on here?
So we're seeing banks really ramping up their pay and crypto hires in the past 3 and 5 years. And another set of LinkedIn data shows that the number of annual new hires has more than tripled since 2015.
That sounds like a lot.
Yes, for sure. And these positions can include researchers, traders, risk analysts, as well as engineers and coders. And we're seeing that a pay bump. So they're offering a 20 to 30% premium for a mid-level trader or banker role over a comparable position at the same institution.
That's
and then
a lot.
Yes, for roles that like head of crypto teams, research team, trading teams, they could get the number premium as high as 50%.
Wow. What's so interesting about this is it's all happening when there's this sort of bifurcation happening between big banks and startups that are, well, are they fintech companies? Are they banks? What do regulators think? It's kind of unclear.
Yeah, exactly. And these startups are actually competing with banks in hiring crypto talent. I talked to so many people moving from banks to the crypto native space, and they are all saying that they are hiring extensively from the traditional finance market.
So this is so fascinating because we were talking before we got going that for how long the traditional financial firms, big banks, Wall Street firms, for years go back, certainly 5, 7, 10 years ago, were saying this crypto thing, I don't know so much about it. What do they say when you reach out to them? Are they willing to talk freely, or tell us how you're figuring out what's going on?
It's interesting. They definitely need a little convincing, and some just straight up don't really want to talk about it. Yeah. But they are all saying that, okay, maybe we are showing interest while keeping in mind that there's regulation and there's definitely risks and caution that we need to have. So yeah, banks are still quite reserved about it, but they can't really be hesitant anymore because clients are looking to invest in crypto and asking, and they can't risk their clients going to their competitors.
Well, and that's the key part here is the clients, and it's something that I'm reminded about when I think about what Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase has said repeatedly about his thoughts on crypto. And it's something that you refer to in the piece. You remind us that he called it worthless in October after deeming it a fraud back in 2017. So is what's happening at JP Morgan and the other banks, they're saying, wait a second, even though we might not think it's something that personally we want to invest in or we want to be a part of, our clients want it. So we need to have a presence there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing from the LinkedIn data that JP Morgan is actually among the top banks that have hired crypto talents. And right now on the LinkedIn job posting site, they also have a lot of postings for crypto talents.
But when you guys call the firms, or when you call them in the reporting and you say JP Morgan or Citigroup or Morgan Stanley, tell us what you're doing, are they freely telling you what they're doing?
No.
They're pretty quiet about it. It is fascinating because you do wonder, I think about this summit that we're getting ready to do, Tim. I mean, everybody within the established financial world are trying to, I'm going to talk to the H&R Block CEO, there in terms of tax filings for individuals, for small businesses, everybody's keeping an eye on what's happening in the crypto space. And you can definitely see that at this point, Eleanor, I mean, everybody's kind of going after, I guess what you could say is a smaller pool of individuals right now.
Exactly. Actually, I have sources telling me that banks right now are looking specifically for people who left banks in 2017, 2018 and joined the crypto ecosystem, and they're trying to attract them back because those people who have an understanding of systematic trading in crypto.
Okay, so I pose a question to you that Carol posed to me that I couldn't answer just a few minutes ago, and it's about the connection and the parallels between the dot-com boom in the late 90s, early 2000s, and the underlying technology. How would you answer the question of what your sources are saying is the technology that's here to stay if some of these cryptos do end up going to zero?
Well, they are saying, honestly, my sources don't see the bear market coming anytime soon, and they are calling this the crypto as the early days of capital markets 2.0. Wow. And they're comparing their crypto startups to like early days of Facebook, Apple, and saying that over time, Wall Street's ability to offer competitive compensation will diminish because these firms, these crypto startups, are able to offer ownership, stakes, digital tokens, and later on probably really high salaries.
It's hard not to feel that something's going to change, but it's just not quite sure how it all shakes out. But we know how it's shaken out when it comes to if you worked in the crypto industry, Wall Street apparently wants you. That's Eleanor Song. She's finance and investing reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Interactive Brokers studio.
Also, Redhead to get to. Toomey urges Biden not to stretch laws to regulate stablecoin. This is Bloomberg.
This is the world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
It's a Bloomberg Money Minute. Americans are going back to the movies. AMC Entertainment says October ticket sales were the highest since the start of the pandemic. It didn't offer an exact number. Can grocery delivery get any faster? The Wall Street Journal reports a new generation of startups is competing for investor cash by promising delivery in as little as 10 minutes. They do it with small warehouses known as dark stores, staffed by employees who make the deliveries. Your next Delta flight could include more than just a movie and a little bag of pretzels. Peloton reportedly is partnering with the airline to bring custom classes to Delta's in-flight entertainment systems to help passengers relax, stretch, or fall asleep. Stocks are narrowly higher in the final hour with the Nasdaq in the lead. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 51. The S&P 500 fractionally higher. The Nasdaq is up 47. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at bloomberg.com/professional.
When was the moment you discovered that you were meant for the business world?
Have you been getting a lot of inquiries from employers?
And then you started looking for the best sources of information.
Technology is challenging the regulators.
Doctors use kind of a virtual reality look.
I feel like the world is courting Elon Musk.
Which is how you got here.
How are other bankers restricted now?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Remember the last time your family visited the forest? It's a place of wonder and imagination for the whole family, where stories come to life, and it's closer than you think. Ready to plan your next visit? Make the forest part of your story today at a local park near you, or find one at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
NJIT makes the workforce of the future, and Greg Sauter, a member of NJIT's Board of Overseers and president of engineering firm WGI, says NJIT graduates have the in-demand skills that drive today's tech-powered workplace.
Our world is moving to a place of connecting the physical with the digital. In the field of engineering and infrastructure, there's not a thing that we do that's not being changed by technology. We've gone from two-dimensional renderings to immersive, augmented, and virtual reality. Solution sets used to be solved one at a time. Now we can run nearly an endless alternatives analysis and optimize the output. And how we construct that future, from autonomous equipment to 3 and 4D printing. NJIT students graduate with that critical understanding of the cyber-physical world and how we move between them, but with that all-important grounding in applied STEM principles.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The finest financial minds on and off Wall Street seem to like it here.
How do you convince the United States Senate?
We don't think it's the coffee.
I'll go with it.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Most read story in the Bloomberg, and let me just check because I think it still is. Yep, Barclays CEO Jess Staley stepping down. This has to do with Mr. Epstein.
Not
the fallout continuing.
The fallout continuing. I was going to say, not the first person we've seen step aside at the helm of a major financial firm as a result. Bloomberg News finance reporter Max Abelson is going to be joining us with the details in just a few minutes. In the meantime, a check of the trading day as we get to under a half hour to the market close. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there, Tim, and here's what's going on. Stocks higher across the board right now. Could see records again on Wall Street with the S&P up 2 right now. 4607 higher by about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 62, up 0.4%. The Dow up 47 right now at 35,867, up 0.1%. At one point this morning, briefly, we did see the Dow cross the 36,000 threshold. Russell 2000 by far the outperformer today. Small cap shares rallying. The Russell 2000 up by 2.4%. 10-year yield 1.57%. Gold up 0.5, 17.91 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5, 84 even a barrel. Amazon says its vaccinated workers in the U.S. will no longer have to wear masks beginning tomorrow, unless required to do so by federal or local rules. The U.S. has surpassed a new milestone in its vaccination effort, with 80% of adults having received at least one dose. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio says the vast majority of municipal employees are complying with the COVID-19 vaccine mandate, resulting in little disruption to services as the requirement kicks in. Dr. Joshua Sharfstein is Vice Dean at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
When you make a requirement like this, first of all, you've got a big chunk of people who are already vaccinated. Then you have a lot of people who just go, okay, I'll get vaccinated. I've been sort of putting it off, but I know I need to get it. And I was out vaccinating this weekend, and a bunch of those people came in. They're not even upset. They're just, I've got to do it. But then you've got people who are really hardcore refusers, and that's really difficult for them, and it's difficult if there are a lot of them.
Dr. Sharfstein with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking some of the vaccine names that we track on a regular basis: Pfizer down 0.2%. Its German partner BioNTech down 2.1%. AstraZeneca's ADRs up 0.1%. Moderna down 2.5%. Johnson & Johnson now higher by 0.1%. Recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 3, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we mentioned that this is our most read story on the Bloomberg today. Actually, two stories, number one and number two, in the past 8 hours, about Barclays CEO Jes Staley stepping down, his ties, it looks like, to Jeffrey Epstein, really costing his job.
Bloomberg News finance reporter Max Abelson joins us now with the details. So this was the culmination of a report and relatively swift action from the bank. What are the details, Max?
That's right. Let's talk about it. It's such an amazing story, isn't it?
That it's still happening.
Yeah. The Epstein scandal has cast such a long shadow. I mean, over a long period of time, and just over so many prominent figures in global finance.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering.
I'm thinking of Glenn Dubin. She's talking about him with Carol.
Yeah.
Thinking about Leon Black. And now the head of Barclays, Jes Staley. I mean, these are major names. Let's talk about Staley for a second. So he was running Barclays. My friend Tom Metcalf, I recommend his story. He points out that Staley was running that bank for 6 years.
Yeah.
A third of that time was overshadowed by this investigation. So let's talk about what just happened. So Barclays said that he is stepping down as CEO, and by the way, he's also, I think, on the board. He's stepping down as a director too. And the reason is because of what he did or didn't say to UK regulators at the time. So on the one hand, we have Jes Staley saying that his relationship with Epstein ended at a certain point. And then we have, I guess what we're going to see when this report comes out may potentially be a different narrative.
It is interesting in terms of timing, right? Because what we do know is that the UK regulators, right, shared with Barclays kind of their preliminary findings. It was, as you said, multi-year investigation. And I guess one would have thought that maybe they'd wait until there's a final conclusion, but nonetheless, Jes Staley stepping down.
I want to clarify that the reason Staley is going, as far as we know, is how he characterized his relationship with Epstein to Barclays. And then that caused Barclays to then characterize it to UK regulators. And you don't want to put your bank in a position where regulators turn around and say, well, actually, we found something else out.
You use the term casting a shadow over banking, Max, and you've reported on banks for years. And I'm wondering, this is just the latest in a series of executives who have stepped aside as a result for connections. Is this the last?
Well, I think it's probably fair to say that Staley, Dubin, and Black are the three most prominent ones. But on the other hand, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal has been so vast and so global, touching politics, touching philanthropy. I'm thinking of Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Royal families.
Touching the royal family. That, on the one hand, I think it would be a fool's errand to undersell how its scale, and maybe there are surprises left, but I think it's also probably fair to say that this was one of sort of the big pieces of the puzzle that we Wall Street reporters were waiting to see where this piece would lead. And now Jess Staley, who was an enormous figure at J.P. Morgan and then an enormous figure in global banking, is now out of a job.
Well, what's staggering too to me is, and I was thinking about this too. I mean, I talked to Jess Staley years ago for a special that we did here at Bloomberg TV, and it's interesting. I mean, this was someone who at one point was considered maybe an heir apparent to Jamie Dimon. There was a pool of individuals who were very senior at the company. And Staley brought in Glenn Dubin. They eventually, bought his firm, Highbridge Capital Management, which was considered a really successful, significant move for J.P. Morgan. So it's interesting to see kind of some of these mighty titans of our global financial world, whether it's Leon Black or Jess Staley, kind of brought down. And it isn't over, and I have to be careful here.
That's right. I think that we're still going to learn, I'm sure, a thing or two about what happened in their relationship. But I think it might be helpful to listeners, and honestly, it's helpful for me as a reporter to go through kind of the chronology.
Just got about 35 seconds.
Okay. Well, in that case, the important thing is that Staley takes over Barclays in 2015, and he left J.P. Morgan in 2013. And my understanding is that Staley's big message is that he said his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was over. That he, my understand is that he said that he had no contact whatsoever with Epstein at any time since taking up the leadership at Barclays. That's what he said, and I guess we're going to find out more about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a story that will obviously continue, and we'll wait to hear the outcome of that. Max, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg News finance reporter Max Abelson. This is our most read story on the Bloomberg.
Let's get a check now on the latest world and national news with Denise Pellegrini in the 1130 newsroom here in New York.
Well, we're watching what's happening, Tim, with Senator Joe Manchin, because he is once again obstructing President Biden's massive reconciliation bill. The West Virginia senator saying, quote, "It's time to stop playing games and pass the infrastructure package." Now, Manchin says holding the other package, the infrastructure package, hostage won't get him to sign on to the reconciliation bill that he doesn't like.
I'm not going to negotiate in public on this because I've been dealing in good faith, and I will continue to deal in good faith with all of my colleagues on both sides. It's time to pass the bill and quit playing games.
So he's talking about not the reconciliation bill, but the infrastructure bill there when he says it's time to pass it. And Manchin speaking there to reporters. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy at a briefing imploring those New Jerseyans who have not yet rolled up their sleeves to please do so and get the COVID vaccine.
One of the first things President Biden did.
Oops, there, we'll get Murphy. He's right here.
We continue to see a far greater percentage of new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths from among the unvaccinated than we do from the vaccinated.
And President Biden today telling the COP26 conference in Glasgow that the U.S. is ready to be a leader again in the fight for the environment.
One of the first things President Biden did when he was sworn in was return the U.S. to the Paris Climate Accord. But now he says he wants the U.S. to do more.
To demonstrate to the world the United States is not only back at the table, but hopefully leading by the power of our example. Action, not words.
He added that high energy prices only underscore the need to diversify resources and adopt new clean energy technology. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
And Bloomberg's Amy Morris reporting there. Thank you, Amy. And Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Lisa Goldman, partner and leader of Burden's International Tax and Advisory Practice.
It's a smart business practice to diversify your investment portfolio, and many investors look for opportunities in different countries to achieve this objective. However, investing overseas can be complicated and often requires working with a specialist who has a firm grasp of both domestic and international tax law. At Burden Accountants and Advisors, our experienced team works with clients to help them develop cross-border tax plans that minimize their tax liabilities, ensure compliance, and save them money.
If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business. For more tax chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
This is Daniel Blazer. I'm a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund and chair of the Special Gifts Committee. Back in March, when the world came to a grinding halt with the coronavirus crisis, I turned to the Jewish Communal Fund to make grants to charities that were important to me. Our community of fund holders responded generously, and so did JCF. Through our Special Gifts Fund, which functions like an endowment, JCF made a grant of $1 million to UJA Federation of New York and the Metropolitan Council on Jewish Poverty to fight food insecurity and provide much-needed assistance to Holocaust survivors and single parents who have been impacted by the crisis. If you are not using a donor-advised fund for your giving, now is the time. Working with the Jewish Communal Fund is easy. It's convenient, it's efficient, and it enables you to focus on your charitable giving, especially in difficult moments like these. To find out how JCF can maximize your charitable impact and reduce your tax burden, visit jcfny.org.
Introducing Bloomberg Quick Take. Our global stories take on tomorrow today. Watch live news on the events changing your business and your world, and go deeper with original shows on business, technology, politics, and culture. Don't settle for a news network built for yesterday. For a global view and an informed take, Bloomberg Quick Take. Now streaming free on Bloomberg.com/quicktake. Brought to you by Accenture, American Express, and AT&T Business.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage.
The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Lazard said to be in advanced talks to buy the hedge fund Brigade. Stocks higher as we head toward the close. 13 minutes to go. We've got the S&P up 4 right now. Could see records up 0.1%. The Dow, which crossed 36,000 earlier today, up now by 63 points, up 0.2%. 35,882 right now on the Dow. Nasdaq up 74, up 0.5%, but by far the outperformer today. The Russell 2000 surging 2.6%. 10-year yield 1.56%. Gold up 0.5, 17.91 the ounce. Bitcoin lower, little change, down less than 0.1%, while crude is up 0.4%, 83.93 a barrel. Stocks trading at or near records as solid corporate earnings overshadowed disappointing manufacturing data. Recapping, S&P up 4, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. It's 3:48 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
China's stepped-up nuclear ambitions have been hard to miss in recent months. Satellite images suggest the country has been building fields of new missile silos. The Pentagon predicts China's stockpile of operational warheads will more than double by 2030. In responding to this new reality, the U.S. should keep the threat in perspective. Even if China quadrupled its stockpile, it would still lag far behind the nearly 4,000 warheads in the U.S. arsenal. For now, China seems more concerned with ensuring that it can absorb a first strike and retaliate than with matching the U.S. bomb for bomb. That makes it essential to avoid overreaction. When Joe Biden meets Xi Jinping by video later this year, he should underscore the need to stabilize the U.S.-China relationship. Otherwise, the world could face a devastating new nuclear arms race. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. For more opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN-GO on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, just about 10 minutes left in today's trading session, so let's get to it. Let's drive to the close with Hank Smith back with us, head of investment strategy over at Haverford Trust. Once again, on the phone from Radnor, Pennsylvania. So, Hank, good to have you here. Feels like we've gotten through a lot over the last month in terms of earnings. We're seeing outperformance once again when it comes to earnings beats, and we're seeing the markets up a lot as a result. We're up 6% gain in the benchmark since the earnings season began. Best performance over a comparable period in 7 years. Justified in your view, and will it continue?
Good afternoon, Carol. Great to be with you. Yes, it is justified. Far cry from where we were in early September when the markets were concerned about third quarter earnings based on the slowdown, economic slowdown, and concerned about the debt ceiling and Washington, D.C. uncertainty. And, of course, corporate America has come through beautifully in the third quarter with 80% of those companies reporting beating on the bottom line and 75% beating on the top line. and so what I think.
Actually, Tim's going to correct you because I think it's, what is it?
82.8% to be specific, according to data from Bloomberg
We were just looking at the latest research.
You read our mind, Hank.
I appreciate the detail.
Sorry, continue. Go ahead.
I think what is proven to be is this continues to be a buy on the dips market as it has been all year. And in fact, since the start of the new bull market, March 24th, 2020, as well, despite the rise in yields with the 10-year Treasury at 1.57%, it is still not competition for the stock market. So we're still in a TINA environment. There is no alternative. And when you come right down to it...
So buy on the dip, Tina, they all apply.
Unless even Doge.
Yeah, if you're into Doge, then we know I don't know.
Then we're moving on. No. Hank, when does the party end, though? When does the music stop?
Well, let's just frame it this way. The tailwinds continue to be stronger than the headwinds, and when that changes, I think we're going to have a correction. The tailwinds, very simply, incredible monetary stimulus, incredible fiscal stimulus, incredible corporate earnings, and a consumer that is in excellent shape and is willing to spend. We still haven't really seen all of the unleashing of pent-up demand because that Delta variant did pour some cold water over what was really an extraordinary unleashing of pent-up demand. The headwinds simply remains, number one, COVID. If COVID reemerges, we're going to slow down. Washington, D.C. uncertainty. We still have a debt ceiling to pass, and we still don't know what the reconciliation bill is going to be, the final version of it. But we do know that the taxes aren't going to be nearly as onerous as what was feared 2 quarters ago. China slowing growth is a issue as well. And, of course, inflation. And the debate that we've had now for the past several quarters, is this transitory inflation or is this persistent, insidious inflation?
So if you were a betting man and you got to make investment calls for clients, which you do, so what would you say? Is it too early to say, here's what we think 2022 holds for everyone? It's funny. I was at an event and someone said to me, because they know what I do, and they're like, so what do you think is going to happen with interest rates?
Yeah, Carol, what do you think?
And I said, even if they go up a little bit, they're still low by a historical measure. And so I don't think the Fed's going to do anything drastic, but you're the guy who's really got to, make decisions for, millions of dollars of investment money. So what's your bet?
So, Carol, you made a good point there. The Fed, whatever it's going to do, is going to be well telegraphed and it's going to be gradual. And I mentioned unleashing of pent-up demand. We still believe there's plenty of that to go, and we think that is going to drive the economy through 2022, and corporate earnings are going to remain robust in that environment. So the Delta variant just threw a temporary wet rag over this unleashing of pent-up demand. It will resume.
But the worry is if we do get, let's say, if anything, the Delta variant, it was troublesome, but we managed our way through it, right? For the most part, there's certainly hotspots, and I would never say that we've gotten through it completely. But if we get something that isn't so easily manageable, or the current vaccine isn't able to deal with it, that's going to be a problem.
Potentially, but look, COVID reared its ugly head last winter, and we got through that as well.
Yeah.
So I'm very optimistic that politicians are not going to repeat the same mistakes they did early in 2020 when they locked down the economy. I think one of the lessons is that was not the right approach, just choking off the economy entirely. So maybe that's misplaced optimism with regards to politicians making the right decisions. But I think in this case they will. So we're rather optimistic. Yes, there are going to be bumps in the road. The S&P has not had a correction since the start of this bull market over a year and a half ago. That's highly unusual. The NASDAQ did a year ago, back in September, October, but the S&P has not. and investors should always expect corrections, but we believe that's going to be a buying event as opposed to something that morphs into a bear market, which we think is very unlikely because the risk of a recession occurring over the next 12 to 18 months is very, very low.
So where we started, buy on the dip and Tina, right? It comes back to that.
Exactly.
Hey, just in the last 30 seconds that we have with you, Hank, change in non-farm payrolls, we're getting that data on Friday. 450,000 is what Bloomberg economists are expecting, or surveyed by Bloomberg, I should say. How could things go haywire?
Well, certainly the last month's report was way off the mark. And here's the unknown here. Look, we do have labor disruptions for sure. And how much of it is people taking early retirement that will not come back into the workforce? And that is something that's very, very hard to quantify.
Right.
I think once we get through the fears of the pandemic, that we have schools and daycare fully reopened.
Got it.
And some of the government policies kind of step away and the private sector takes over. I think the labor markets are going to recover even very, very well.
Hank Smith over at Haverford Trust, thank you so much for your thoughts. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we'll be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for Beyond the Bell, live on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. We're counting you down to the close on this Monday.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Taylor Rich, Nolly Bassick in for Caroline Hyde. Counting you down to the closing bell. Here to help take us beyond the bell. It's our global simulcast. Haven't seen him in a while. Carol Master and Tim Stenovic. You look great, both of you, bringing together Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences to parse the crucial moments of the day. And this is a record-setting day pretty much across the board.
Yeah, it's incredible to see some of the moves that we're seeing on this Monday, first trading day of November. Romaine, we missed you, so it's good to have you back. And a favorite index of yours, those small caps, really moving ahead big time, up almost 2.7%, Tim, in today's session.
May I remind you that we are still in the midst of earnings season, and the companies that have reported thus far, especially those in the S&P 500, have done particularly well. More than 82.8%, or 82.8% exactly, of S&P 500 companies that have reported earnings have beaten expectations. We're just getting started. We got Pfizer, T-Mobile, Lyft, Uber, Amgen, Roku, Discovery, Peloton, and more all coming later this week.
And what is so interesting is when you take a look at an equity market like the S&P that's posted gains of 10% or more through October 31st, Shanali, November and December continue to be banner months. So it certainly feels by historical standards that this equity market is going nowhere but one direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting what's driving it higher. It's the companies that are doing deals. That's mergers and acquisitions, cutting deals with suppliers, and cutting deals with their workers.
Yeah, cutting deals. Sorry. We're going to keep an eye on that here. You know, guys, we talk about, of course, we got to talk about Dow 36,000. We did actually trade slightly above it. Doesn't look like it's going to close there, but a pretty significant milestone here. We had Jim Glassman on just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a significant, the technicians look at something like a Dow 36,000. It's certainly a significant point. And here we are after bouncing around today, Romaine. We're going to finish off our highs and lows, but NASDAQ pretty much at its highs today. All
right. Well, we're still talking record close here for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 35,913 and change as we wait for those numbers to settle. That's up about 0.3%. The S&P 500 going to close at a record high, up about 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite going to close at a record high, up about 0.6%. And, of course, we talk about the Russell 2000. I think this is probably the more interesting move of the day here. We're closing up about 2.6% here. That's 2358 and change. Of course, the record high was 2360. And more importantly, of all the major indices, this is really the only one that never really managed to reclaim its earlier highs from this year. Of course, that was set back on March 15th, right around 2360 and change, I'm told by Taylor.
Yeah, and those Russell, I should say, the Russell is up about 19% this year. That compares. So there's your small caps, your broad, big caps up about almost 23% by the S&P 500. So you've definitely seen some outperformance when it comes to those big cap names, Taylor.
Let's take a look at the winners, the sector losers, as we always do for our radio audience. When we take take a look at, and this is a good one. You know, Carol, I did this just for you on a, well, I'm taking a look. Yeah, so there, look, you're half in the green and you're half in the red.
You did this for Carol.
I wanted to do, well, when I was looking at it on a year-to-date basis, everything is in the green. So there, I was going to give Carol a big boost for her gainers. But on a one-day basis, you can see it is about 50-50. It's autos. How much of this, Carol, and I know we might mention this later, is Tesla and some of the chip makers. The stocks index is also at a big record high right now.
Yes.
And on the bottom of that screen, some of the software services and the retailing index, as well as we talk about some of those supply chain issues that continue to weigh on the market.
See, Romaine, you go away and the Beyond the Bellers will play. And this is what little alliance between me and Taylor. Hey, let's talk about Tesla, because it was truly one of the big outperformers, up 8.5% in today's session. Top in the NASDAQ 100, top in the S&P 500, up for a fourth straight day. This is after recording the biggest monthly gain that we've seen in almost a year to cap October with an all-time high market value. You know, we've talked about it, $1.1 trillion in terms of that market cap. Tesla's up.
Can I correct you, Carol?
Oh,
I always correct Taylor.
Is it 1.2 now?
Yeah, it's 1.2.
Yes,
This is what I do.
It's hard to keep up. It's up 71% this year, and it's up more than 100% so far from its March 8th low. So that's certainly a standout. That gain in Tesla helped really that whole solar sector, all the EV sector, not the solar sector, the EV sector, anybody in kind of alternative energy. Another one is Hyzon Motors. That stock was up 21%. Having a rough year, it's down more than 40%, but nonetheless a big jump in today's session. And I do want to mention, Shanali mentioned some of the deals that have been going on. Franklin Resources, another deal in the U.S. asset management space. Last week it was T. Rowe buying Oak Hill. Today it was Franklin Resources buying Lexington Partners for 1.75. Franklin, a top gainer in the S&P 500, up almost 12% in today's session, Tim.
Some companies are buying companies. Some companies are selling a lot of homes. Zillow is one of those. Bloomberg exclusively reporting that Zillow is looking to sell about 7,000 homes for about $2.8 billion. This, according to people familiar with the matter, that's sending shares of Zillow down by more than 6% today. The plan is to sell them to multiple buyers, not just a single transaction. Remember, the company recently said it would stop making offers on its home flipping operation for the rest of the year, putting a record number of homes on the market in September, that according to Yipit data. Moderna finishing the day off of session lows, but still down 2.33%. It was down as much as 7% earlier in the session after its COVID-19 shot failed to secure U.S. regulatory authorization in teenagers. Still, though, guys, the best performer in the S&P 500 so far this year. The stock is higher by more than 200%. Come with me to the metaverse.
Okay.
And let's go to Roblox.
Bought my ticket.
I was just in the metaverse for the past week. Trust me.
Well, it wasn't.
Really?
It wasn't. You weren't in Roblox at least since Thursday, Romaine, because it's been offline essentially. How was the metaverse?
Yeah, it was okay. I prefer reality.
Well, Roblox is back online, but shares are down by more than 3.4%, finishing the day. The company said the problems over the last few days, an outage since Thursday, was caused by the increase in the number of servers in its data centers. It was not caused by too many people actually trying to access the platform. But good news for folks who are interested in Roblox and back on the platform, because it's up and
just
running
real quickly
again.
before we get to yields, I mean, going back to the S&P, you had Tesla up on the board, but all the big cap tech stocks actually were lower on the day. Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple. In fact, if Tesla hadn't gained 8.5% on the day, the S&P might have actually been in the red. I mean, that contributed 9 points to the gains that we saw today, Taylor.
Yeah, really interesting how much of that, of course, was impacted maybe by higher yields as well, because that's certainly what we saw. Technology typically is the underperformer in that scenario. We're mostly unch on the day except for long out on the yield curve. When you're up 2 and 3 basis points on 20s, 30s, and you still have an inverted 20s, 30s curves. And Carol, I don't want to make too much about this because I know we want to talk about the overall markets, but there has been this consensus that a lot of these moves in the yield curve have been technical. It's not fundamental. But just quickly here, I read a note from NatWest Markets this morning, and typically during a flattening yield curve, it's falling inflation expectations, except for this year when you have a flattening yield curve and inflation expectations are rising. The markets are signaling that inflation is worse than we thought. The Fed has to act quickly, and that is then going to push growth down on the long end. Though I'm getting a lot of signals here that these are a lot of technicals and getting some pushback.
So a lot of fodder for when the Fed meets this week, right? We've got a big Fed decision. They're in a bit of a predicament because we are seeing certainly inflation continue to tick higher. There's concerns about those supply chains. They're looking at the yield curve, what's happening, certainly shorter versus the longer term, and trying to make sure that they don't make a policy mistake. Because what the Fed does not want to do is raise rates and then have to cut rates in a few months, right? Because remember, it takes a while for all of this to work its way through the economy. So they're in a bit of a predicament.
Are they? Can I push back on that? Because
sure.
I mean, look, I mean, they're not changing rates right now. They basically said they're not going to do anything until they finish the taper, and even then, they say it's not actually linked to the taper. I don't know if I necessarily believe that. But you're talking about a taper, basically a pullback in what they've been buying. That doesn't necessarily mean they're actually removing policy support altogether. I mean, you're still going to have a relatively large balance sheet, and you still have at least what people in the market believe is some sort of implicit backing here that they're not going to let any sort of huge drop in risk assets occur. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen.
Go ahead. I know Carol wants to jump in. She's dying to jump in on this.
The only thing I would jump back is I think we know that they're going to cut back on their asset purchases. We know it. They have certainly telegraphed it in a big way. But does the market want them to be more specific about interest rates? Because there's a fair amount of debate there. And that's where I think the Fed is in a tricky position about what they say. Because if they say too much and say that they're moving closer to raising rates, does that kind of set off the markets? And will that kind of play out?
So you're calling for a tantrum?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
it is.
We keep talking to people on Bloomberg Radio. I keep talking to them on Quick Take Stock, like Christina Hooper earlier in the day from Invesco, telling us that essentially the Fed has done such a good job of communicating what they're going to do.
So far, yeah.
So far, they just have to rip the Band-Aid off. She doesn't expect any surprises this week.
Who did we talk to earlier who said that they were expecting 5 rate hikes
Marcy McGregor.
by the end of 2023?
Right? Yeah.
Marcy McGregor.
You certainly have investors and also banking executives really hoping for those higher interest rates at this point in time. But, you know, to your point, to what extent is that?
Are they not profitable enough?
You know, trading is starting to wane.
When Romaine is well rested, he comes out guns blazing.
It's the metaverse.
15,
He really was in the
not enough to
metaverse.
make money.
Let me just leave you here with a quick note. Steve Whiting, of course, who we just spoke to on TV, had a really good point. 4 rate hikes by the end of 2023 is in line with historical standards. What is different this time is the market has such a high degree of conviction that in those 4 rate hikes, nothing will go wrong that makes them rethink that. And that is what feels different this time around.
But what's also really tricky is right now you have Americans so upbeat about the prospect of the job market, right? It's such a tight market in terms of the labor situation, but they're not so upbeat about the employment. Joe Weisenthal writing about this this morning in the 5 Things to Watch, and I think that's very interesting. Usually those two things are in tandem. If you're upbeat about the labor market, you're upbeat about the economy. So how do we kind of fix that? How does the Fed make sense of it? I'm just going to put it out there. Metaverse or not.
By the way, Meta Platforms was up 2% today.
See, there you go. All right, we got to run. That does it for our market wrap, our Beyond the Bell, our comprehensive coverage of the financial markets on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg TV, and on YouTube. We'll see you again Monday, same time, same place. Tuesday.
All right, we're going to continue our coverage here. The Biden administration is dealing with many concerns, from the Build Back Better agenda to labor shortages to a supply chain crisis. Our very own David Weston, he's standing by right now with a key member of the administration. David?
Thank you so much, Romaine. Yes, we are joined by Wale Adeyemo. He is the Deputy Secretary of the United States Treasury. Mr. Adeyemo, thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to actually go back a day or so to the G20 meetings in Rome, because it was a major accomplishment there. Larry Summers, somebody you know well, said it potentially is the most important international economic agreement of the century, and that is the global minimum tax, something important to you and your boss, Janet Yellen. Explain why that's so important.
Well, David, thank you so much for having me, and it's great to be here with you to talk about what I think is the biggest change to global taxes in over 100 years. The international minimum tax provides us with a change in taxes that means that we're going from a place where there was a race to the bottom to ending that and creating a level playing field for international companies. What this means is that countries around the world have moved to a place where they will have revenues coming in from companies that do business in them, and it'll mean that American companies, instead of looking to go abroad in order to lower their taxation, will be incentivized to stay here and make investments in America. These investments will help improve our economy, and it'll also mean that for a multinational company in America, which today on average pays under 8% in taxes, they will be required to pay a more level tax rate, which will allow small businesses in America to compete better with them going forward, and will improve our economy over the long term.
As you know so well, perhaps better than I, a lot of Republicans had objections to increasing the corporate rate, specifically because it said it would disadvantage U.S. companies versus the rest of the world. As I understand, this global minimum tax could address at least some of that issue, but now you're not increasing the rate. Why is it important that we have a level playing field? And maybe most important, when will we actually see the money?
So it's critical, David, that we have a level playing field because it means that our companies are able to compete equally with companies around the world. And this is true for especially companies that make things in America, who had for a long time had to compete against companies that were able to invert and move to other jurisdictions in order to lower their tax rates. By reaching this deal, which Secretary Yellen struck with over 130 countries around the world, it means that for a company, they no longer are looking to a country where they can compete based on tax rates, but instead will be looking to countries where they can compete in terms of the strength of their workers, the strength of their infrastructure, the ability to innovate. And our belief is that America will win out when you're competing on those issues rather than on the lower tax rate.
Another major issue obviously pending in Washington right now is the Build Back Better proposal. We heard actually from Senator Manchin just today about that. There are concerns about how we would pay for some of the programs in that. Would the global minimum tax help pay for some of Build Back Better?
David, you're right that the global minimum tax deal that is included in the Build Back Better Act would help pay for the proposals in the Build Back Better Act. And the key thing to remember is that the president made a commitment, and he's kept that commitment, to pay for the Build Back Better Act. So it will not add to our debts or deficits. And he pays by it by increasing taxes on the wealthy and on companies that have done quite well during the pandemic, but keeps his commitment to people making under $400,000 not to increase their taxes. In fact, the families of 35 million families in America will actually see a tax cut. So the Build Back Better Act meets the requirements that Senator Manchin has set out. It actually cuts the deficit. It helps us deal with some of the inflationary pressures that have been caused by the pandemic, and it actually creates jobs as well.
So as I understood Senator Manchin today, he didn't necessarily believe, at least not yet, what you just said. That is, number one, that it would be paid for, and number two, it would address inflation. In fact, he's quite specifically said he cannot vote for something that he thinks is going to really add to what he calls historic inflation. How do you satisfy Senator Manchin in those regards?
Well, David, the president's framework does satisfy Senator Manchin, and I understand that he wants to read the legislation that is written based on that framework. But when you look at the framework, it includes fully paying for the legislation using tax increases on the wealthy and on corporations, including the international minimum tax that is included there. It also includes ways for us to help address some of the pressures that have been built in our economy due to the pandemic. For example, I was in Philadelphia last week and had an opportunity to sit down with parents who are thinking about re-entering the labor force. One of their big concerns was, what do I do with my children in terms of those who are not in school? This plan includes the biggest expansion in education for kids in over 100 years, where kids who are 3 and 4 will have guaranteed universal education. In addition to doing that, it'll create jobs by providing incentives to those people who are making decisions on how they can hire new employees to do things like help us address climate change, and also investing in training for workers in order to make sure that our economy is better positioned to compete in the future.
Mr. Adeyemo, I said that Larry Summers, whom we both know, was very complimentary about the global minimum tax, also has been very complimentary about adding resources to the IRS to make sure people are paying their fair share of taxes. He was less complimentary. He said he just couldn't understand why it didn't go further, the tax proposals, and that is to address things like people who make less than $10 million a year. As he put it, we're not raising the rates at all on people making anything less than $10 million a year. We're not addressing things like carried interest. We're not addressing some of the stepped-up basis. What do you say to that? Because I know that President Biden has made a priority to try to address income and wealth inequality in this country.
So, David, the first thing I would say is that the Build Back Better Act goes a long way towards addressing those issues of inequality by raising taxes on the wealthiest in America. As you know, the president made a number of proposals, and he's made it very clear that the Build Back Better Act represents a compromise that includes a number of the proposals that he's advocated for, but doesn't include some of them. Our goal here is to make sure that we get the Build Back Better Act implemented, because we know that it's going to include transformative changes for our economy that will help us create jobs, and at the same time it's paid for in a way that will mean that over time our debts and deficits will go down.
I mentioned the G20, and let's talk about the COP26 meetings that now have started just today. A lot needs to be done. A lot of people agree on the climate. It's going to cost a lot of money. What will the Build Back Better plan do in stepping us toward that? Because, as I said, it's an enormous amount of money if we're really going to take on climate.
Yeah, David, and I think that addressing climate change is a huge economic issue for us as well. Last year, for example, almost $100 billion was spent dealing with the impacts of climate-related weather effects in this country. The president's making huge investments in climate in order to make sure that we can address the challenge that climate change creates for our economy, but also in order to make sure that we're in a place where we can create jobs based on the transition that we're going to make in our economy. The creation of jobs is really a competitiveness issue for us. By putting these incentives in the Build Back Better Act, it puts us in a position where America can be a leader on these issues in order to make sure that America is the most competitive nation in the future when it comes to addressing the impacts of climate change.
Another item in the news today has to do with cryptocurrency, particularly stablecoin. A report came out of your department, Department of Treasury, along with the Fed and some regulators, saying we'd like Congress to give us power to regulate stablecoins like a bank account. But by the way, we have a plan B. We may declare that it's systemically important and regulate it that way. What exactly do you not have power to do right now that you need power to do?
So, David, what we're attempting to do is provide those in the industry with a regulatory framework in order to make sure that they know where they can innovate going forward. Regulators within the President's Working Group developed this report in order to provide Congress with our recommendations in terms of what we think they need to do to provide us with the regulatory tools to fully address the potential risks. But at the moment, a number of the regulators around the table have various authorities to regulate, including the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which will look closely at these issues. It's critical from our standpoint that Congress acts because it allows us to have a holistic approach to this emerging industry. But if Congress is unable to act quickly, the regulators around the table will take actions to make sure that we can protect financial stability, protect consumers and investors as well.
One last quick question here, if I could. Besides your responsibility for the financial system overall, you also have responsibility for the sanctions system. To what extent does cryptocurrency potentially undermine your ability to enforce current laws on things like sanctions against countries, but also things like money laundering?
We believe that cryptocurrencies have the ability to follow our anti-money laundering standards when implemented properly. Our goal is to make sure that we make clear to the industry and work with them to ensure that exchanges and wallets implement anti-money laundering procedures and know your customers procedures. But as you know, this is a global industry, so we're committed to working closely with our international partners and allies. And when exchanges or mixers don't follow the rules of the road and are used for criminal purposes, to hold them accountable going forward. But our view is that if we work well to provide these exchanges and cryptocurrencies with clear rules of the road, they have the ability to follow them in a way that meets our needs in terms of protecting our national security.
Okay, Mr. Adeyemo, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it. That's U.S. Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, Wally Adeyemo from New York. And this is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much to David Weston. Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Witham. More than CPAs, they are trusted advisors offering smart business solutions to help companies innovate, grow, and stay secure in today's complex world. Visit witham.com for more.
All right, we promised you that we were going to bring a bunch of our most read stories. We've covered a couple of them already. Here's another one that is one of our most read on the Bloomberg today. Remember the metaverse? Yes, the catalyst for the company name change at Facebook to Meta. We talked about it a lot last week. Well, it seems like others are embracing the metaverse as well. And Tim, that includes the chip company NVIDIA.
Ian King is U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter at Bloomberg News. He joins us on the phone from San Francisco. Ian, when I think of chips, I think of you, so I'm really glad we have you on the program to talk about this. What is NVIDIA doing specifically that indicates it's also going all in on the metaverse, just like Facebook or Meta Platforms, Inc., as it's known now?
Right. I mean, NVIDIA's founder, Jensen Huang, has long been this kind of evangelist for coming technologies. And quite often, he's got way ahead of the curve and really, particularly for a chip industry executive, talked about things which surprised people, and then they've kind of proven out and provided markets for him or markets for other people. So he's now talking about this metaverse as the next big thing, and therefore we thought it was interesting to try and tell this story about what exactly did NVIDIA mean here.
Well, and so parse it out through, for us, Ian, in terms of how we should read, what NVIDIA's role might be. I mean, it sounds like they're talking their book a little bit, but it also sounds like that they're a believer in the metaverse.
That's right. I mean, at the simplest level, they're talking about this being the 3D internet. 3D data, 3D files compared to 2D, which is basically what we have now with the internet, straight basically a page structure, moving to a 3D visual video structure, massive amounts more data that needs to be manipulated, and that's where NVIDIA's graphics processors, whether it's in your computer or whether it's in a data center, that's where they earn their money. So it makes perfect sense for NVIDIA to view this as a positive development, as creating demand for their chips.
I'm still wondering, though, what a 3D internet looks like and how that view of it might be different from NVIDIA's top brass versus what Mark Zuckerberg laid out last week. Because I think a lot of people are still trying to understand what exactly is the metaverse.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. And when I spoke with NVIDIA, I was obviously doing it with a wry smile on my face as well. And I was like, come on, give me examples. The classic example, as it exists, is what NVIDIA is very good at, which is gaming. Basically, people all around the world are plugged into computers, interacting with people that they've never met, never will meet, talking with them, fighting with them in an artificial environment that they all share. That is in itself the metaverse. But obviously, for it to have significance, it has to be bigger than this. So what NVIDIA is saying is like, look, this is just the beginning. Other things, other everyday activities that we now take for granted will move into this format. And they gave a couple of examples. They talk about BMW having a virtual factory. When they want to retool their factory, they do it in virtual before they do it in real so that they can iron out the mistakes or possible problems and get it done cheaper. They talked about, shopping experiences, about design, things like that. But really, no real concrete examples.
It's interesting, too, you talk, Ian, about NVIDIA and its Omniverse software. And I do think a lot about this in terms of what Facebook or Meta now is thinking about the importance of having the platform to build all of this, right? We're all in on maybe an Apple platform or an Android platform. Like, I get it, the power of it. Is NVIDIA right that they could be, the platform that's really key in this new universe?
I think you've highlighted a very important thing here. A few years ago, NVIDIA were talking about this thing called CUDA, and everybody was like, oh, why do we care about free software? Why do we care about this? And that became the platform where a lot of AI work got done on, and then AI became part of everyday life, became part of how Siri works, became part of how a lot of things get processed on the internet. So NVIDIA was ahead of that, and they're saying basically the same thing. They're saying, hey, look, here's some kind of middleware that you need. It'll make everything sort of talk to each other, and that'll be how things take off. That's the argument. It's worked for them before, more recently with AI, and that's what they're aiming to do again here.
Okay, so NVIDIA is right now trying to acquire ARM from SoftBank in what would be the largest deal in chip industry history. What would that do for NVIDIA's metaverse aspirations?
Again, if you believe in this expansive vision of the internet, then we're going to need more hardware. We're going to need sensors. We're going to need microphones. We're going to need lots and lots of more peripheral devices. Right now, NVIDIA is in PCs and it's in servers. It's not in all of these peripheral devices, which it believes the world is going to be full of, to make this metaverse a reality, this meshing of the real world with this perfect creation of this online photorealistic world happen. If it gets ARM's technology everywhere, so that's what gives it the play there.
Which is why we talked earlier about, who's going to be the next $1 trillion market cap company. And on that list, Tencent was on it, but NVIDIA was on it in a big way. And just talking about the role of this company going forward and just the move up that we've seen in that share price over the last few years.
$650 billion, $645.
Getting there. Still got to run. Ian King writes something. It's a must-read here at Bloomberg, and it should be in your universe as well. Ian King, metaverse or not. He's U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter here at Bloomberg.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
The Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street began the week with a modest gain and new highs for the major averages. The Dow Industrials rose 94, the S&P gained 8, the Nasdaq jumped 98. Supply constraints continue to hold back U.S. factories. Although manufacturing expanded in October, a monthly snapshot of manufacturing activity showed a slower rate of expansion versus September. A measure of factory employment was up. The computer chip shortage that has crippled some U.S. auto production is rippling beyond the auto industry. Steelmakers are finding themselves stuck with too much of the high-end metal used by automakers, who can't build as many cars as they'd hoped. Zillow is looking to sell about 7,000 homes after its home flipping business bit off more than it could chew. Sources say it's seeking about $2.8 billion for the homes, some of which will be sold at a loss. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
I think it's just vapor.
Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous.
5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies. Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers. There are a lot of ways to look at the world right now.
Interesting that you've got an overweight on Hong Kong.
And the more of them you can access, the better.
What has to be his strategy?
Perspective.
Who's doing school best?
Clarity.
How do we get it so that the benefits get to everybody?
Expertise.
He seems to have exactly the right combination. It's character plus policy.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Richard Goldstein, Senior Principal and Co-Leader of Burden State and Local Tax Practice.
COVID-19 pandemic state and local government restrictions have caused many people to shelter in place outside their primary state of residence. The new normal of remote working has proliferated potentially costly state and local tax residency issues. For example, if you live in Manhattan but have been residing and working in Connecticut because of the pandemic, you may be a resident of one or both states and potentially taxed twice on the same income. At Burden, we help clients develop a plan to address double residency concerns and non-resident income allocation to minimize their overall tax liability. If you're a high net worth individual or a business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden Accountants and Advisors, visit burdenllp.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Accounting professional Liam Cohen, CPA, a trustee of the Jewish Communal Fund, and Sephardic Beaker Holem, talks about why he uses JCF's donor-advised fund and recommends JCF to his clients.
JCF is an organization that I've worked with for many years, both personally and in my accounting practice. The ease of giving and managing my donations through their website is very effective. Using it for tax planning and managing all of my charitable giving through one place. JCF's endowment helps support Jewish organizations throughout the tri-state area, and that's very important to me and my clients.
JCF's donor-advised fund is the smarter way to give back. Let Jewish Communal Fund maximize your clients' charitable deductions and streamline their charitable giving. Since JCF handles all the administration, get started now at jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. We have a gift for giving.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. But it's just as important to take time for yourself. AARP can help. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You see the value in worldwide market news.
The Labor Department has sent an emergency regulation to the White House.
Get it first.
Bond yields around the world are tumbling.
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. This is an interview I've been looking forward to for a long time. You and I talked about it. We were interested in the company, and then I did a kind of random call over the summer, and the CEO picked up.
It's the CEO of Aura Health joining us in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
We're going to talk all about the Aura Ring.
Yeah, it's all about wearables, and it's all about getting a good night's sleep and so much more. So we'll get into it in just a moment. First up, though, let's check in once again with Charlie Pellet, how that first day of November, trading day of November,
and it was an update. Records, as a matter of fact, Carl Master, not just a record. We saw the Dow push above 36,000 for the first time before closing at 35,913, up 94 points today, a gain of about 0.3%. To put that in context, we had the S&P up 8 higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ up 97 higher by 0.6. Perhaps the big story today, the big market story, was the surge in the Russell 2000 rallying today by 2.7%. Bottom line here, stocks at another record as solid corporate earnings overshadowed disappointing manufacturing data. After the bell, we heard from Avis Budget. Its shares driving higher right now, up 4.4%. Did report adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. And moments ago, heard from NXP Semiconductors. It's a major chip supplier to the automotive industry. It delivered a bullish revenue forecast for the current period. 10-year yield right now, 1.55%. Well, as for the market backdrop, Hank Smith, Chief Investment Officer at Haverford Trust, he was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This continues to be a buy on the dips market as it has been all year. And in fact, since the start of the new bull market, March 24th, 2020. As well, despite the rise in yields with the 10-year Treasury at 1.57%, it is still not competition for the stock market, so we're still in a TINA environment. There is no alternative.
And again, 10-year yield 1.55%. Spot gold up 0.6%, $17.93 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $83.98 a barrel. Tesla higher for a fourth straight day after recording the biggest monthly gain in almost a year, as amid a lithium supply deal and the kickoff of the COP26 climate summit in Glasgow. And by the way, our coverage will continue. Tesla shares up by 8.5%. Briefly, Coca-Cola acquiring the remaining stake it didn't already own in Body Armor for $5.6 billion in cash. KO, Coca-Cola down 0.4%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I appreciate the update. Charlie Pellet there. So they're part of the growing wearables market, one that by one estimate expected to grow by more than 76 or to 76 billion by the end of 2028. More companies, including Meta, we know, looking to move deeper into it. And another is our next guest, the wearable health platform Aura Health, which just launched its third generation Aura Ring. That was last week. So let's get into it, talk about the company and the outlook of the industry. Harpreet Rai is CEO of Aura Health, and he joins us via Zoom in San Francisco. Harpreet, great to have you here. How are you?
I'm great, Carol. Thanks for asking.
I was kidding them. I was teasing before we got going that it really was that random call on a summer night, and I tracked down your number and was like, "Hi, I want to talk about Aura Ring," and there you were. So glad to have you here. Tim and I are both very interested in the company. We have not yet used the product, so we're very familiar with it. We're familiar with the wearables market. Tell us, though, for those who are not familiar with it, what exactly you guys are doing.
Yeah, look, so we make a wearable ring called the Aura Ring. You know, it looks like, a normal ring, and it connects to your phone, and we have, both iOS and Android. And, we give users daily insights about their health, mainly focusing on their sleep, activity, and something we call readiness.
Well, I'm curious about how you get that data and then how you present the data, because if you look at what you can do, daytime heart rate, period prediction, improved temperature sensing, workout heart rate, improved sleep staging, blood oxygen sensing, activity score, sleep score, activity detection, heart rate variability. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. How do you make this into actionable data that improves the life of somebody who's using the product?
Tim, it's a great question, right? It almost seems like it can be data overflow. But we keep it really simple, and we personalize it to you. So we have 3 main scores: your activity score, your sleep score, and something called the readiness score. And the readiness score is something that takes an overall look at both your sleep and activity patterns over the last 2 weeks and prior, frankly, a month or so. But then, as you noted, some of these other features, right, like things like if you're getting, ill, we've done some research on that during the pandemic. We will actually have certain alerts that come through the insight messages in our scores every day. So every day, a user actually sees their own data, sees their scores that are personalized to them based on their baseline, and then it gives you a little bit of a tip or an insight. And we really feel like that helps contextualize the data, and we're now starting to offer a lot more content. So you actually get, content and ways to learn about your health, and actually things that you can do, guided programs that can actually help you improve. So we try to simplify all that data down and giving people a little bit of nuggets every day, which we call our insight engine.
So Harpreet, talk to us about some of the suggestions you give to people, because I'm always curious about the impact. I love wearables, but it is a lot of information. Tell me, though, how it can improve us, especially when it comes to something like sleep, which I have to tell you, whenever I go into a doctor with a problem, they're like, so how are you sleeping? Because your body can't heal unless you're sleeping well. It really is. I think you've described it as kind of the magic pill, and it seems so easy, but it's not always that way.
Yeah. Look, I think all of us, unfortunately, know what a poor night of sleep feels like, right? Like, we're more stressed, we're more irritable, right? We're grouchy, we're not as sharp as we want to be.
That's why Tim and I are both very cranky today, because we did not sleep well, and we both hit our snooze buttons a million times this morning.
It's okay. It's rainy here in San Francisco, so I'm sure a lot of people did that today too. But no, look, I think unfortunately, as you mentioned, that the actual impact to sleep and your health, right, is becoming more and more prevalent in the news, as it should be. Lack of sleep has actually been linked to early onset of Alzheimer's, to unfortunately higher incident rate of cancers, and even things as more simple as like even just your memory recall and what you can remember that day. Mm-hmm. So I think sleep does have a huge impact on your health, but what we find is by giving users this information every day, right, they're able to see if something's changing and something's off, and then they sort of ask themselves, what did I do yesterday? And so you may actually see that your resting heart rate, on a certain night is actually higher than normal, right? And we'll give you a little message. Hey, it looks like your heart rate was high, higher than normal. What is that? Maybe because you ate too late, or maybe you were stressed, or were you up late working? And so we actually try to give these messages to contextualize the data that allow users to ask themselves, hey, what did I do? And frankly, I think the analogy I like to use is, it's sort of like the car. Right. So cars nowadays have all types of sensors. Right. Mm-hmm. And you may have tire pressure running low in one tire. Now, we're not, the car doesn't say, hey, your tire's flat. Right. It doesn't say why that happened. Is it because you ran over a nail, or, you parked it outside uphill on a cold day? So your front tires. So I think it's like that same analogy that if you look at that data, what's that saying, Peter Drucker? What gets measured gets mastered.
Right.
And so when you start to see this data all the time, you can start to see if something's off. And I think it's that check engine light or that check tire light.
Check engine light. Don't ignore it. Hang on, Harpreet. We got to just do a little bit of news, but we'll come back with the CEO of Oral Health in just a moment. Right now, though, it's off to Denise Pellegrini in our 1130 newsroom. Hey, Denise.
Hey. Well, one of the things we're tracking is Joe Manchin, because he says, quote, it's time to stop playing games and pass the infrastructure package. Here's how he put it.
For the sake of the country, I urge the House to vote and pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Holding this bill hostage is not going to work in getting my support for reconciliation bill.
And the West Virginia senator commenting to reporters this afternoon. Supreme Court justices today heard two challenges to that new Texas law that bans most abortions in the state. Mark Herron is senior counsel at the Center for Reproductive Rights. He argued on behalf of Texas abortion providers, and he says he is hopeful the court will find the law unconstitutional.
You heard today the state of Texas admit that if Texas can do this with the right to abortion, then with Brown versus the Board of Education, a state could have gotten around the Supreme Court's decision in Brown by allowing anyone to sue for $10,000 or more someone who is integrating a school, and that the federal courts would have been completely powerless to do anything about that.
And that was Mark Herron, senior counsel at the Center for Reproductive Rights. And Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett among those indicating the new Texas law may be taking the issue too far. And he wasn't chosen to be Jeopardy host, right? But the NFL's Aaron Rodgers has a new thing going on. He's going to get part of his salary in Bitcoin and give away $1 million of the cryptocurrency to fans. Now, this is all part of Aaron Rodgers' promotion with the Square-backed mobile payments service Cash App. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Bloomberg.com/professional.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SCI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational
financial strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
Kids' lives have been put on hold. Getting them thriving again safely starts with protecting them from COVID-19 and dangerous new variants. Get the latest facts by speaking to your pediatrician or healthcare provider, or by visiting getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Greg Sauter is president of WGI, which provides engineering solutions for public infrastructure and real estate development projects. He's also on the board of overseers for New Jersey Institute of Technology and sees firsthand the intense demand by companies to hire NJIT graduates.
It's become almost cliche to say, but a large percentage of the jobs required in the not too distant future have not even been identified yet. What that means is we need graduates with problem-solving skills and an understanding of technology, technological dexterity, to be the leaders and innovators of the future. NJIT is rising to that challenge. It's not just about the engineering and the science, but it's also about the application of those in problem solving. Understanding how to apply is something that NJIT is outstanding at, and that's one of the reasons that their student body, that their graduates are sought after.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Burden LLP Accountants and Advisors presents Tax Chat with Mayor Mintz, partner and co-leader of Burden's real estate practice.
Whether it's because of the COVID-19 pandemic or not, it is essential for anyone negotiating a deal to understand the underlying economic assumptions and the current market. From buying or selling assets to forming a joint venture, it's important to work with a sophisticated tax advisor who understands how the changing tax law may impact the structure of the deal. At Burden, we leverage our more than 100 years of transactional experience to help guide clients through the complexities of these structures and ensure that they understand any potential tax impact. If you're a high net worth individual or business owner, let Burden help protect you, your family, and your business.
For more Tax Chat from Burden, visit BurdenLLP.com. That's BERDONLLP.com. Burden Accountants and Advisors. We listen, we solve, we do.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're keeping an eye on Clorox shares after hours. The maker of cleaning products reported better than expected sales, backing up its CEO's bet that higher demand for cleaning products will outlast the pandemic. Clorox shares right now up by 5.3%. Avis Budget shares higher by about 4%. It reported adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that did beat the average analyst estimate. An update on Wall Street, in fact, records today for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. The Dow crossed 60,000 for the first time. The outperformer, though, the Russell 2000, surging 2.65%. To put that in context, the S&P was up 0.2%, the Dow up 0.3%, NASDAQ up 0.6%. Stocks climbed to records as solid corporate earnings overshadowed disappointing manufacturing data. The S&P up 8, the Dow up 94, NASDAQ up 97. 10-year yield 1.55%. Spot gold up 0.5%, $17.92 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $83.95 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic.
Well, let's get back to our guest, Harpreet Rai, the Chief Executive Officer at Aura Health. They're the makers of the Aura Ring. He joins us once again remote on Zoom. Harpreet, the first thing that I notice about the Aura Ring that's different than other wearable devices is that it's on the finger rather than being on the wrist, like the Apple Watch or the Whoop, or previous examples of technology like Jawbone or a Fitbit, for example. Why the finger?
Yeah, no, look, Tim, it's a great question. I think from an accuracy point of view and convenience, it just ends up being sort of the sweet spot of wearables. So, every hospital you walk into actually takes your heart rate on the finger and your SpO2 as well. And actually, most diabetics, right, measure their glucose by taking a finger prick, right? And it turns out that the pulse on your finger, the pulse signal, is about 100 times stronger than the wrist, where your typical wristwatch sits. So we use that phenomenon that other devices have used in the past, and actually made a wearable from that. And I think what we found is that it's just much more accurate for a lot of these health features, including sleep, things like heart rate variability, which is a sign of stress, or even things like illness and even period prediction and some of the women's health features that we've been developing.
And one thing I'm curious, and I'm thinking of people, Harpreet, who are listening and saying, okay, lots of information, you can give me a heads up. Do you have any anecdote stories about the impact that this device has had on people's lives?
Totally. I think, frankly, we've heard everything from people finding out they have a serious medical condition by realizing they have abnormal sleep patterns, or that their heart rate was really high compared to others that they knew, to people just realizing, like, hey, I started to realize that days that I actually have a glass or two of wine, with dinner, that it actually, ends up reducing my sleep score the next day, and I sort of feel way worse. And I think, we found people just adjusting their daily habits to finding out about things that may be affecting their health that are much more seriously. And frankly, I think it's those stories that we hear from our users that really keep us and our team going.
Hey, hang on one second. I just want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg. Rivian Automotive, we mentioned earlier, targeting an IPO valuation just above $60 billion, that initially coming from Dow Jones. Well, it just crossed that they plan to sell 135 million shares at $57 to $62 each in that IPO. So again, we continue to see the EV space really off and running. Hey, Harpreet, while we're talking about IPOs, what's the end game for you guys? Because Tim and I were talking to you before we got started. We thought, man, this could be a great add-on for a lot of well-known companies that are out there that are pursuing wearables, are already in the space. Could be an Apple, could be a Facebook. Like, you could kind of go a lot of different places. Amazon. Thank you, Tim. What's the plan for you guys?
Yeah, no, look, I think it's a great question. I think from our perspective, we'll do whatever, really allows for the best risk return for our shareholders. And also, frankly, what allows us, that we think, to keep executing on our mission, right? And really to bring the world, health as a daily practice. And so, whether that means an IPO or, whether that means an acquisition, I think, we're not focused on that. We're just focused on really making the best possible products and solutions for our customers.
Hey, one thing that I'm wondering about is hardware versus services revenue. If we think about Apple, for example, and the way that it's increasingly moving into services, the Oura Ring, how much is it, first of all, the third generation?
Yeah, it's $299 to $399, and we do have a membership model.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what
it is
portion of
$599 a month is after a 6-month free trial that we give you to the software.
So how do you make the software part of it? How do you make that a must buy for people who have it? Like, can they get the Oura Ring and use it without having the software?
Yeah, so we I think the best way to do it is give people the full experience, right? I think that's something we probably learn from Spotify out there, right? As just your listeners, right? Their free trial was really the free experience, right? And then over time it sort of degraded, and they started to put more ad load on it and things like that, right? And limiting the functionality. And so I think, from our perspective is, when you buy an Oura Ring, it comes with 6 months, right, of our, membership services, right? Which is all the data, all the insights, all the content, all the features. And, after 6 months, if you choose not to continue to pay, we just leave our members with just the 3 basic scores, which is your sleep score, your activity score, and your readiness score. So you no longer get the personalized insights every day, that are generated, nor access to some of the content or even the deeper features and data. And frankly, I think, as you're seeing, right, these wearables have changed, right? When Fitbit came out in the beginning, it was really just a step tracker. Right now, these wearables, including Oura, right, are a sleep lab on your finger, right, an illness monitoring system on your finger, and
right.
And I think the capability that's needed to do that, you have to invest a lot more as a company. And so I think our membership, revenue does allow us to invest more rapidly in developing those features that we think are best in class, and we hope to do that because that's what our consumers and future members want.
What can you tell us about metrics? We're Bloomberg. We're a little nerdy about when it comes to some of the business metrics on a company. So how many rings have you sold? What kind of growth are you seeing top line? And I'm curious about membership growth too.
Totally. Well, we just announced our new Gen 3 just last week. So not a lot of membership growth yet that we can say because it's so new. But no, we've said we've sold over 500,000 rings now. We've been doubling revenue every year since we started, including this year. So I think, luckily things are on good trajectory. The team's now nearly, over 350 people. So I think, by any means you look at, we've been growing pretty darn fast. And so, I think again, like you're going to see more of these companies come public and, or get acquired because we're seeing so much investment by everyone, as you mentioned, Facebook or Meta, I should say, even getting to the space.
Anybody knocking on the
Amazon,
door?
Right?